Ulysses continues his narration. How he arrived at the land of the Cimmerians, and what ceremonies he performed to invoke the dead. The manner of his descent, and the apparition of the shades, his conversation with Elpenor, and with Tiresias, who informs him in a prophetic manner of his fortunes to come. He meets his mother Anticles, from whom he learns the state of his family. He sees the shades of the ancient heroines, afterwards of the heroes, and converses in particular with Agamemnon and Achilles. Arjux keeps at a sullen distance, and disdains to answer him. He then beholds Tityus, Tantalus, Sisyphus, Hercules, till he is deterred from further curiosity by the apparition of horrid spectres, and the cries of the wicked in torments. Now to the shores we bend, a mournful train. Climb the tall bark, and launch into the main. At once the mast we rear, at once unbind the spacious sheet, and stretch it to the wind. Then pale and pensive stand, with cares oppressed, and solemn horror saddens every breast. A freshening breeze the magic power supplied, while the winged vessel flew along the tide. Our oars we shipped, all day the swelling sails full from the guiding pilot catch the gales. Now sunk the sun from his aerial height, and o'er the shaded billows rushed the night, when lo! We reached old ocean's utmost bounds, where rocks control his waves with ever-during mounds. There in a lonely land, and gloomy cells, the dusky nation of Cimmeria dwells. The sun ne'er views the uncomfortable seats, when radiant he advances, or retreats, unhappy race, whom endless night invades, clouds the dull air, and wraps them round in shades. The ship we moor on these obscure abodes, disbark the sheep, an offering to the gods, and, hellward bending, o'er the beach descry the doleful passage to the infernal sky. The victims, vowed to each Tartarian power, Eurylochus and Perimedes bore. Here opened hell, all hell I here implored, and from the scabbard drew the shining sword, and trenching the black earth on every side, a cavern formed, a cubit long and wide. New wine, with honey-tempered milk, we bring, then living waters from the crystal spring. O'er these was strewed the consecrated flour, and on the surface shone the holy store. Now the wan shades we hail, the infernal gods, to speed our course, and waft us o'er the floods. So shall a barren heifer from the stall beneath the knife upon your altars fall. So in our palace, at our safe return, rich with unnumbered gifts the pile shall burn. So shall a ram, the largest of the breed, black as these regions, to Tiresias bleed. Thus solemn rites and holy vows we paid to all the phantom nations of the dead. Then died the sheep. A purple torrent flowed, and all the caverns smoked with streaming blood. When lo! Appeared along the dusky coasts, thin, airy shoals of visionary ghosts, fair, pensive youths, and soft enamored maids, and withered elders, pale and wrinkled shades, ghastly with wounds the forms of warriors slain stalked with majestic port. A martial train. These and 1,000 more swarmed o'er the ground, and all the dire assembly shrieked around. Astonished at the sight, aghast I stood, and a cold fear ran shivering through my blood. Straight I command the sacrifice to haste, straight the flayed victims to the flames are cast, and muttered vows, and mystic song applied to grisly Pluto, and his gloomy bride. Now swift I waved my falchion o'er the blood, back started the pale throngs, and trembling stood, round the black trench the gore untasted flows, till awful from the shades Tiresias rose. There wandering through the gloom I first surveyed, new to the realms of death, Elpenor's shade, his cold remains all naked to the sky on distant shores unwept, unburied lie. Sad at the sight I stand, deep fixed in woe, and ere I spoke the tears began to flow. Oh say what angry power Elpenor led to glide in shades, and wander with the dead. How could thy soul, by realms and seas disjoined, outfly the nimble sail, and leave the lagging wind? The ghost replied, to hell my doom I owe, demons accursed, dire ministers of woe. My feet, through wine unfaithful to their weight, betrayed me tumbling from a towery height. Staggering I reeled, and as I reeled I fell, luxed the neck joint my soul descends to hell. But lend me aid, I now conjure thee lend, by the soft tie and sacred name of friend. By thy fond consort. by thy father's cares, by loved Telemachus' blooming years. For well I know that soon the heavenly powers will give thee back today, and Circe's shores, their pious on my cold remains attend, their call to mind thy poor departed friend. The tribute of a tear is all I crave, and the possession of a peaceful grave. But if, unheard, in vain compassion plead, revere the gods. The gods avenge the dead. A tomb along the watery margin raise, the tomb with manly arms and trophies grace, to show posterity Elpana was. There high in air, memorial of my name, fix the smooth ore, and bid me live to fame. To whom with tears, these rites, O mournful shade, due to thy ghost, shall to thy ghost be paid. Still as I spoke the phantom seemed to moan, tear followed tear, and groan succeeded groan. But, as my waving sword the blood surrounds, the shade withdrew, and muttered empty sounds. There as the wondrous visions I surveyed, all pale ascends my royal mother's shade. A queen, to Troy she saw our legions pass, now a thin form is all antically was. Struck at the sight I melt with filial woe, and down my cheek the pious sorrows flow, yet as I shook my fortune o'er the blood, regardless of her son the parent stood. When lo! The mighty the ban I behold, to guide his steps he bore a staff of gold, awful he trod, majestic was his look. And from his holy lips these accents broke, why, mortal, wanderest thou from cheerful day, to tread the downward, melancholy way? What angry gods to these dark regions led thee, yet alive, companion of the deed? But sheathe thy poniard, while my tongue relates heaven's steadfast purpose, and thy future fates. While yet he spoke, the prophet I obeyed, and in the scabbard plunged the glittering blade, eager he quaffed the gore, and then expressed dark things to come, the counsels of his breast. Weary of light, Ulysses here explores a prosperous voyage to his native shores, but know by me unerring fates disclose new trains of dangers, and new scenes of woes. I see, thy bark by Neptune tossed, for injured Cyclops, and his eyeball lost. Yet to thy woes the gods decree an end, if heaven thou please, and how to please attend where on Trinacrian rocks the ocean roars, graze numerous herds along the verdant shores. Though hunger press, yet fly the dangerous prey, the herds are sacred to the god of day, who all surveys with his extensive eye of above, below, on earth, and in the sky. Rob not the god, and so propitious gales attend thy voyage, and impel thy sails, but, if his herds he sees, beneath the waves I see thy friends o'erwhelmed in liquid graves. The direful wreck Ulysses scarce survives. Ulysses at his country scarce arrives. Strangers thy guides. Nor there thy labors end, new foes arise, domestic ills attend. Their foul adulterers to thy bride resort, and lordly gluttons riot in thy court. But vengeance hastes amain. These eyes behold the deathful scene, princes on princes rolled. That done, a people far from sea explore, who ne'er knew salt, or heard the billows roar, or saw gay vessels stem the watery plain, a painted wonder flying on the main. Bear on thy back an oar, with strange amaze a shepherd meeting thee, the oar surveys, and names a van. There fix it on the plain, to calm the god that holds the watery rein, a threefold offering to his altar bring, a bull, a ram, a boar, and hail the ocean king. But home returned, to each ethereal power slay the due victim in the genial hour. So peaceful shalt thou end thy blissful days, and steal thyself from life by slow decays, unknown to pain, in age resign thy breath, when late stern Neptune points the shaft with death. To the dark grave retiring as to rest, thy people blessing, by thy people blessed. Unerring truths, O man, my lips relate, this is thy life to come, and this is fate. To whom unmoved, if this the gods prepare, what heaven ordains the wise with courage bear. But say, why yonder on the lonely strands, unmindful of her son, antically stands? Why to the ground she bends her downcast eye? Why is she silent, while her son is nigh? The latent cause, O sacred seer, reveal. Nor this, replies the seer, will I conceal. No, to the spectres that thy beverage taste, the scenes of life recur, and actions past, they, sealed with truth, return the sure reply, the rest, repelled, a train oblivious fly. The phantom prophet ceased, and sunk from sight, to the black palace of eternal night. Still in the dark abodes of death I stood, when near Anticly moved, and drank the blood. Straight all the mother in her soul awakes, and owning her Ulysses, thus she speaks, Comest thou, my son, alive, to realms beneath, the dulsome realms of darkness and of death? Comest thou alive from pure, ethereal day? Dire is the region, dismal is the way. Here lakes profound, their floods oppose their waves, there the wide sea with all his billows raves. Or, since to dust proud Troy submits her towers, comest thou wanderer from the Phrygian shores? Or say, since honor called thee to the field, hast thou thy Ithaca, thy bride, beheld? Source of my life, I cried, from earth I fly to seek Tiresias in the nether sky, to learn my doom, for, tossed from woe to woe, in every land Ulysses finds a foe, nor have these eyes beheld my native shores, since in the dust proud Troy submits her towers. But, when thy soul from her sweet mansion fled, say, what distemper gave thee to the dead? Has life's fair lamp declined by slow decays, or swift expired it in a sudden blaze? Say, if my sire, good old Laertes, lives. If yet Telemachus, my son, survives. Say, by his rule is my dominion awed, or crushed by traitors with an iron rod. Say, if my spouse maintains her royal trust, though tempted, chaste, and obstinately just. Or if no more her absent lord she wails, but the false woman o'er the wife prevails. Thus I, and thus the parent shade returns, thee, ever thee, thy faithful consort mourns, whether the night descends or day prevails, thee she by night, and thee by day bewails. Thee in Telemachus thy realm obeys, in sacred groves celestial rites he pays, and shares the banquet in superior state, graced with such honors, as become the great thy sire in solitude foments his care. The court is joyless, for thou art not there. No costly carpets raise his hoary head, no rich embroidery shines to grace his bed, even when keen winter freezes in the skies, ranked with his slaves, on earth the monarch lies. Deep are his sighs, his visage pale, his dress the garb of woe and habit of distress. And when the autumn takes his annual round, the leafy honors scattering on the ground, regardless of his years, abroad he lies, his bed the leaves, his canopy the skies. Thus cares on cares his painful days consume, and bow his age with sorrow to the tomb. For thee, my son, I wept my life away, for thee through hell's eternal dungeons stray, nor came my fate by lingering pains and slow, nor bent the silver-shafted queen her bow, no dire disease bereaved me of my breath, thou, my son, what my disease and death, unkindly with my love my son conspired, for thee I lived, for absent thee expired. Thrice in my arms I strove her shade to bind, thrice through my arms she slipped like empty wind, or dreams, the vain illusions of the mind. Wild with despair, I shed a copious tide of flowing tears, and thus with sighs replied, fliest thou, loved shade, while I thus fondly mourn? Turn to my arms, to my embraces turn. Is it, ye powers that smile at human harms, too great a bliss to weep within her arms? Or has hell's queen an empty image sent, that wretched I might e'en my joys lament? O son of woe, the pensive shade rejoined, O most inured to grief of all mankind! 'Tis not the queen of hell who thee deceives, all are such, when life the body leaves, no more the substance of the man remains, nor bounds the blood along the purple veins. These the funereal flames in atoms bear, to wander with the wind in empty air, while the impassive soul reluctant flies, like a vain dream, to these infernal skies. But from the dark dominions speed the way, and climb the steep ascent to upper day. To thy chaste bride the wondrous story tell, the woes, the horrors, and the laws of hell. Thus while she spoke, in swarms hell's empress brings daughters, and wives of heroes and of kings. Thick and more thick they gather round the blood. Ghost thronged on ghost to a dire assembly, stood. Dauntless my sword I seize. The airy crew, swift as it flashed along the gloom, withdrew. Then shade to shade in mutual forms succeeds, her race recounts, and their illustrious deeds. Tyro began, whom great Salmoneus bred, the royal partner of famed Cretheus bed. For fair Enipeus, as from fruitful urns he pours his watery store, the virgin burns, smooth flows the gentle stream with wanton pride, and in soft mazes rolls a silver tide. As on his banks the maid enamoured roves, the monarch of the deep beholds and loves, in her Enipeus form and borrowed charms the amorous god descends into her arms, around, a spacious arch of waves he throws, and high in air the liquid mountain rose, thus in surrounding floods concealed, he proves the pleasing transport, and completes his loves. Then, softly sighing, he the fair addressed, and as he spoke her tender hand he pressed. Hail, happy nymph! No vulgar births are owed to the prolific raptures of a god, lo! When 9 times the moon renews her horn, 2 brother heroes shall from thee be born, thy early care the future worthies claim, to point them to the arduous paths of fame, but in thy breast the important truth conceal, nor dare the secret of a god reveal, for know, thou Neptune viewest, and at my nod earth trembles, and the waves confess their god. He added not, but mounting spurned the plain, then plunged into the chambers of the main, now in the time's full process forth she brings Jove's dread vicegerents in 2 future kings. O'er proud Iolcos Peleus stretched his reign, and godlike Neleus ruled the Pylian plain. Then fruitful, to her Cretheus royal bed she gallant fears and famed Aeson bred, from the same fountain Amithaon rose, pleased with the din of Scar, and noble shout of foes. There moved Antiope, with haughty charms, who blessed the almighty Thunderer in her arms. Hence sprung Amphion, hence brave Zethus came, founders of Thebes, and men of mighty name. Though bold in open field, they yet surround the town with walls, and mound inject on mound. Here ramparts stood, their towers rose high in air, and here through 7 wide portals rushed the war. There with soft step the fair Alcmena trod, who bore Alcides to the thundering god, and Megara, who charmed the son of Jove, and softened his stern soul to tender love. Sullen and sour, with discontented mien, Jocasta frowned, the incestuous Theban queen, with her own son she joined in nuptial bands. Though father's blood imbrued his murderous hands, the gods and men the dire offense detest, the gods with all their furies rend his breast. In lofty Thebes he wore the imperial crown, a pompous wretch, accursed upon a throne. The wife self-murdered from a beam depends, and her foul soul to blackest hell descends. Thence to her son the choicest plagues she brings, and the fiends haunt him with 1,000 stings. And now the beauteous Chloris I descry, a lovely shade, Amphion's youngest joy. With gifts unnumbered Neleus sought her arms, nor paid too dearly for unequalled charms. Great in Orchomenos, in Pylos great, he swayed the scepter with imperial state. 3 gallant sons the joyful monarch told, sage Nestor, Periclymenus the bold, and Chromius last, but of the softer race, 1 nymph alone, a miracle of grace. Kings on their thrones for lovely Pero burn, the sire denies, and kings rejected mourn. To him alone the beauteous prize he yields, whose arm should ravish from Phallacian fields the herds of Iphiclus, detained in wrong, wild, furious herds, unconquerably strong. This dares a seer, but naught the seer prevails, in beauty's cause illustriously he fails. 12 moons the foe the captive youth detains in painful dungeons, and coercive chains. The foe at last from durance where he lay, his heart revering, give him back today, won by prophetic knowledge, to fulfill the steadfast purpose of the Almighty will. With graceful port advancing now I spied, Leda the fair, the godlike Tyndar's bride, hence Pollux sprung, who wields the furious sway the deathful gauntlet, matchless in the fray, and Castor, glorious on the embattled plain, curbs the proud steeds, reluctant to the rein. By turns they visit this ethereal sky, and live alternate die, in hell beneath, on earth, in heaven above, reign the twin gods, the favorite sons of Jove. There Ephemedia trod the gloomy plain, who charmed the monarch of the boundless main, hence Ephialtes, hence stern Otus sprung, more fierce than giants, more than giants strong. The earth o'erburdened and groaned beneath their weight, none but Orion surpassed their height. The wondrous youths had scarce 9 winters told, when high in air, tremendous to behold, 9 ells aloft they reared their towering head, and full 9 cubits broad their shoulders spread. Proud of their strength, and more than mortal size, the gods they challenge, and affect the skies. Heaved on Olympus tottering Ossa stood, on Ossa, Pelion nods with all his wood. Such were they youths had they to manhood grown, almighty Jove had trembled on his throne, but ere the harvest of the beard began to bristle on the chin, and promise man, his shafts Apollo aimed, at once they sound, and stretch the giant monsters o'er the ground. Their mournful Phaedra with sad Procris moves, both beauteous shades, both hapless in their loves, and near them walked with solemn pace and slow, sad Adrian, partner of their woe, the royal Minos Ariadne bred. She Theseus loved, from Crete with Theseus fled. Swift to the Aegean Isle the hero flies, and towards his Athens bears the lovely prize. There Bacchus with fierce rage Diana fires, the goddess aims her shaft, the nymph expires. There Clymene and Mera I behold, there Eriphyle weeps, who loosely sold her lord, her honor, for the lust of gold. But should I all recount, the night would fail, unequal to the melancholy tale, and all composing rest my nature craves, here in the court, or yonder on the waves, in you I trust, and in the heavenly powers, to land Ulysses on his native shores. He ceased, but left so charming on their ear his voice, that listening still they seemed to hear, till, rising up, Arete silence broke, stretched out her snowy hand, and thus she spoke, What wondrous man heaven sends us in our guest, through all his woes the hero shines confessed, his comely port, his ample frame express a manly air, majestic in distress. He, as my guest, is my peculiar care, you share the pleasure, then in bounty share to worth in misery a reverence pay, and with a generous hand reward his stay, for since kind heaven with wealth our realm has blessed, give it to heaven by aiding the distressed. Then sage Aeschines, whose grave reverend brow the hand of time had silvered o'er with snow, mature in wisdom rose, your words, he cries, demand obedience, for your words are wise. But let our king direct the glorious way to generous acts, our part is to obey. While life informs these limbs, the king replied, Well to deserve, be all my cares employed, but here this night the royal guest detain, till the sun flames along the ethereal plain. Be it my task to send with ample stores the stranger from our hospitable shores. Tread you my steps. 'Tis mine to lead the race, the first in glory, as the first in place. To whom the prince, this night with joy I stay, O monarch great in virtue as in sway. If thou the circling year my stay control, to raise a bounty noble as thy soul, the circling year I wait, with ampler stores and fitter pomp to hail my native shores, then by my realms due homage would be paid, for wealthy kings are loyally obeyed. O king! For such thou art, and sure thy blood through veins, he cried, of royal fathers flowed, unlike those vagrants who on falsehood live, skilled in smooth tales, and artful to deceive. Thy better soul abhors the liar's part, wise is thy voice, and noble is thy heart. Thy words like music every breast control, steal through the ear, and win upon the soul, soft, as some song divine, thy story flows, nor better could the muse record thy woes. But say, upon the dark and dismal coast, sawest thou the worthies of the Grecian host? The godlike leaders who, in battle slain, fell before Troy, and nobly pressed the plain. And lo! A length of night behind remains, the evening stars still mount the ethereal plains. Thy tale with raptures I could hear thee tell, thy woes on earth, the wondrous scenes in hell, till in the vault of heaven the stars decay, and the sky reddens with the rising day. O worthy of the power the gods assigned, Ulysses thus replies, a king in mind. Since yet the early hour of night allows time for discourse, and time for soft repose, if scenes of misery can entertain, woes I unfold, of woes a dismal train. Prepare to air of murder and of blood, of godlike heroes who uninjured stood amidst a war of spears in foreign lands, yet bled at home, and bled by female hands. Now summoned Proserpine to hell's black hall, the heroine shades, they vanished at her call. When lo! Advanced the forms of heroes slain by stern Aegisthus, a majestic train, and high above the rest Atrides pressed the plain. He quaffed the gore, and straight his soldier knew, and from his eyes poured down the tender dew. His arms he stretched, his arms the touch deceive, nor in the fond embraces give. His substance vanished, and his strength decayed, now all Atrides is an empty shade. Moved at the sight, I for a pace resigned to soft affliction all my manly mind, at last with tears. Oh, what relentless doom, imperial phantom, bowed thee to the tomb? Say, while the sea, and while the tempest raves, has fate oppressed thee in the roaring waves, or nobly seized thee in the dire alarms of war and slaughter, and the clash of arms? The ghost returns, O chief of humankind, for active courage and a patient mind, nor while the sea, nor while the tempest raves has fate oppressed me on the roaring waves, nor nobly seized me in the dire alarms of war and slaughter, and the clash of arms. Stabbed by a murderous hand Atrides died, a foul adulterer, and a faithless bride, e'en in my mirth, and at the friendly feast, o'er the full bowl, the traitor stabbed his guest. Thus by the gory arm of slaughter falls the stately ox, and bleeds within the stalls. But not with me the direful murder ends, these expired. Their crime, they were my friends, thick as the boars, which some luxurious lord kills for the feast, to crown the nuptial board. When war has thundered with its loudest storms, death thou hast seen in all her ghastly forms. In duel met her on the listed ground, when hand to hand they wound return for wound, but never have the eyes astonished viewed so vile a deed, so dire a scene of blood. E'en in the flow of joy, when now the bowl glows in our veins, and opens every soul, we groan, we faint, with blood the doom is dyed. And o'er the pavement floats the dreadful tide, her breast all gore, with lamentable cries, the bleeding innocent Cassandra dies. Then though pale death froze cold in every vein, my sword I strive to wield, but strive in vain, nor did my traitorous wife these eyelids close, or decently in death my limbs compose. O woman, woman, when till thy mind is bent, all hell contains no fouler fiend, and such was mine, who basely plunged her sword through the fond bosom where she reigned adored. Alas! I hope the toils of war o'ercome, to meet soft quiet and repose at home, delusive hope. O wife, thy deeds disgrace the perjured sex, and blacken all the race, and should posterity one virtuous find, name Clytemnestra, they will curse the kind. O injured shade, I cried, what mighty woes to thy imperial race from woman rose. By woman here thou treadest this mournful strand, and Greece by woman lies a desert land. Warned by my ills beware, the shade replies, nor trust the sex that is so rarely wise. When earnest to explore thy secret breast, unfold some trifle, but conceal the rest. But in thy consort cease to fear a foe, for thee she feels sincerity of woe. When Troy first bled beneath the Grecian arms, she shone unrivaled with a blaze of charms. Thy infant son her fragrant bosom pressed, hung at her knee, or wantoned at her breast, but now the years a numerous train have ran, the blooming boy is ripened into man. Thy eyes shall see him burn with noble fire, the sire shall bless his son, the son his sire. But my Orestes never met these eyes, without one look the murdered father dies. Then from a wretched friend this wisdom learn, e'en to thy queen disguised, unknown, return, for since of womankind so few are just, think all are false, nor e'en the faithful trust. But, say, resides my son in royal port, in rich Orchomenos, or Sparta's court? Or say in Pyle? For yet he views the light, nor glides a phantom through the realms of night. Then I, thy suit is vain, nor can I say if yet he breathes in realms of cheerful day, or pale or wan beholds these nether skies. Truth I revere, for wisdom never lies. Thus in a tide of tears our sorrows flow, and add new horror to the realms of woe, till side by side along the dreary coast advanced Achilles and Patroclus' ghost, a friendly pair. Near these the Pylian strayed, and towering Arjux, an illustrious shade. War was his joy, and pleased with loud alarms, none but Pelides brighter shone in arms. Through the thick gloom his friend Achilles knew, and as he speaks the tears descend in dew. Comest thou alive to view the Stygian bounds, where the wan spectres walk eternal rounds, nor fearest the dark and dismal waste to tread, thronged with pale ghosts, familiar with the dead? To whom with sighs I pass these dreadful gates to seek the ban, and consult the fates, for still, distressed, I rove from coast to coast, lost to my friends, and to my country lost. But sure the eye of time beholds no name so blessed as thine in all the rolls of fame. Alive we hailed thee with our guardian gods, and dead thou rulest a king in these abodes. Talk not of ruling in this dolorous gloom, nor think vain words, he cried, can ease my doom. Rather I'd choose laboriously to bear a weight of woes, and breathe the vital air, a slave to some poor hind that toils for bread, than reign the sceptred monarch of the dead. But say, if in my steps my son proceeds, and emulates his godlike father's deeds. If at the clash of arms, and shout of foes, swells his bold heart, his bosom nobly glows. Say if my sire, the reverend Peleus, reigns, great in his thire, and his throne maintains, or, weak and old, my youthful arm demands, to fix the scepter steadfast in his hands. O might the lamp of life rekindled burn, and death release me from the silent urn. This arm, that thundered o'er the Phrygian plain, and swelled the ground with mountains of the slain, should vindicate my injured father's fame, crush the proud rebel, and assert his claim. Illustrious shade, I cried, of Peleus' fates no circumstance the voice of fame relates, but hear with pleased attention the renown, the wars and wisdom of thy gallant son. With me from Scyros to the field of fame radiant, in arms the blooming hero came. When Greece assembled all her 100 states, to ripen counsels, and decide debates, heavens! How he charmed us with a flow of sense, and won the heart with manly eloquence. He first was seen of all the peers to rise, the third in wisdom, where they all were wise. But when, to try the fortune of the day, host moved toward host in terrible array, before the van, impatient for the fight, with martial port he strode, and stern delight. Heaps strewed on heaps beneath his falchion groaned, and monuments of dead deformed the ground. The time would fail should I in order tell what foes were vanquished, and what numbers fell, how, lost through love, Eurypylus was slain, and round him bled his bold Cettian train. To Troy no hero came of nobler line, or if of nobler, Memnon, it was thine. When Ilion in the horse received her doom, and unseen armies ambushed in its womb, Greece gave her latent warriors to my care, 'twas mine on Troy to pour the imprisoned war. Then when the boldest bosom beat with fear, when the stern eyes of heroes dropped a tear, fierce in his look his ardent valor glowed, flushed in his cheek, or sallied in his blood, indignant in the dark recess he stands, pants for the battle, and the war demands, his voice breathed death, and with a martial air he grasped his sword, and shook his glittering spear. And when the gods our arms with conquest crowned, when Troy's proud bulwarks smoked upon the ground, Greece, to reward her soldiers' gallant toils, heaped high his navy with unnumbered spoils. Thus great in glory, from the din of war safe he returned, without one hostile scar. Though spears in iron tempests rained around, yet innocent they played, and guiltless of a wound. While yet I spoke, the shade with transport glowed, rose in his majesty, and nobler trod, with haughty stalk he sought the distant glades of warrior kings, and joined the illustrious shades. Now without number ghost by ghost arose, all wailing with unutterable woes. Alone, apart, in discontented mood, a gloomy shade the sullen Arjux stood, for ever sad, with proud disdain he pined, and the lost arms for ever stung his mind, though to the contest Thetis gave the laws, and Pallas, by the Trojans, judged the cause. Oh, why was I victorious in the strife? Oh dear, bought honor with so brave a life. With him the strength of war, the soldier's pride, our second hope to great Achilles, died. Touched at the sight from tears I scarce refrain, and tender sorrow thrills in every vein. Pensive and sad I stand, at length accost with accents mild the inexorable ghost. Still burns thy rage. And can brave souls resent e'en after death? Relent, great shade, relent. Perish those arms, which by the gods decree accursed our army with the loss of thee. With thee we fall, Greece wept thy hapless fates, and shook astonished through her 100 states, not more, when great Achilles pressed the ground, and breathed his manly spirit through the wound. O deem thy fall not owed to man's decree, Jove hated Greece, and punished Greece in thee. Turn then, O peaceful turn, thy wrath control, and calm the raging tempest of thy soul. While yet I speak, the shade disdains to stay, in silence turns, and sullen stalks away. Touched at his sour retreat, through deepest night, through hell's black bounds I had pursued his flight, and forced the stubborn spectre to reply, but wondrous visions drew my curious eye. High on a throne, tremendous to behold, stern Minos waves a mace of burnished gold. Around 10,000 spectres stand through the wide dome of Dis, a trembling band still as they plead, the fatal lots he rolls, absolves the just, and dooms the guilty souls. The huge Orion, of portentous size, swift through the gloom a giant hunter flies. A ponderous mace of brass with direful sway aloft he whirls, to crush the savage prey. Stern beasts in trains that by his truncheon fell, now grisly forms, shoot o'er the lawns of hell. Their Tityus large and long, in fetters bound, o'er spreads 9 acres of infernal ground. 2 ravenous vultures, furious for their food, scream o'er the fiend, and riot in his blood, incessant gore the liver in his breast, the immortal liver grows, and gives the immortal feast. 4 as o'er Panoply's enamelled plains Latona journeyed to the Pythian fanes, with haughty love the audacious monster strove to force the goddess, and to rival Jove. There Tantalus along the Stygian bounds pours out deep groans, with groans all hell resounds, e'en in the circling floods refreshment craves, and pines with thirst amidst a sea of waves. When to the water he his lip applies, back from his lip the treacherous water flies. Above, beneath, around his hapless head, trees of all kinds delicious fruitage spread, their figs, sky-dyed, a purple hue disclose, green looks the olive, the pomegranate glows. Their dangling pears exalting scents unfold, and yellow apples ripen into gold, the fruit he strives to seize, but blasts arise, toss it on high, and whirl it to the skies. I turned my eye, and as I turned surveyed a mournful vision. The Sisyphean shade, with many a weary step, and many a groan, up the high hill he heaves a huge round stone, the huge round stone, resulting with a bound, thunders impetuous down, and smokes along the ground. Again the restless orb his toil renews, dust mounts in clouds, and sweat descends in dews. Now I the strength of Hercules behold, a towering spectre of gigantic mould, a shadowy form. For high in heaven's abodes himself resides, a god among the gods, there in the bright assemblies of the skies. He nectar quaffs, and heap crowns his joys. Here hovering ghosts, like fowl, his shade surround, and clang their pinions with terrific sound. Gloomy as night he stands, in act to throw the aerial arrow from the twanging bow. Around his breast a wondrous zone is rolled, where woodland monsters grin in fretted gold. Their sullen lions sternly seem to roar, the bear to growl to foam the tusky boar. Their war and havoc and destruction stood, and vengeful murder red with human blood. Thus terribly adorned the figures shine, inimitably wrought with skill divine. The mighty good advanced with awful look, and turning his grim visage, sternly spoke, O exercise in grief, by arts refined, O taught to bear the wrongs of base mankind. Such was I, still tossed from care to care, while in your world I drew the vital air. E'en I, who from the Lord of Thunders rose, bore toils and dangers, and a weight of woes, to a base monarch still a slave confined, the hardest bondage to a generous mind. Down to these worlds I trod the dismal way, and dragged the 3-mouthed dog to upper day. In hell I conquered, through the friendly aid of Maia's offspring, and the martial maid. Thus he, nor deigned for our reply to stay, but, turning, stalked with giant strides away. Curious to view the kings of ancient days, the mighty dead that live in endless praise, resolved I stand, and haply had surveyed the godlike Theseus, and Pirithous' shade, but swarms of spectres rose from deepest hell, with bloodless visage, and with hideous yell. They scream, they shriek, and groans and dismal sounds stun my scared ears, and pierce hell's utmost bounds. No more my heart the dismal din sustains, and my cold blood hangs shivering in my veins, lest Gorgon, rising from the infernal lakes, with horrors armed, and curls of hissing snakes, should fix me stiffened at the monstrous sight, a stony image, in eternal night. Straight from the direful coast to purer air I speed my flight, and to my mates repair. My mates ascend the ship, They strike their oars, the mountains lessen, and retreat the shores. Swift o'er the waves we fly, the freshening gales sing through the shrouds, and stretch the swelling sails.
He collected the other photos, neatened up the stack, and returned it to the accordion file. After a sigh, he turned toward the door. He reached for the light switch as he neared the door. With his hand hovering near the switch, he paused to look back in the room for a moment and at the light switch again. He then turned off the light. He shook his head as he walked from the hallway into the kitchen. From the kitchen, the light in the foyer provided enough light to make to the foyer. Once in the foyer, he rounded the corner to the stairway. He then began making his way up the steps, turning off the lights as he proceeded. Once upstairs, he continued into the bedroom. He found the room was a bit warm and stuffy. Perhaps he would open the window that night. He walked to the double-hung window overlooking the street. After undoing the latch, he opened the window. Other than a few chirps from crickets, it was quiet outside. The slightly cool air was refreshing to him. Peter then walked to the bathroom to prepare for bed. Lying in bed, Peter found that he could not relax enough to fall asleep, but he did try to rest by closing his eyes. He had to shift positions every once in a while to make himself comfortable. A slight breeze caused a relaxing sound as the leaves rustled in the trees outside of the open window. Gradually, he was able to relax a bit and get some rest, if not the deep sleep that he needed. While still hovering close to falling asleep, he became aware of something that sounded like a muffled gasp. The similar sounds continued about every 30 seconds. It began to sound like a moan, then vaguely like someone's voice. Maybe it could have been the wind, he thought. But then he heard it again, and it sounded more like a woman's voice than just the wind. After quickly sitting up in bed, he tried to determine where this possible voice was coming from. Closing his eyes, he focused on the voice, and to him it does not appear like it was coming from outside. It sounded like it was coming from somewhere below. He heard the muffled voice saying phrases that sound roughly like, "Help, help me," and "Let me out." As he sat in bed, he was very uneasy and his breathing became more uneven. He heard what sounded like another woman's voice. His heart sank as he realized it sounded like Sarah. Soon afterwards there was muffled thud, and both voices were silent. He quickly jumped out of the bed and made his way through the darkness to the door to the hallway. After opening the door, he walked to the railing in the hallway overlooking the stairway. Standing at the railing, he closed his eyes to listen for Sarah's voice again. If indeed it was Sarah. His racing heart was causing a thumping sound in his ear, and he could also hear his erratic breathing. As he continued to listen, he tried desperately to tune out his heart and breathing to listen for the voices. After a few minutes, his heart and breathing calmed down, but he did not hear anything that sounded like a voice. He opened his eyes again, realizing that the voices were likely gone for the moment at least. He tapped the railing hand lightly, and turned to his left to return to bed. Was he actually hearing the voices, or were they just in his mind? He had no idea. As he reached the bed again, he pulled back the covers and slid back under the covers. After lying in the bed again, his mind raced with various thoughts, including Sarah being trapped somewhere. Somehow through all of the confusion, he managed to fall asleep. Something stirred him awake. Unaware of what happened, he listened carefully. He could still hear the light breeze rustling the leaves outside. An agonizing scream from a man startled him. It sounded muffled, as if inside a nearby house. Peter sat up in bed. About 2 seconds after the scream, there was a loud muffled crash of breaking glass. The next sound was muffled thud. It was like something relatively large hitting a floor. He quickly got out of bed and went to look out the front window. A moderate fog hugged the ground below. A street light, a few doors down, illuminated the area. There were no more sounds that he could hear, other than the wind. He then walked to the side window overlooking Vernon's house and peered through the closed pane. Through faintly lit windows next door he could see something moving in a rhythmic swinging motion. He was uneasy about what he was seeing, and felt that he needed to investigate. He quickly put on a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt. After putting on a pair of slippers, he rushed out of the bedroom, down the stairs, and out the front door. He hurried across his dew-covered lawn to Vernon's house. The still damp air cooled him slightly. As he approached the porch, he slowed his pace to stay alert for any intruders. Aware that the fog could be hiding something, he walked up the front steps, and across the porch toward the door. Through the front door and the side lights, he could see some light, possibly from the top of the stairs. As he got closer to the door, he could make out something swinging high in the foyer. To him it almost looked like a heavy iron and crystal chandelier swinging about a foot back and forth in the same direction as the steps. When he listened closely, he could hear the low creaking sound of the chandelier as it swayed. He knocked on the door, and said, "Vernon, are you okay?" He waited for about 30 seconds, and tried again, "Vernon, can you hear me?" Without any reply, he peered through the window to see what else happened, beside the chandelier swinging. He first looked around near the chandelier, then near the light at the top of the stairs. As his eyes scanned the dimly lit foyer, he looked lower in the room. His eyes squinted as he saw something strange on the floor beneath the still swinging chandelier. He positioned himself at the side light to his right to get a better view of the object. Moving his head slightly back and forth, he realized the form could be a motionless body lying on the floor. Fear overcame him for a moment. Vernon was in trouble, and he should help him. He tried the front door, but it was locked. At first he thought of breaking a window to gain access to help. But after pausing a moment, he decided against it. With the police being investigating him, it would be better if he kept his fingerprints on the outside of house. Shaking somewhat, he turned away from the front door, rushed off the porch, and made his way quickly back to his house. Back inside of his house he went straight to the kitchen to get the phone. He turned on some lights on the way. He fumbled for the cordless phone in the kitchen, and almost dropped it. To calm himself down he took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a few seconds. He then dialed 911, and waited for someone to answer. "What an emergency, who's calling please?" A woman answered. Still a bit nervous, Peter replied, "This is Peter Corbin, I live at 65 4th Street. "What is the emergency, sir?" she asked. "I believe something has happened to my neighbor, Vernon Kramer. I think he may be injured inside of his house. It looks like something like a body may be lying on the floor in his foyer," Peter responded. "Do you know the address of your neighbor, sir?" the woman asked. "Not exactly, but it would be next door to mine house at 65 4th Street, and I believe it would be a lower number," Peter replied. "Okay, did you go inside of his house, sir?" the woman asked. "No, I heard him scream, a crash, and then a thud. It almost sounded violent, so I wanted to make sure people do not think I did anything to him. Plus, it has been years since I have had any first aid training," Peter replied. "Okay, sir, I'll send an ambulance and a police unit to your neighbor's address," she said. "Thank you." "I'll wait for them outside and let them know where to go," Peter offered. "That will help, sir. Is there anything else you need to tell us?" she asked. "No, Just send someone quick. I have a bad feeling about this, Peter replied. Okay, thank you, sir. Goodbye, the woman said. Goodbye, Peter replied, still shaking slightly. Peter closed his eyes and took another deep breath. After nodding to himself, he opened his eyes and slowly headed out of the kitchen, through the hallway to the foyer. As he stood in the foyer for a moment, he decided to turn on the porch light. After he did, the porch becomes visible through the front door and the two side light windows. There also was a grey glow from the thickening fog in the background. What happened to Vernon? He shook his head, opened the front door slowly, and walked out onto the porch. The door creaked due to it being opened slowly. He waited in the middle of the porch at first. After about a minute of waiting, he began to pace back and forth. His heart still raced from the uncertainty. He did not hear any sirens, but he realized they may not use them early in the morning. Soon he did hear the revving of a car engine. Red and blue strobe lights cast widening beams through the mist and onto the houses along the street. As the car's tires passed through the fog, they created small eddies gradually dissipating into the greyness of the dimly lit street. At that point, Peter began to walking down the steps from the porch and hurried to the sidewalk. As the police car approached, Peter waved his hands over his head as a signal. The car pulled up from his right and parked in front of Vernon's house. As the officer got out of his car, Peter realized it was Scott Harrison. Peter saw that Scott recognized him as well. Scott walked up closer to Peter, and in a clear, low, quiet voice, asked, "You called 911 about an injured neighbor?" "Yes, I was in bed, and I first heard a man screaming, 'Crash!' You know, some glass breaking and that kind of thing. And then there was some kind of muffled thud, as if something hit a floor inside of a house. Oh, I did notice something moving inside of Vernon's house when I looked out of my bedroom window," Peter said as the two of them began to walk toward Vernon's house. "Do you think someone else was inside?" Scott asked, as he approaches Vernon's porch. "I couldn't see anyone else around and the front door was locked. So I don't think so. When I checked his house, I found that the chandelier above the stairway in the foyer was still swinging," Peter replied. "So it may have been the chandelier you saw, and not a person inside the house." "Have you seen Vernon?" Scott asked. "There's something like a body on the foyer floor." "I couldn't see too well though, since the lighting was very dim in the foyer. I did knock a few times, but didn't hear any reply. I didn't want to break in, since I was not sure if it would be safe or not," Peter replied. "That was smart. Okay, I'll check it out." "Why don't you go back to the sidewalk and wait for the ambulance?" Scott requests of Peter. "Sure, let me know if I can help," Peter said as he began walking back to the sidewalk. As Peter reached the sidewalk, he noticed the flashing red lights of the ambulance as it rushed toward him from his right, as the police car had done. Peter raised his hand to flag down the ambulance. The ambulance pulled in behind Scott's car. The two paramedics got out with each carrying their emergency kits. They approached Peter and one asked, "Hi, is there someone injured here?" "I believe so. Officer Harrison is checking the house now," Peter replied, facing the house. He noticed Scott walking quickly toward them. "Guys, we have an elderly man down inside the house. He has massive head trauma and is not moving. I'll see if I can get the door open," Scott said to the paramedics. "Sure, Scott, we'll follow you," one of the paramedics responded. "Peter, stay back on the sidewalk," Scott instructed him. "Okay," Peter responded, nodding his head. Scott led the paramedics up the front walk and onto the porch. Peter squinted to see what was happening. Scott removed something from his belt, possibly a heavy flashlight, and walked toward the door. Using the flashlight, Scott broke a window pane in the front door. Scott knocked more of the glass chips from the pane, then carefully reached through the door for the inside doorknob. The door opened and Scott entered the house. The paramedics followed quickly behind. Scott walked back toward one side of the doorway for a moment and the chandelier turned on, illuminating the scene below. With his heart beating faster, Peter stared through the open doorway at the paramedics examining Vernon on the floor. After about a minute of prodding and probing Vernon, one paramedic shook his head toward the other paramedic and to Scott. Peter could feel a lump forming in his throat as he realized what had happened to Vernon. While Peter was taking a deep breath, Scott reached for the two-way radio attached to this collar, said something into it. Peter could not hear what he was saying. Scott then said something to the paramedics. They closed up their kits and walked out onto the porch. As Peter watched, Scott appeared to be looking carefully around the foyer. He stared at the chandelier for a moment, at Vernon's body, and then toward the top of the stairway. While looking back at the chandelier, Scott appeared to have a confused look on his face. Scott turned back toward the stairway and began to walk up the steps, gradually disappearing from view as he neared the top. Peter and the few other neighbors who were outside waited patiently to see what was happening in the house. After a few minutes, Scott returned down the steps to the foyer again. A revving of an approaching car and more flashing lights signaled Peter that another emergency vehicle was arriving. Another police car pulled up to the curb in front of Peter's house. Peter saw that Chief Campbell was getting out of the car. He walked to the rear of the car and opened the trunk. He then removed a metallic case. After shutting the trunk, he headed toward Vernon's house. As Chief Campbell approached Peter, he slowed his pace and said, "Peter, you are here too." Peter was a bit surprised at the reaction, but replied, "Yes, Mark, Vernon's is, oh I guess now, was my neighbor." As Mark continued past Peter, he said, "Well, don't go far. I'm sure we will have questions for you." "I'll either be out here or in my house here," Peter said, pointing to his house. Mark continued on the sidewalk to the porch where he met Scott. They could be seen discussing things with Scott pointing things out such as the foyer, the top of the stairs, the chandelier, and of course Vernon's body, which had not been moved. Peter was glad he did not enter the house. The way Mark had looked at him had given him the feeling he was already a suspect. After a few minutes, Peter saw flashes inside of Vernon's house. He then saw Scott pointing a camera up the stairway and other locations. Mark made suggestions as to what should be captured in the photos. Peter sighed to himself as he continued to watch the investigation. Since he really had not slept well that night, he found that he was still very tired, despite everything that was happening. About 10 minutes later, 2 sheriff cars arrived. The sheriff deputies walked inside to talk with Scott and Mark. One deputy got some type of kit from his car and the other started putting up yellow police line tape around Vernon's house. A few minutes later, Mark was heading from the house to his car. Peter was thinking he wanted to go back to bed soon, so he attracted his attention. "Hey Mark, you have a minute?" Peter asked while motioning his arm to call Mark closer. "Sure Peter, what do you need?" Mark responded, as he walked up close to Peter on the sidewalk. "Well, first I was wondering if it would be okay if I went back to bed. I haven't been able to sleep well the past few nights," Peter asked. "That should be okay. We need to continue processing the scene for quite a while anyway. We should still be here in the morning. You can either head over and we can talk, or if it gets too late I'll come over and we can talk at your house," Mark replied. "I'll plan on coming over in the morning after I get up," Peter replied. "You said that was the first thing. Was there something else?" Mark asked. "Oh yes, I just wanted to know how things were going in Vernon's house," Peter asked. Mark sighed and looked back at the house for a moment. He then turned back to Peter and replied, "Well, we'll have to keep some of the details confidential, But you may have already figured out that Vernon is dead, Mark replied. Peter nodded slowly and said, yes, I figured that much. It almost seemed as if Scott was puzzled by something earlier though. Very strange scene so far, Mark said, then looked back toward the house. He had massive head trauma, and there appears to be some blood on the chandelier. We just can't figure out how he would have hit it though, especially falling down the steps. The bottom of fixture is at least 8 feet above the floor. Yeah, I saw the chandelier swinging when I looked out of my window right after I heard the sounds, Peter added. Scott mentioned a few things about what you saw, and I'll get more from you when we talk later too, but you said it was a male scream, crash, and then a thump, Mark said. Yeah, that's pretty much what I heard. The sounds were one right after another too, Peter adds. Well, the crash and the thump would be consistent with hitting the chandelier on the floor, but I'm not sure where the scream fits in, unless he was falling. You didn't hear anything like him falling down steps though, did you? Mark asked. Peter thought for a moment, and then replied, no, it just was a constant agonized scream. Well, maybe we'll learn more from the autopsy. We'll have to consider if he was pushed, I suppose, but hitting the chandelier would be quite a stretch, Mark said. Well, at least I knew to stay out of the house. So there will not be any of my fingerprints inside, Peter adds. Well, we will be looking for prints soon to see what that reveals, but that was smart for you to stay outside. You likely could not have helped him if you got inside anyway, Mark said. Peter sighed and said, I wish I could have helped him. He was a bit weird at first, but he opened up just yesterday. Weird, huh? Well, I'll ask you more about that tomorrow. Get some sleep, Peter, Mark said. Okay, thanks, Mark, Peter said as he began walking back to his house. He then stopped and asked, Mark, am I going to be safe in my house? Mark sighed and replied, well, we'll be right next door if you need us. I'm not sure what happened here. We'll all have to be alert, I guess. I may be looking into the history of your house more intently than I originally planned. Peter was a bit surprised, but still ready to return to bed. He replied, well, I can go over what I have learned with you later this morning. Okay, I'll see you then. Thanks, Peter, Mark replied. Well, good luck with the search. Thanks, Peter replied. Mark just nodded and headed to continue to his car again. Peter walked along the sidewalk and made his way to his front porch. As he was on the front walk, he continued to stare at the scene to his left at Vernon's house. After opening the front door, he walked inside, stopped in the foyer for a moment. He closed his eyes and sighed. After a deep breath, he opened his eyes again. He then stared going up the steps. There was a metallic thud from below. He stopped mid-stride on the steps to listen closer. After waiting a minute or so and not hearing anything else, he continued up the stairs. He managed to return to bed. Since it was cooler inside, he decided to close the bedroom window. In bed, he found that he was able to fall asleep without much trouble. The sound of a car door slamming roused Peter from his slumber. The light of day entered through the window. After his eyes were able to focus through the window, he saw that there was still some fog lingering outside. He was still somewhat tired, but definitely felt better than when he went to bed earlier that morning. While sitting on the edge of the bed, he stood up and walked to the bathroom for a shower. After having some coffee and a bowl of cereal, Peter decided to head outside to talk with the police again. He walked from the kitchen to the hallway, then to the foyer. He pulled the front door open. The police and sheriff cars were still in front of Vernon's house, but the ambulance was no longer there. The fog was all but gone. Peter walked onto the porch, looking toward Vernon's house with curiosity. Mark and Scott were on the front walk near Vernon's porch discussing something. He headed down the steps from the porch and to his front walk. He cut across the lawn toward Vernon's house. When he was about halfway, he had to duck under the yellow police tape. At that point, Scott noticed him, and he nodded his head to signal Mark that someone was approaching. Mark turned around awaiting Peter to join them. "Morning, Peter. Did you get any sleep?" Mark asked. "Yes, for some reason I was able to sleep fairly well." "It's never enough though," Peter replied. "Yeah, we understand that one too. Are you ready to talk now, Peter?" Mark asked. "Yep, where would you like to do this?" Peter asked. "Well, since this is a crime scene inside, so would it be okay if we talked on the porch?" Mark asked. "As long as that would not get in the way of your search, it is fine with me," Peter replied. "Okay, let's walk up to the porch." "Scott, I can handle things from here." "Sure, Chief. I'll be inside if you need me for anything," Scott replied. "All right, thanks," Mark said as the three of them started up the front steps to the porch. Peter and Mark headed for chairs on the porch, and Scott walked through open front door to go inside of the house. Peter and Mark each took a seat in old painted wicker chairs opposite each other. "Well, have you been able to find anything new about what happened to Vernon?" Peter asked. Mark shook his head and replied, "No, so far we have not been able to find much in the house or outside." "One question for you to start, did you hear any sounds in addition to the scream, crash and thud?" "No, those are the sounds I heard in that order." "Are you interested in any particular sound?" Peter asked. "Well, the only thing we could think of that may have caused Vernon to be flung into the chandelier would be some type of explosion. So we are looking for any clues that something like that could have happened." "Could there have been a low whooshing sound before the scream?" Mark asked. Peter shook his head and said, "Well, if there was anything like that, I didn't hear it." Mark sighed then said, "We didn't see any clues inside either, but I had to ask since that's the only thing we can think of for now." "The three sounds are the only ones I remember hearing," Peter added. "Okay, what have you learned about the background of your house?" Mark asked as he took out a notebook and a pen to write things down. "Okay, I got most of this from Vernon. From what I can remember, Mildred Croft disappeared in 2002, and her husband, Oliver, Oliver. He disappeared in 1988. Then before that the house was owned by Russell and Clara Hanford, who disappeared in 1967, Peter explains. "Okay, Russell and Clara Hanford in 1967, got it," Mark commented as he wrote down the information. Before that it was a Matthews and Erica Wall who owned the house. Erica disappeared first, and a few weeks later Matthews disappeared. Both disappeared in 1933, Peter continued. "Anybody live in the house between the Walls and Hanfords?" Mark asked. "Not from the search I have done up to now. As far as I know the Hanfords moved in sometime after the Walls disappeared," Peter replied. "Have you been able to find any link between any of the couples who lived in the house?" Mark asked. "I hadn't really looked for that yet, but I have not seen anything yet that would say any of the people were related. Also, as far as I know, I'm not related to anyone in the house either," Peter replied. "How about any of Sarah's relatives?" Mark asked. Peter sighed and paused for a moment, then said, "No relations to any of the owners that I've heard of on her side." "Okay, what else have you been able to find out about the history of the house?" Mark asked. "Well, Matthews and Erica were the first owners as far as I know. Let's see, Erica was involved in many activities around town. You know, various clubs and that kind of thing, and Matthews didn't get out much other than for his work," Peter replied. "Did you find out what his job was?" Mark asked. "I think Vernon said that he repaired and installed furnaces," Peter said. "Well, I'm not sure looking back that far will help, but it's interesting at least. Did you come across any kind of a pattern or something in common with the homeowners?" Mark probed. Peter paused a moment and said, "No, nothing in common that I know of. This whole thing with Sarah disappearing and now Vernon being killed is just really strange." Mark gazed down at the floor of the porch for a moment, and then looked back toward Peter. He asked, "Earlier you mentioned that Vernon was a bit weird. I think that's how you put it. What did you mean by that?" "Well, soon after we bought the house, he walked over to us and basically said that we should not have bought the house, and that it's cursed. Now I kind of regret that I didn't listen to him," Peter responded. "So now you think it's the house that is doing all of these bad things?" Mark asked. "I don't know, Mark," Peter said, shaking his head and staring at the floor.
Now that I had done all my daily price recordings for June into July, I will go through my weekly price recordings for that same period. I know that I have already went over 2 of the weeks, but I am going to go back over them with the final 2 weeks to make this complete. I recorded these prices at or around midnight each day, in order to make this as accurate as possible with concerns to time. On June 29, 2022, Bitcoin's recorded price was $20,080.67. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price was $19,871.78, down 208.89 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, which was also the recorded price for the week before. On July 13, 2022, the price recorded was $19,789.73, down 290.94 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and down 82.09 from the price recorded on July 6, 2022, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $23,394.56, up 3,313.89 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022. It was also up 3,604.83 from the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the week before. On June 29, 2022, Ethereum had a recorded price of $1,127.96. On July 6, 2022, it had a price recorded at $1,121.55, down 6.41 from the recorded price of $1,127.96 on June 29, 2022, the week before. On July 13, 2022, the recorded price was $1,072.93, down 55.03 from the price on June 29, 2022, and down 48.62 from the price recorded a week before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded was $1,562.12, up 434.16 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and also up 489.19 from $1,072.93 from July 13, 2022, the week before. Now that I had done all my daily price recordings for June into July, I will go through my weekly price recordings for that same period. I know that I have already went over 2 of the weeks, but I am going to go back over them with the final 2 weeks to make this complete. I recorded these prices at or around midnight each day, in order to make this as accurate as possible with concerns to time. On June 29, 2022, Bitcoin's recorded price was $20,080.67. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price was $19,871.78, down 208.89 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, which was also the recorded price for the week before. On July 13, 2022, the price recorded was $19,789.73, down 290.94 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and down 82.09 from the price recorded on July 6, 2022, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $23,394.56, up 3,313.89 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022. It was also up 3,604.83 from the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the week before. On June 29, 2022, Ethereum had a recorded price of $1,127.96. On July 6, 2022, it had a price recorded at $1,121.55, down 6.41 from the recorded price of $1,127.96 on June 29, 2022, the week before. On July 13, 2022, the recorded price was $1,072.93, down 55.03 from the price on June 29, 2022, and down 48.62 from the price recorded a week before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded was $1,562.12, up 434.16 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and also up 489.19 from $1,072.93 from July 13, 2022, the week before.
Continuing my weekly recorded prices for June into July, the graph was priced at 0.0993 on June 29, 2022, on or near midnight, Central Standard Time. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0971, down 0.0022 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, the recorded price, the week before. On July 13, 2022, the recorded price for the graph was 0.0922, down 0.0071 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, and down 0.0049 from the price recorded on July 6, 2022, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the recorded price for the graph was 0.11, up 0.02 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, and up 0.02 from the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the week before. On June 29, 2022, AMP had a price recorded at 0.0088. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price for AMP was 0.0091, up 0.0003 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, a week before. On July 13, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0089, up 0.0001 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and down 0.0002 from the price recorded on July 6, 2022, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the recorded price for AMP was 0.0096, up 0.0008 from 0.0088, the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and up 0.0008 from the price recorded a week before. This may not be accurate, as the spreadsheet that I have been using does not get as precise as what is needed. It sums things up in smaller decimals. These were the last of the recorded prices that I did for both the graph and AMP.
This is the weekly price recordings that I did on Coinbase for parts of June into July. I recorded daily, weekly, and monthly price lists for each of the cryptocurrency prices that I was interested in. These are some of my weekly prices. On June 29, 2022, Cardano had a price of 0.47. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price for Cardano was 0.45, down 0.02 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, the week before. On July 13, 2022, the price recorded for Cardano was 0.43, down 0.04 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, and down 0.02 from 0.45 recorded price from July 6, 2022, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded for Cardano was 0.53, up 0.06 from 0.47 recorded price for June 29, 2022, and up 0.10 from the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the week before. On June 29, 2022, the price for Dogecoin was 0.0652, and on July 6, 2022, the price was 0.067, up 0.0018 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, the week before. On July 13, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0616, down 0.0036, from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, and down 0.0054, from the recorded price on July 6, 2022, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0711, up 0.0059, from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and also up 0.0095, from the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the week before.
I recorded the prices for these cryptocurrencies at or around midnight each day in order to keep the prices as accurate as possible when concerning time. I finished my daily prices for June and a part of July, and now I am finishing the weekly prices I recorded for the same tokens. I recorded daily, weekly, and monthly prices on a spreadsheet in order to keep track of the currency that I am watching. On June 29, 2022, the price for Polkadot was 7.18. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price was 6.78, down 0.40, from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, the week before. On July 13, 2022, the price recorded for Polkadot was 6.47, down 0.71, the recorded price for June 29, 2022, and also down 0.31, from the price recorded on July 6, 2022 of 6.78, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded price was 7.90, up 0.72, from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and up 1.43, from the price recorded the week before. On June 29, 2022, Shiba Inu had a recorded price of 0.000973. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0001, up 0.00027, from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, the week before. The price remained 0.0001 on July 13, 2022, but the price went up to 0.00012 on July 20, 2022, up 0.000227 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, and 0.0002 from the recorded price on July 20, 2022, the week before. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price for Cosmos Atom was 8.92. On July 13, 2022, the price recorded was 7.89, down 1.03 from the recorded price on July 6, 2022, a week before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded for Cosmos Atom was 10.29, up 1.37, from the recorded price of 8.92 on July 6, 2022, and also up 2.40 from the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the week before. I no longer recorded the prices for Polkadot and Shiba Inu after June, but continued to follow the prices concerning Cosmos Atom.
I finished making notes for my daily and weekly recorded prices for June and part of July. Now, I am going to go over my recorded monthly prices for the same cryptocurrencies for the same time period as the other recorded prices. I recorded these prices at or around midnight each day, in order to keep the prices as accurate as possible when concerning time. On June 23, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was 20,532.19. On July 1, 2022, the recorded price was 19,464.73, down 1,067.46 from June 23, 2022, the month before. I used June 23, 2022 as the monthly date for June because that was the first day that I started recording prices. On June 23, 2022, the recorded price for Ethereum was 1,098.55. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was 1,058.16, down 40.39 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, a month before. On June 23, 2022, the recorded price for the graph was 0.11. On July 1st, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0915, down 0.185 from 0.11, the recorded price from June 23, 2022, the month before. On June 23, 2022, the price recorded for AMP was 0.0096. On July 1st, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0105, up 0.0009 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, the month before. On June 23, 2022, the recorded price for card owner was 0.47. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was 0.45, down 0.02 from June 23, 2022, the month before. On June 23, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0679. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0648, down 0.0031 from the recorded price on June 23, 2022, the month before. On June 23, 2022, the price recorded for Polkadot was 8.09. On July 1, 2022, the recorded price was down 1.32 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022. This may have also been a factor in why I no longer continued to watch prices for Polkadot. On Shiba Inu, the recorded price on June 23, 2022 was 0.00012. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0001, down 0.0002 from the recorded price on June 23, 2022, a month before. On June 30, 2022, the price recorded for Cosmos Atom was 7.49. On July 1, 2022, the recorded price was 7.58, up 0.09 from the price recorded on June 30, 2022. I recorded Cosmos Atom on June 30, 2022 because that was the day I started recording its prices.
I have already gone through the recorded prices from June and into part of July with cryptocurrencies. I started recording the prices, but I didn't actually start recording the assets I had on Coinbase until July 23, 2022. Instead of just starting my records at that point though, I went back through my transactions and gathered as much information that I could for the assets and transactions I made during that time period. After July 22, 2022, I have a good amount of data concerning my assets, but before then, I have just a little bit that I will share now. On July 21, 2022, there was 1.00 in Cardano. On July 23, 2022, there was 1.87 in Cardano, up 0.87 from 1.00 on July 21, 2022. There was 10.00 in USD invested on June 23, 2022. On June 23, 2022, there was again 13.01, up 3.01 from 10.00 the same day. On July 1st, there was 11.02 in USD, up 1.02 from 10.00 on June 23, 2022, but down 1.99 from 13.01 from 13.01 on June 23, 2022. On July 22, 2022, there was 10.02, up 0.02 from 10.00 on June 23, 2022, but down 1.00 from 11.02 on July 1, 2022. On July 23, 2022, there was the first asset invested in Cosmos Atom of 1.01. On June 23, 2022, there was also a 1.00 investment of USDC. On July 22, 2022, there was 2.00, up 1.00 of USDC from 1.00 on June 23, 2022.
And I'll share my books with you too, so you can also have a bit of a read and
Okay.
go on. then we'll be on the same page.
All right, now let me go get my coffee real quick, and and like I said, this is recording. It's not a stream, so because we're going to do it as a recording archive upload. You know what I mean? We're not going to do this as any live stream stuff. So
that's cool.
So
there's so much stuff here I haven't read yet. I'm just gonna be reading.
All right, and I'll be right back.
Okay. But so what do you know about Agatha?
I have information on it, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know like a lot. You know what I mean? From a lot of the stuff that I've learned from ufology websites and stuff like that. I've read a little bit into the books, but not too deeply. A lot of the information they put out, I haven't been able to find very much information. The one thing that fascinates me the most is the fact that when the Garcians found those caverns, they were already built. You know what I mean? They were already there. So that ponders the question of who made those caverns. But even Austin had a comment about that. He's like, well, were they already still natural caverns, or were they already built?
I actually have a bit of information on that.
Okay, so hold off on that and give it in your time.
Where do we begin this discussion there?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to stop talking when you start doing it, and we are going to have you say in your words all the way through everything that you know at this moment about the Garcians.
Whoa. 1 second. Hey guys, I just need you to be quiet because I'm going to record some stuff. I'm just having a discussion about ancient aliens. Can you just give me like 4 minutes? I just want to get my bookmarks in the right spot so I'm not stumbling around.
That's perfectly fine. But is that cool with you though? Like,
what?
Just when we go, it's going to be you by yourself without me in the conversation, and you tell what you know about the Garcians.
Okay. Let me think.
So, and you don't have to overthink it. Just like you said, you've got all the information from what you've learned. You know, I mean, just it's a conversation. You know.
Yeah. I just like to be fucking. Prepared.
I know all about you, bud. It's just like every time we get in the conversation, you're like, well, we need to talk about it and plan it out, and we never do, and it still turns out to be like the best freaking video we could have ever made. You ever notice that? Like every time.
Yeah.
We've done like 3 videos, and I think they've been freaking awesome as shit.
Yeah.
To be honest.
But this one's definitely not either of our strong suits, but I think we can make a starting point at least.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I think what you're saying is true. We do need to be organized and stuff like that. It's just it never works out there, and we always end up making pretty killer frickin' videos.
If all goes well, as of tomorrow, I should have a few days of just nothing on my hands. So I'll be diving into it a bit more then.
Okay.
So just give me a few more minutes to get the right spots in these books. It's just reading.
All right. I will give you 4 more minutes. So give me a chance to smoke a cigarette and come back and get things going. I have that part recorded, and I'll hit pause on it and come back and unpause it. Like I said, I'm going to take this part that we just had, and I'm going to apply that to the WoW talk, so that like we can give a behind the scenes look at what we're doing. I don't want to put any of the information of the actual videos on the WoW talk, just this conversation. So and I've done mine and I've done Austin's already. I got to render it out And then after I render it out and you've said this part right here, I want you to look at our video and then I want to get a response from you about what me and him said, okay?
Alright.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Have you watch our take on it and then give your response, and then we'll do the same with what you put on there.
Sure.
So that because it really is time management. It's really hard for all three of us to get on at the same time. So I'm seeing this as a better alternative rather than having to schedule out all three of us being on the video or the stream at the same time. So it seems like it would be a better way of getting it done. So I'm going to leave you alone.
Yeah, just give me a couple minutes.
All right.
Man, there's so much stuff about this. There's so many like ancient sources as well that I haven't tracked down yet, but I'd love to.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask the audience if they can help us. Alright. Well, there's a couple of texts I'd actually just want to read verbatim.
Okay, now before we do that, let me go ahead and make it actually a point so that I know when to stop talking on the video when I'm editing, because I want it to be just your words, you know what I'm saying? So let me, whenever you're ready to do this, tell me. I'll count backwards and
we'll have a try. And if I'm definitely going to leave stuff out, because I'm not prepared enough, but I will do another one if there's stuff I can add.
All right.
To the beginning or the end.
This is just the first take of it too, so just understand that. Like, this is, like you said, coming out of the door and first introducing the story, and then we go further. Okay?
Right.
So,
Right.
ready?
1 second.
Okay. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna hide, or actually you're the one that hide both of us on the side there so that we're not seen. Or is that me? I'm the one who's got to do that, don't
I? Do what, sorry?
Never mind, I got it. I thought it was my screen that had both of us showing on the side, or your screen, but then I realized it was mine.
Okay, well, how do I fucking begin? Alright, you gonna do a countdown or what?
Yeah, let me get back into where I need to be so I can get this done. Alright, what am I doing?
Yep.
Alright, 3.
Are we gonna add pictures and stuff later or what?
Yeah, we're going to add pictures and stuff. This is more focused on the audio more than anything else. So whenever it's all done and said, well, we can use this background right here too, so that would be cool. But it'll mostly be just the audio that's more important.
Actually, there's one more book I want to pull up.
All
One
right.
second. If I sort of stumble and take a little while, will you edit that shit out or what?
Yeah, it'll be edited out. And we'll go through the final render, and if you guys want to edit some stuff out, we can do that.
Okay. It says here it is in which book? Okay. Well, anyway, I can't find that book right now, but it's something I'll look at later and find.
So let me do my countdown, and you just start talking.
So you're not going to talk? It's just me?
Just you. And then when you're done, let me know, and we can talk again.
Okay. I'll just do a short one for now, and we'll go from there. Are you there, Roger?
I went ahead and unmuted and everything. Now, with your stuff right there, when you was reading all that, that's what I was talking about. It's going to be great for the actual stream, or the actual content, because well, you'll see what I'm talking about when I get it on there, because it shows the writing, and I can trim out the top part right there where it has the gray area.
Yeah, and feel free to trim out some of the text that isn't super relevant, like there was a little bit there that was like a footnote, but there's parts that are pretty cool too. So.
Well, if they see the footnotes too, that might give them a chance to actually look at it, you know what I mean, and maybe use it as a reference of their own to go further, So,
yeah,
so that could be a benefit of leaving it in there as well. But it looks magnificent there.
And there's so many, I'm actually glad you brought this topic up. I totally kind of forgot about it. There's a few other rabbit holes I really want to go down.
Now,
I can't find the actual. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I think I did find it, but I found this on archive.org. It's difficult to find the actual downloadable copy, but this is all about Agatha, and it's mentioned in the other books to be accurate. So,
So, with all of this and everything, are you good with what you've gotten so far, and want to do it at a later time?
Yeah, I think so. I'd like to do a bit more reading before I do the next bit.
I just don't think you realized how much information you really pulled up, because I could tell, when you were reading, your voice was getting strained. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's probably my limit. But it was totally synchronistic, man. It's magic how this shit happens sometimes. I just start researching a topic, and I'll just magically find all these related books and stuff, and I'm like, fuck, this is what I've been looking for, just so suddenly,
Yeah.
And it's like there's divine fucking wisdom guiding my hand sometimes in my research.
Well, when we
I
started talking about this, I knew this would be right up your alley, because freaking you love this shit. I mean, you really do.
And it's so crazy how everything is tied into each other. We're talking about the Great Flood, and we were just talking about Randall Carlson and all his connections and all his science that prove that stuff. And that's connected to how the inner Earth caverns formed, and that's why the ancient races went and hid inside the planet, because of these big cataclysms. And then that ties into the fucking reptilians and the Nordic races, which are these ancient alien races.
is, mortal gods and immortal gods.
And see, I had no idea about that part. I thought
Well,
totally top history.
think about it. I mean, everybody's like taking it off of facts, but you go back through the King's List in the Sumerians, okay, and it just seems odd that freaking kings are also gods.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you just kind of put two and two together on that stuff. I mean, and I get a lot of grief when I mention that, that there is kind of a correlation going on there with them. So,
but what I don't understand. Why would there be an issue with bringing attention to or acknowledgement of the correlation? Is it, I guess it's denial? Is it unwilling to accept the truth, or like what?
There's a lot of people that take this stuff on face value. I mean,
so they don't like to dig deeper to find out, like to find out the facts. They just basically get told something and that's what it is. And if they've been shown it a few times repeatedly, then that's what it is without doing any of their own research.
Well, getting the facts is kind of the key word right there. You know what I mean? Like on a lot of this history, it's so ancient that they don't even.
It's difficult, right?
Yeah. I mean, they don't have the technology available to them, you know what I mean?
That's where the universe comes into play. You can get every single answer from literally connecting to the universe, and that's what I'm always talking about. And people, I know it sounds far-fetched, but like trees have souls. Trees have been here for hundreds of years. If you really sit and connect with self, you connect with nature, and nature will tell you anything that you seek to know. And if you actually just engage with it, with the belief that you're going to get your answers, you'll hear those answers. Even if you say, hey, if there's some type of mystical or ancient scroll that's missing, and you're looking for this ancient scroll, and you really commit yourself to getting connected and in tune, you'll say, okay, and you'll go to the area. Or even if you don't go to the area, you just go outside and you ask nature, and then you'll be guided to where that scroll is. But you have to believe in it. That's one of the biggest things, though. You have to believe in the ability to connect with stuff.
You want me to finish this up? Because I mean, listen to this after just saying that, okay?
Okay.
He supposes that the dark and windy air, or a breath of dark air and a muddy, infernal chaos, were infinite in both time and extension. When that wind, he says, fell in love with its own principles, a conjunction resulted, and that coming together was called desire. Such was the principle of the creation of all things. The wind had no knowledge of what it had produced. From that cohabitation of the wind came Mot. Such was the sole germ of the creation and origin of all things. Animals appeared, but they were lacking in sensibility. They gave birth to intelligent animals named Zephasimim, that is, observers of the sky. Mot had the shape of an egg when he was formed. He became luminous and produced the sun, the moon, the stars, and the great constellations. Such is the cosmogony of the Phoenicians, which openly introduces atheism. Next comes the generation of animals, the male and the female, where on the earth and in the sea. Next comes the generation of animals, the male and the female were on the earth and in the sea. These things, writes Philo, were found in the cosmogony of dissertations of Toatus, supported by the conjunctures and convictions which Sanchuniathon conceived and made known by means of his insight. After speaking of the winds, Notus and Boreas, which were defiled, Philos adds, such were the inventions of religious worship that were in conformity with the weakness and cowardice of their inventors. Now that's kind of where I split with Philos, you know what I'm saying? Because if you listen to the story, he's kind of introducing, he's trying to introduce the one thing that freaking Senna Chuniatheon wouldn't have agreed with, because he was trying to stay away from the lore and the allegories and stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, just to have something that could be solid so that way people could kind of grasp onto. When you started doing abstract, it kind of gets dissonant for other people. Well, people that are kind of afraid of what could be in the abyss type of thing. So if you would like to be relatable, in most cases, people attempt to stick with something that can be seen, something that can be felt, or at least a solid explanation of such. So yeah, I can see where they would differ. Because one is more of, I don't want to say mystical, because it's not more mythical, because it's not mythical. It's true, but it's presented as mythical because it just seems surreal. But that's the crazy part about it, because you're talking about the speaking of the winds and the wind creations and creations from the winds and just the breezes and like literally that nature causing creation. But imagine what you can do with nature if you allow it to. With him, but he's causing nature to create. Okay, we understand that's how the story is being told, but
yeah,
that's just one.
You got to understand too, Mont is an Egyptian deity, all right? And the wind had no knowledge of what it had produced. The cohabitation of the wind came Mont. You know, from the cohabitation of the wind came Mont. Okay, and now you see right there where he's Phoenician and all of a sudden he's introducing
Egyptian culture.
Egyptian culture, you know what I mean? And really, Mott, I really never took time to notice if it was actual Phoenician or if it was actual Egyptian or if it was Alexandrian. That's one area that I do need to touch up on, but that's what struck out to me, you know. I mean, and this is a Phoenician philosopher using Mott in his writings too, you know.
And Mott is thought to come from Egypt. But...
And see, I thought for sure that Mott was supposed to be female, but I could be wrong.
Just thought Egypt completely wrong. Mott was it? As it is, it's Canaanite.
It's Canaanite?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Canaanite, god of death. Maybe that's what's wrong. MOT, right? Mesopotamian Canaanite deity.
No. Let's see. So he's
Phoenician, Phoenician, Hebrew, Bible, Arabic, was the Canaanite god of death and the underworld. But I'm sure we could go deeper because this is just a quick. This is Wikipedia, so you know Wikipedia is not as reliable as you'd like. But I see a lot of different sites quoting him as Canaanite. The Semitic.
No, see that would
Semitic god of death.
Now see, Canaanite is what we were discussing the other day. It's a generalized word for all the cultures that was living along the Levant. And the Levant is the region that starts up by freaking Turkey.
And Lebanon and where all that area was.
Yeah, and it stretches down into Egypt right there along the coast.
What was it called again? Hold on, cause Levant.
Yeah, the Levant.
Excuse me. No, that's not it. West Sussex, a civil parish, Levant, blah 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 blah. No, that's not it.
Anatolia.
Oh, I was spelling it wrong. I found it though.
It's Levant, yeah.
Yeah, I was spelled region in Asia. That's wild because it's right there. Israel, Iraq. Yeah, okie dokie. All right, I apologize for holding you
That's
up.
fine. Now, according to this, the Levant it consists of Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Palestine. So, within that area, that's where the Canaanites came from, and
Yeah, Cairo. I see all of that here. Damascus, Mount Sinai. Yep. Syria, Damascus. Amman. Let me see you. You sound something. There's Jordan. Jordan.
now with the Amtuat, they would always refer to his name as Mott on there. So I'm wondering if that has something to do with it too.
King of Jordan, since 1999.
I don't even know for sure if I've still got the old notes for it. Ancient history. Yeah, the Book of Gates.
Book of Gates.
Pull that up and I'll run a search on the word Mott. It should be in there, I believe. If it's not, it's in the other one, and I don't have it at the moment. Hopefully they got a search for it.
I searched the Book of Gates, and I've been doing the same. Look at this. I had been doing the same browser, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, can we know where you're at right now? No. No, you cannot. Why do you want to? It's where my concern. Like, I've been doing all of this. I done struck a nerve with this Book of Gates.
So we got Mother so far in there.
Prince of the Guidebook. I wonder if I can get this on Apple.
Yeah, Mott's not in there. Yeah. I thought I heard it in that book, but I could have been wrong. There's only 10 mentions, and they all relate to Mother. But yeah, Mott is where we're at now. I'm off topic. I gotta figure out what the hell I'm talking about. Yeah, so that's Canaanite, and that's what'd you say? Just basically Canaanite.
Yeah, that's what it says here. Let me go back to it. I was looking at this Book of Gates and attempting to find it. Let me see if I have my tabs open. It says, oh wow, thank you for being distracting. Egypt, blah 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 blah. Yeah, Mesopotamian Canaanite deity was a god. See, and this one says Mott was the god of sterility and the master of all barren places. And then traditionally, Mott and Baal were perpetually engaged in a seasonal struggle. Baal, that's Britannica. Then it says, but see, Wikipedia says that it was the Canaanite god of death, whereas Britannica says Mott was the god of sterility. I say sterility, yeah, because sterile, so I guess that makes sense, sterility. Oh, okay. Now it says Mott was Semitic, death, ancient West Semitic god of the dead, and of all the powers that oppose life and fertility.
Although chronologically removed from each other, the geographical attributions of the Rab Kamani, referring to provinces, provincial capitals, and other places in the Assyrian center, Nineveh, Maganuba, and north of it, Bertu, indicate that several such officials were active for the royal household at a time. There is no indication that they were hierarchically organized, but instances where the office of the Rab Kamani is listed together with the provincial governors suggest that there existed one main representative. As already pointed out, the chief cook of the royal household was not active as an actual cook in the palace kitchen, but rather he managed the supply of livestock for the urban centers. Apart from functioning as a representative of the department that delivered the foods, different types of meat, as far as preserved, that were served for the royal dinner, the chief cook was primarily concerned with the acquisition of the living animals. He obtained cattle and sheep inter alia via the distribution of tribute revenue by the palace and as tax payments from the provinces. Regarding the latter source of supply, the chief cook occurs in connection with what seems to denote a tax on domestic animals drawn from the offspring of the animals at one's disposal. This is the case in an administrative document dealing with levied oxen and sheep, according to which the department of the chief cook is in charge of 140 oxen meant for offerings. Also in another administrative record, the chief cook ward is provisioned with 71 old or dead mules. When an official active in the northwest claims that he has no resources for taking care of and feeding the oxen of the palace that were assigned to him, these might have been the very animals that the chief cook took over after they had been properly fed or fattened in the provinces. For instance, a broken administrative document records in total 1,998 grain-fed sheep, distributed over various different provinces and other administrative units, of which 1,522 sheep were in the charge of the shepherd of the meal or banquet. Due to his interest in fed and fattened livestock, the chief cook was associated with shepherds, as is clear from the case of a chief cook who was in charge of 3 palace shepherds. The use of the livestock managed by the chief cook was manifold. Though also working animals were organized by the chief cook, his main concern seems to have been to cover the demand for livestock occasioned by culinary, cultic, and scholarly activities. In the first place, we would expect the chief cook of the main palace to have been responsible for the acquisition and delivery of domestic animals intended for the ordinary consumption of the king and his entourage. However, we not only lack concrete evidence for the daily meal in the royal household, we also lack evidence for the chief cook's involvement in this matter. By contrast, we learn of festive banquets where large amounts of meat were offered and consumed, and several administrative records are preserved which list different types of meat and cuts of meat in association with offerings and their subsequent consumption. Similarly, the chief cook is attested in connection with livestock meant for offerings and other rituals. Although the general lack of concrete evidence for the daily meal is easily explained by the fact that the arrangements for it had no need to be mentioned or discussed in the royal inscriptions, the royal correspondence, and non-documentary texts, one wonders why the chief cook occurs in the administrative records, especially in connection with offerings, but not with livestock meant for the daily meal. The number of references to the chief cook's tasks is limited, but in view of the central role assumed by the consumption of offerings leftovers at the king's table, the chief cook's preoccupation as reflected in the sources is not a matter of accident. More so, if we take into account that the trauma caused by the killing of living creatures for the human diet had to be overcome by sacrificing activities and collective consumption in order to re-establish the cosmic order. The same author also states that, although on the basis of this principle every slaughter for meat was accompanied by ritual procedures, the circulation and way of consumption were certainly part of a system of distribution which had little or nothing to do with the economy of sacrificial meat in Mesopotamia. He also states that palace and temple share in fact the same concern for meat provisioning, but stresses that the maintenance of the gods was substantially different from the sustenance of human beings. Nevertheless, the economic processes of the palace in conjunction with its meat supply seem to have been closely connected to the Ur temple, especially, but not only during the cultic performances in the context of the New Year's festivities lasting from the 11th month to the first month of the following year. The number of livestock slaughtered on the occasion of these festivities was unsurpassed by the amount of meat produced in the context of any other event that took place at regular intervals. According to Papala, daily deliveries of leftovers from the New Year's performances provided enough meat for about 700 individuals, while up to 3,500 to 5,000 individuals could have been maintained on peak days. Since the performance of meat offerings in the Or temple involved the slaughtering, cutting, and preparation of meat, the sanctuaries must have been equipped with, or surrounded by, appropriate areas, instruments, and personnel in order to transform the living animal into the cooked dish. The Neo-Assyrian written sources indeed refer to slaughterhouses, kitchen facilities, and salt meat houses, in association with the Or temple. Staffed with a butcher and a salt meat man is known for the palace, but we lack evidence for special slaughterhouses and for separate facilities for the conservation of meat in connection with the palace. Although the slaughter and the processing of meat must have also happened in the domestic area of the palace, the supply of the royal household with meat seems to have been to a considerable extent organized via the Or temple due to cultic requirements. The abundance of meat which was sacrificed in the Or temple, especially during the New Year's festivities, produced such a surplus that the meat had to be conserved or passed on to other institutions. This is clear from a letter of Dodi, who has been told by the temple scribe to forward to the Akintu of the inner city leftovers of meat offerings that had previously been given to the salt meat house. Hence, regarding the consumption of meat, we can observe a reciprocal relationship between palace and temple, the latter being central for the meat supply for the royal household that was supervised by the chief cook.
Let me grab something real quick out of my files, Karma. I wanted to actually read something that I'd written a while ago that kind of gets an idea across of what I've been talking about when it comes to conspiracies and stuff.
Okay.
It's kind of like my take on a lot of it. I've actually gotten into them, or I've gotten into them more than what I have most other things, and I think this will pretty much sum it up on a lot of the stuff that I have. If I can get it real quick. Yeah, here it is. Let me read this real quick, and it'll kind of get an idea of where I'm going with it. I did a video series on YouTube called Into the Abyss, and I had a note in my notepad that I did on the computer for it, and I want to just share it. It goes, without shame, most people are cowards, filled with greed and vanity, always competing for resources, power, and notoriety. In order to gain these things, it's required that the masses must be controlled and influenced. In order to acquire resources, blood has to be spilled, and our young have to be sacrificed for the greater good. A life for a life for the sake of the spring, blood sacrificed in order for the water to flow. Lotteries created evolved into words like the draft, and our children soon march blindly into death's shadow. This was all done in the name of patriotism. Still, we are told that we must sacrifice our young for the sake of the many, and we do not take a moment to figure it out. We and the elites are not one and the same. We are segregated with two separate purposes and standards. The rich enjoy their wealth by manipulation through standards and symbolism, while exiled in Babylon, the Jewish created their texts in order to retain their identity as God's chosen people. They were living with pagan barbarians, of course, weren't they? People who worship gods by laying in their own excrement, yet understood the moon cycle by the 5th century BC. It is also a wonder how Babylonian ideology found its way into the Talmud and then eventually into the Quran. We are placed in positions accordingly. If we are smart enough, though, we can climb our way out of the cesspool through the use of fame, intellect, money, and beauty. Even then, though, we are still called upon to sacrifice ourselves or loved ones for the greater good. The greater good, of course, is a small percentage of people who enjoy living in penthouses or in the south of France. It's all about wants and needs, and the object of the game is the rich manipulating the poor in order to gain what they want, usually by monopolizing resources, then extorting us with laws that we then submit to without disagreement. It is only with laws it's only when laws affect the elites negatively that those laws change. Poor people and their families are nothing more than pawns on a chessboard. Still, the ruling class was gracious while they changed from kings and queens into elites, changing their personas and status while meeting their growing needs, building towers that climb above their surroundings, overwhelming us in hypnotic spells of grandeur. We worship the Eiffel Tower, Golden Gate Bridge, and even the Twin Towers that fell in recent years. The blood of children is smeared upon the foundations of those structures, but do we care? We place our vanity at the doorstep of 2 buildings while victims still perish today. We send our children off into the darkness and some don't return. The world is actually overpopulated, and some believe that sacrifices have to be made for the greater good. This seems to be a common theme in every issue too, but what is the greater good though? WHO, the World Health Organization, actually has statistics on how many people are estimated to die within the next 50 years. John found out too, in order for the environmentalists to achieve what they want, carbon levels in the atmosphere need to go down to 165. In 1985, carbon levels were at 225. By the year 2000, levels were down to 185. In order for carbon levels to make it down to 165, the human population has to decrease. With a population of over 7 billion, we can't achieve a carbon level of 165. In other words, population control is top priority in geopolitics. To achieve these goals, people must die and sterilization laws enforced. How proud we were when those towers were built with foundations strong and sure. Under these towers, a spring was buried, filled with chaos and fury so pure. This is a poem. A battle raging so strong and silent, and the people without a clue, hidden away within isolated bubbles so far away from the world and all of its troubles. The earth began to rumble and the ground began to shake, while foundations began to crumble and those towers fell to the floor. Under the foundations we found 2 enemies battling one another, each burning with hatred, neither more furious than the other, battling over the spring, neither wishing the bloodshed to end, though if the bloodshed ends, the earth will no longer rumble, the ground will no longer shake, and the towers will no longer fall. Brainwashing was with propaganda, listening to stories that are told. Boys and girls wish to adventure, glossy-eyed young, and wanting to shoot a gun while playing with black powder. Searching for adventure, fortune, fame, they travel to far-off lands. Mystery and adventure is all they see. Yet, the more that is seen, the more they want, and the more will be revealed. So sail across to that faraway land, map the skies as they go. The young shall create, not destroy, or be hypnotized. The young should create, not destroy, or be hypnotized and mesmerized either. Kids, though, will see what they only wish to see. When they go just over that hill, they will see what was once golden orchards, pastures once filled with rose petals, now nothing but scorched land. Looking towards the horizon, they will speak of way back when, remembering how it used to be, when grass grew green and we were truly free, while in the back of their minds lay all the shame, what they truly became, the day they decided that they had to be, the day they decided what they had to become, the lies they fell for and the leaders they followed, who selected only the best of the stock, those who decided who shall live and who shall die. And that's the end of it. But that was one of the last things that I ended up writing about the subject. Or that was the last.
You wrote that?
Yeah, I wrote that.
Nice.
That's I believe that was the last thing that I did for that series on YouTube. But, you know, I mean, whenever I talk about conspiracy theory, that's kind of what I'm getting at, you know. I think there's a lot of people out there who honestly believe that, you know, these things that are going on in our day-to-day lives aren't a part of the conspiracy, when it's not the truth. It's like right there in front of our faces. We just don't see it because it's been happening for so long, you know what I mean?
Yeah, have you ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones in Eberton, Georgia?
Yeah. As a matter of fact,
it's written in stone about the separation of the languages, what languages should sustain, as well as the population control agenda, New World Order.
If that was the one thing about chemtrails that I'd like to have him on here for, because like he really gets into stuff like that, you know what I mean? He really talks about it and everything with his record or streams, I guess, uploads, videos. So I mean, I have my disagreements with some of the stuff he says, because he believes that it's connected to like aliens and things like that. But there's people who believe in aliens, who believe like there's this contract that keeps aliens away from the humans. So as long as we follow that contract, we're okay. And I told him in a comment, I'm like, I don't believe that if there's aliens that had all that technology and were so much more advanced than us, they would, you know, abide by a contract between Earth and aliens from outer space. I don't feed into that.
But if they're not, aliens are just higher form of intelligence, and also too, they're not combative. Aliens are more loving and more friendly than we are, because we're actually, I don't want to say trickled down versions, but again, our DNA has been altered, because initially we started out, I don't want to say we started out as aliens, it's not true, but the same genetic capabilities, our DNA, we had the same makeup, and it was stored in us. But then, like I said, there was a separation. Again, the same thing for the desire of power.
said to direct the motions of the heavenly bodies. Without his words, the Egyptians believed the gods would not exist. His power was unlimited in the underworld and rivaled that of Ra and Osiris. Now, I'm also going to mention this about the underworld. The Egyptians' idea of heaven wasn't the same as what the Christians were, or the Jews, or any of these people who believed. The underworld was actually the equivalence of what heaven was to them, and it's really strange. It'll explain it as I read on, and I'll let the words just come out of the writing rather than try to explain it myself. But just understand that the whole concept wasn't the same. It's just like we call the sky today the sky, but back in those days it was referred to as the firmament. Just different concepts. Okay. The Egyptians credited him as the author of all works of science, religion, philosophy, and magic. The Greeks further declared him the inventor of astronomy, astrology, the science of numbers, mathematics, geometry, land surveying, medicine, botany, theology, civilized government, the alphabet, reading, writing, and oratory. They further claim he was the true author of every work of every branch of knowledge, human and divine. Now, for me, I agree with a lot of that except for civilized government. Now, if you go according to what Sitchin translated in his Sumerian texts, then Enki would fit the profile of Thoth if Marduk was Ra. But civilized government would actually be Enlil. It wouldn't be Enki. That's where I really split terms. But the rest of it, yeah. I mean, mathematics, geometry, theology. Well, theology might be Enlil as well. The alphabet, reading, writing, and oratory. All of that would be Enki, but Enlil would be theology and civilized government. Thoth has, and forgive me for saying Thoth if it annoys you guys, but I'm not really good with saying Toth. If I see Thoth, I say Thoth. Thoth has played a prominent role in many of the Egyptian myths, displaying his role as arbitrator. He has overseen the 3 epic battles between good and evil. All 3 battles were fundamentally the same and belonged to different periods. The first battle took place between Ra and Apophis, the second between Haru, Bakhutet, and Set, and the third between Horus, the son of Osiris, and Set. In each instance, the former god represented order, while the latter represented chaos. If one god was seriously injured, Thoth would heal him to prevent either from overtaking the other. Thoth was also prominent in the Osiris myth, being of great aid to Isis. After Isis gathered together the pieces of Osiris's dismembered body, he gave her the words to resurrect him so she could be impregnated and bring forth Horus. When Horus was slain, Thoth gave the magic to resurrect him as well. Thoth was the god who always speaks the words that fulfill the wishes of Ra. The mythology also credits him with the creation of the 365-day calendar. Originally, according to the myth, The year was 360 days long, and Nut was sterile during these days, unable to bear children. Thoth gambled with the moon for 1/72 and its light, which is 360 into 72 equals 5, or 5 days, and 1 during these 5 days. Nut gave birth to Keru, Horus the Elder, face of heaven, Osiris, Set, Isis, and Nephilis. Okay, so now, when I also mentioned Thoth, I'd also like to talk about him being the mediator and how good and evil, he makes it to where good and evil don't defeat one another. The one thing that I did notice about even not only with Sitchin's interpretation of the Sumerian text, but a couple of other theologians and archaeologists who, even though they're religious, they do interpret, these texts. And from what I get from them is, for me, my idea of the Sumerians are they really don't distinguish between good and evil. I don't know if they understand it or not. I made the comment on leaked on YouTube about that, and I don't see them actually even comprehending good and evil. It's just like with the gods, their belief of the gods is different than the belief in, the Jewish God or the Muslim and Christian God, where those gods, or that God, doesn't depend on humans, where the Sumerian gods, they depended on human sacrifices for basically like food. And I kind of get that a little bit too in the Greek mythology. I don't know too much about Egyptian gods to really know if that is a part of their beliefs or not, but that's the difference I noticed there. And then also with like understanding the concept of good and evil, because even though a lot of people say that Enki was evil, the Sumerians never indicated that he was evil. I mean, the only thing that he basically did was give humans, consciousness and created them. And after that, he warned them of the flood that was ready to come. So, I mean, in that aspect maybe, but that really doesn't make him evil, So, with me, that stood out to me when it was talking about him not allowing good to overtake evil and evil to overtake good. That's kind of a different concept, which incorporates a little bit of Enki and Enlil. So, if that's pro or con, saying that Enki and Enlil is a part of the Thoth mythology and the Ra mythology with Marduk, but I picked up on that. I wanted to mention it. Okay. He was originally the deification of the moon in the Ogdo belief system. Initially, in that system, the moon had been seen to be the eye of Horus, the sky god, which had been semi-blinded, thus darker, in a fight against Set, the other eye being the sun. However, over time it began to be considered separately, becoming a lunar deity in its own right, and was said to have been another son of Ra, as the crescent moon strongly resembles the curved break of the abyss. This separate deity was named Djehuti, which is the capital D-J-E-H-U-T-Y, which is Thoth, meaning Ibis, Ibis, I-B-I-S. The moon not only provides light at night, allowing the time to still be measured without the sun, but it phases the prominence gave it no. But its phases and prominence gave it a significant importance in early astrology and astronomy. The cycle of the moon also organized much of Egyptian society's civil and religious rituals and events. Consequently, Thoth gradually became seen as a god of wisdom, magic, and the measurement and regulation of events and of time. He was thus said to be the secretary and counselor of Ra, and with Ma'at, which is truth and order, stood next to Ra on the nightly voyage across the sky, Ra being the sun god. Thoth became credited by the ancient Egyptians as the inventor of writing, and was also considered to have been the scribe of the underworld, and the moon became occasionally considered a separate entity, now that Thoth had less association with it and more with wisdom. For this reason, Thoth was universally worshipped by ancient Egyptian scribes. Many scribes had a painting or a picture of Thoth in their office. Likewise, one of the symbols for scribes was that of the ibis, or abyss, whichever way it's pronounced. In art, Thoth was usually depicted with the head of an ibis deriving from his name, and the curve of his ibis beak, which resembled the crescent moon. Sometimes he was depicted as a baboon holding up a crescent moon, as the baboon was seen as a nocturnal and intelligent creature. The association with baboons led to him occasionally being said to have as a consort Ashtinu, one of the male baboons at the place of judgment in the underworld, and on other occasions Ashtinu was said to be Thoth himself. During the late period of Egyptian history, a cult of Thoth gained prominence due to its main center, Khnum, Hermopolis Magna, also becoming the capital, and millions of dead ibises were mummified and buried in his honor. The rise of his cult also led to his cult seeking to adjust mythology to give Thoth a greater role. Thoth was inserted in many tales as the wise counsel and persuader, and his association with learning and measurement led him to
this first Brahmastra that I'm describing and its description, it does kind of tie in to what Olaf Jensen and Willis Emerson talked about the Agarthians telling Olaf when he lived with them in the Hollow Earth about an ancient nuclear war, because it sounds like the Brahmastra was indeed a supernatural or a nuclear weapon of some sort, like the Agarthians were telling them. Now, it also ties in, interestingly enough, with Plato's description, because he talks about Atlantis in particular being destroyed by the gods, and now we might be inclined to think that the fire and water that's destroyed the earth in the past was a huge natural cataclysm, but it's possible that, you know, when you look at the ancient Hindu epics here, that this was actually something that was brought about by a god named Brahma. That's how that appears to tie into that. Another Astra I'll touch on was the Trishula Astra. That was overseen by a deity named Shiva, another very powerful god in the Hindu pantheon. The trident of Shiva was capable of destroying anything. Now, I need to do a little more research into the exact ways by which it was to destroy anything, so to speak. There's two more Astras I wanted to get into. One that is of particular interest was an Astra by the name of Varunastra. That was seen over by a god in the Hindu pantheon named Varuna. Now, the interesting thing about this particular Astra was it would release torrential volumes of water. So it was capable of being used to flood entire civilizations, which is very interesting when we read Plato's description of how Atlantis, you know, in one night was flooded. And again, he talks about the gods punishing Atlantis for the war they supposedly started, and just for being morally degenerate, at least in Plato's words. It's interesting that they talk about this god named Varuna with having this weapon called the Varunastra, and it's capable of releasing torrential volumes of water. I mean, it adds up to me, and it seems to be a very good connection, but it's impossible to say for sure exactly whether there is a connection. It's just very interesting that it ties into that. And then here's another very interesting point. When I was talking about the caverns and caves and how whether they were naturally created or not, I did uncover a little bit when I was reading through the Astras that could point to them possibly these caverns and caves possibly having been artificially created. There was a weapon called the Brahmastra, and that was overseen by a god in the Hindu pantheon called Bhumi, Bhumi. Now, the Brahmastra was capable of creating tunnels deep within the earth. That's a very, very interesting point. So possibly this was being used to create tunnels in the earth, possibly during this war and in the aftermath of it, which the Atlanteans and Lemurians fled into. But then again, it's also possible that those caverns and caves they discovered and fled into the Hollow Earth were also naturally occurring. I just thought that's a very interesting point, because that the ancient Hindu epics talk about a weapon capable of creating tunnel systems in the earth very quickly. It does really appear to tie together. And then of course Plato talks about, like the gods sinking Atlantis. Well, according to the ancient Hindu epics, the gods had technology that could create the exact same things that Plato described having happened to Atlantis, these gods as it were. Now, whether these gods were like supernatural beings or something of that matter, or whether they were extraterrestrials from another planet, so that's a whole nother offshoot of this subject that we could go on about, but we'll get into that when it comes to it.
Authors have said that this entrance to the inner Earth is found in the South Pole and the North Pole, right? And this leads to what the Germans believed was Agartha or Hyperborea, all right? After 1917, powerful rumors spread in Tibet and Western China about Soviet Russia as a Bolshevik Shambhala. And when finally Japan annexed parts of China, creating the state of Manchukuo, Shambhala began to designate the land of the rising sun and became a symbol of pan-Mongolianism. Okay? However, at the end of the 19th century, Shambhala became important in theosophical doctrines, which is the founder Elena Blavatsky maintained that in this cave land hidden up in the Himalayas lived the wise teachers, powerful telepathic leaders of mankind who direct the development of civilization and preserve ancient science in their catacombs. These people were also known as the Great White Brotherhood. Even before the October Revolution, a visible figure among the mystics, a person, Alexander Barchenko, who was a doctor, writer, and psychic at that time, had been a visible figure among the mystics, Freemasons, and Rosicrucians in Petrograd. A graduate of the medical faculties of Kazan and Dorpat universities, he was just as seriously interested in astrology, palm reading, and magic as in medicine and science. He assumed all occult knowledge under the term ancient science and regarded it as a legacy left to us by extinct civilizations of the past, which perished as a result of global cataclysms, but managed to preserve their knowledge in hidden caves at the top of the highest mountain ranges, out of the reach of the worldwide flood. This is now the flood of the Bible and other myths. Now, these are books I have not found, and I would like to find them. Anyone that does find them, please let us know, because we would like to read them. At the center of the world order suggested by Barchenko lies the cave region Shambhala Agartha, populated by all-powerful telepaths, from which important information enters the world via messages given to travelers as well as by telepathic means. He first came into contact with them through the acquaintance with Alexander Christoph, who told him that during a trip to Paris, he became acquainted with some Indians through the well-known mystic and occultist Saint Ives. These Indians claimed that in prehistoric times there existed a very great culture in northwestern Tibet, and that this culture knew of some astonishing synthetic method that represented the highest level of universal knowledge, and that the propositions of European mysticism and occultism, including Freemasonry, constituted a distorted rehash and echo of this ancient science. Poroshenko remembered what Krivtsov told me was the first stimulus directing my thinking towards a search that was to determine my entire life, assuming the possibility that remains of this prehistoric science had survived in some form or another. I began to research ancient history and the culture of mystical teachings and gradually entered mysticism. My fascination with mysticism went so far that in 1909 and 1911, having studied handbooks, I started to practice chiromancy. Barashenko refers to the synthetic method or ancient science as Dainkor, designated it with the enigmatic signs and linked it to the secret orgiastic practices of the Tantrists, which is like Hindu and Buddhist tantric um, philosophies and yogas. The strongest and most irrefutable and convincing tool in this effort is the evidence that the Earth still knows, in virtually untouched form, not only the accidentally preserved practical formulae of tantric science, but also its entire rationality-based theory. So basically, he's saying that some of these methods still exist and also the theory behind them. So it's not just mythology anymore, it's a practical science. In 1911, convinced of the practical value of ancient science, Barachenko carried out experiments to determine the nature of telepathy, or as it was then called, brain rays. In his article, The Transmission of Thought Over a Distance, Barashenko describes the original contraption he used for his paranormal experiments. Now, I won't read exactly how this contraption worked. It's a little bit involved. But basically, these people started to investigate telepathy back then, and some of them, through these secret societies, were able to contact what they believed were the Agathans, which was populated by political telepaths, magic leaders who are able to influence life on Earth using incantations and power of thought. These powerful creatures allegedly live in caves in the Himalayas and from time to time send out emissaries to the powerful of this world. Saint Ives claimed that the existence of this brotherhood in the heart of Asia had been known to the mystical sects of ancient times and to the Templars, the Knights Templar. It was this claim of the French occultists in Barashenko's retelling, which would later become the starting point of research carried out under the auspices of the OGPU. The Bolshevik Revolution put a temporary stop to Barashenko's research in the field of telepathic connections and a direct link to the Synarchic Brotherhoods of Asia. In his mystical presumption, he reckoned that the key of the solution of social problems was to be found in Shambhala Agartha, this conspiratorial Eastern site where elements survived of the knowledge and experience of a society that had reached higher stage of social, material, and technological development than contemporary society. And because of that, it was very important to find ways to reach Shambhala and establish ties with it. The people best suited to this task were probably those who were free from any attachment to material things, property, personal enrichment, free from egotism, that is, people who had reached the heights of moral perfection.
In a secluded valley cradled by the towering mountains and dense forests lay the village of Oakwood. This tranquil settlement thrived on the abundance of the earth, where the villagers cultivated lush fields of crops and tended to their livestock. Each year, as the harvest moon illuminated the night sky with its silvery glow, the villagers celebrated their bounty, giving thanks to the spirit of the land.
But this year, as the harvest approached, an unsettling tension hung in the air. The crops were wilting, the animals were restless, and a strange hunger began to seep into the hearts of the villagers. Whispers of an ancient spirit, the spirit of hunger, spread like wildfire, filling the once joyous community with fear and apprehension. The elders spoke of the spirit of hunger, a being that roamed the earth, devouring the essence of life. It was said that the spirit fed on greed and excess, growing stronger with as the people took more than they needed. If not appeased, it would unleash a devastating famine upon the land. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the villagers of Oakwood prepared their annual harvest festival. Yet despite their best efforts, the crops continued to wither. Each day they would rise with the sun, toiled in the fields, but the fruits of their labor were scarce. Amidst this turmoil, a young woman named Aisling, known for her wisdom and compassion, felt a stirring within her soul. She sensed the presence of the spirit of hunger lurking in the shadows, waiting for the villagers to falter in their unity. As Aisling wandered through the village, she noticed the changes in her neighbors. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes, once filled with warmth, now reflected despair. The spirit thrived on this suffering, feeding off of the fear and desperation that had taken root in their hearts. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the village, Aisling gathered the villagers by the central fire. "We must remember our bond with the earth," she urged, her voice steady. "We must share what we have, for only in unity can we overcome the darkness that threatens us." Despite her efforts, the villagers were skeptical. "How can we share when we have so little?" one villager protested, his eyes filled with worry. "We must focus on our own survival." As the festival drew near, the village remained divided. The spirits of hunger continued to loom over them, its power growing stronger with every passing day. The crops had all but failed, and the villagers were left with little more than the cloths on their back. In the depths of despair, a few villagers, blinded by their desperation, made a fateful decision. They gathered in secret, conspiring to hoard what little food remained, believing that if they secured their own survival, they could weather the storm. Unbeknownst to them, their actions would only strengthen the spirit of hunger. As they hoarded their supplies, the spirit grew bolder, its presence suffusing the villages with an air of dread. Shadows danced at the edge of their vision, and the insatiable gnawing echoed in their minds, a constant reminder of the spirit's influence. As the harvest festival approached, the air crackled with tension. The villagers were on edge. The villagers were on edge, their fear palpable. Aisling, sensing the imminent threat, resolved to confront the spirit of hunger before it could unleash its wrath. That night, Aisling ventured into the woods, seeking guidance from the ancient spirits that watched over the land. She followed the winding path to a sacred clearing, illuminated by the light of the harvest moon. There she knelt before the altar, offering her prayers to the spirits. "Great spirits of the earth, I beseech you," she implored, her voice trembling. "Guide me in our time of need. Show us the way to restore balance and banish the spirit of hunger." As she finished her prayer, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the faint whisper of the spirits. Aisling felt a surge of hope, a reminder that unity and compassion were the keys to overcoming the darkness. On the eve of the harvest festival, Aisling returned to the village, determined to share her newfound wisdom. She gathered the villagers around the central fire, urging them to put aside their fears and join together in celebration. "Let us honor the earth and the spirits that sustain us," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. "We must share our blessings, for only then can we overcome the darkness that threatens to consume us." The villagers hesitated, uncertainty etched in their faces. But as Aisling spoke, a flicker of hope ignited within them. They began to remember the strength of their community, the love that had bound them together for generations. As night fell, they prepared a feast, laying out what little food they had. Each villager contributed what they could, sharing the last remnants of their supplies. The air filled with the aroma of baked bread, roasted vegetables, and hearty stews, a testament to their unity. As the festival began, laughter and music filled the air. The villagers danced around the fire, their spirits lifted by the warmth of the community. But as they celebrated, the spirit of hunger watched from the shadows, its hunger intensifying. With each joyous cheer, the spirit grew angrier, feeding off the villagers' defiance. As the night wore on, dark clouds gathered overhead, blotting out the moonlight. The atmosphere shifted, and a chilling wind swept through the village, silencing the laughter. Suddenly the ground trembled beneath their feet, and a low growl echoed through the night. The spirit of hunger manifested before them, a grotesque figure with hollow eyes and a gaping maw that seemed to devour the very light around it. "You dare to celebrate when I exist," the spirit roared, its voice a cacophony of despair. "I will consume you all." Fear gripped the villagers as they confronted the spirit of hunger. Aisling, undeterred by the chaos around her, stepped forward. "We will not be ruled by you," she shouted, her voice ringing with defiance. We choose to stand together in unity." In that declaration, the villagers rallied behind her, their spirits ignited by the power of community. They formed a circle around the fire, holding hands and channeling their energy into a collective force. Aisling led them in a chant, invoking the spirits of the earth to protect them. As the villagers united, the spirit of hunger recoiled, its form flickering with uncertainty. The warmth of their love and the strength of their unity began to push back against the darkness that surrounded them. "You think your bonds can defeat me?" the spirit hissed, its voice laced with venom. "I am hunger personified. I will not be cast aside." But the villagers stood firm, their resolve unwavering. Aisling focused on the light within each of them, channeling their collective strength into a radiant beam that pierced the darkness. The light surged forward, enveloping the spirit of hunger in its warm embrace. As the villagers sang in unison, the spirit howled in agony, its form twisted and writhing. The light grew brighter, illuminating the village with a golden glow. With one final surge of energy, the villagers pushed the spirit back, banishing it into the shadows from which it came. With the spirit vanquished, the clouds parted, and the moon shone brightly over the village once more. The villagers erupted in cheer, their hearts filled with relief and gratitude. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, united in their love for one another and their commitment to the land.
In the vast cosmos of the Nexus of Igthala, where shimmering stars converged in a tapestry of light and shadow, the essence of existence pulsed rhythmically through the realms. It was a domain where the fabric of reality was interwoven with the primal energies of creation and the forces of balance. The cosmic threads danced in a symphony, echoing the very heartbeat of the universe, the interrelationship between structure and chaos, strength and vulnerability. At the core of this existence lay the center of harmony, an ethereal sphere of pure energy that pulsed with the collective consciousness of the great serpent beings known as the Tikar. This sacred center served as the nexus of sensory and motor connections, akin to the role of the central relay within the living beings of the cosmos. It was here that the dual aspects of life were sensed and harmonized, where the cosmic symphony was orchestrated by the intricate interplay of energies and forms. The Tikar, a race of majestic serpent beings, coiled gracefully around the center of harmony. Each Tikar was adorned with scales that shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, each hue telling a story of its own, a reflection of its experiences and genetic lineage. These scales were not merely protective layers, they were conduits of energy, transmitting information and sensations throughout the collective consciousness of the Tikar. The Tikar were custodians of this cosmic balance, embodying the duality that defined their existence. The Drakfire, with their scales of obsidian and ember, thrived in the realm of fire. They radiated heat, embodying the energy of creation, while the Veshla'an, clad in glacial blue and silver, represented the frost, maintaining a calm and reflective presence in the face of the burning sun. Together, these serpent beings moved in a graceful dance, their bodies intertwining in a beautiful display of cooperation and unity, much like the interconnected functioning of the central relay, where sensory input was processed and relayed to create a coherent experience of reality. Elder Nisara, a majestic figure among the Tikar, uncoiled from her position at the center of harmony. Her scales, adorned with the rare prismatic scales, glimmered like the dawn. These scales were a testament to her mastery of the contrasts that flowed through her being. With a deep, resonant voice, she called forth the assembly of the Tikar. "Gather, brethren of the flame and frost, for the resonance of the center calls to us," she intoned. "Today, we shall weave our energies together, creating a tapestry that reflects the harmony of our existence." As the Tikar gathered, they formed intricate patterns around the center. Nisara began to channel her energy into the sacred sphere, her scales vibrating in unison with those around her. The center of harmony responded, pulsating in waves of light that danced like the ripples of a cosmic pond. Each Tikar contributed their unique essence, their scales resonating with the frequencies of their respective elemental alignments. The warm hues of the Drakfire blended with the cool tones of the Veshla'an, creating an intricate interplay of colors that mirrored the balance of existence. In this moment of unity, Nisara felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon her. She understood the delicate balance of forces at play. The harmony of the Tikar reflected the principles of interconnectedness that governed their very existence. The cosmic energies flowed through her, echoing the anatomical and functional roles that the center fulfilled, reminiscent of how the central relay coordinates sensory and motor signals in living beings. In the depths of her mind, she envisioned the interwoven pathways of energy, the connections that bound the T-car to the center. It was a web of existence, much like the neural pathways of a living organism, where sensory experiences converged and transformed into a coherent reality. "Remember," Nisara proclaimed, her voice resonating through the assembly. "We are not merely guardians of this realm, we are its embodiment. Our scales tell the story of our trials, our triumphs, and our commitment to maintaining the balance between fire and frost. In our contrasts lies our strength." As she spoke, Nisara felt the presence of the great spirits of the cosmos, entities woven into the very fabric of the universe, their energies entwined with those of the T-car. These spirits were manifestations of the dual forces that governed existence, representing the interplay of creation and destruction, order and chaos. With a wave of her tail, Nisara initiated the ritual of resonance, a sacred ceremony that would strengthen the bond between the T-car and the center of harmony. The assembly began to chant, their voices harmonizing into a melodic resonance that echoed throughout Igthala. The energy swirled, creating a vortex of light and sound that enveloped them. As the ritual unfolded, the scales of the T-car began to shimmer and shift, reflecting the oscillating energies that surged through the center. Each T-car was a note in a grand symphony, contributing to the overarching harmony that defined their existence. Their scales danced with the light, creating a breathtaking display that illuminated the darkness around them. The subliminal relay, a focal point of sensory integration, flared to life, resonating with the energies of the assembled T-car. It acted as a relay, processing the vibrational frequencies generated by their movements and channeling them back to the center. The T-car scales absorbed and transmitted these signals, creating a feedback loop that enhanced their collective power. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation as Nisara and her kin poured their energy into the center, invoking the primordial forces that governed the realms. The contrasts of their beings intertwined, and the lines between fire and frost blurred, creating a luminous tapestry of swirling colors and shapes. As the ritual reached its climax, the center of harmony erupted in a radiant burst of light, casting intricate shadows that danced across the chamber. The T-car felt a surge of power coursing through them, a profound connection that transcended individual existence. They had awakened the nexus, the essence of life itself, the heartbeat of Igthala. With this awakening came visions, insights into the nature of existence, the intricate web of life that bound all beings together. They perceived the balance of forces that governed the cosmos, the intertwining of light and dark, warmth and cold. They understood that the contrasts within them were not a source of conflict, but rather a vital part of their identity, a harmony that enriched their existence. In this moment of revelation, Nisara felt the weight of her scales, the carotenoid fabric that composed her hide. The structure of her scales was not merely a protective shell, it was a manifestation of her very essence, a record of her experiences, her battles, her victories, and her failures. As the T-car emerged from the ritual, they understood their roles as the guardians of harmony. They were not just serpent beings, they were the custodians of a delicate balance that extended far beyond their realm. Their scales glimmered with renewed purpose, and their hearts resonated with the promise of protection and unity. Nisara whirled gracefully, her prismatic scales shimmering like a rainbow in the light of the twin stars. "Together, we will ensure that the harmony of Igthala remains intact," she declared. "We are the embodiment of balance, the guardians of the nexus, and we shall stand against the forces that seek to disrupt the harmony of our existence." In the aftermath of the ritual, the T-car continued to weave their energies, ensuring that the resonance of the nexus remained strong. They understood that their connection to the center of harmony was not merely a bond of power, it was a testament to the contrasts of existence, the harmony of life that thrived amidst the tensions of the universe. As time flowed through the nexus, the T-car carried the legacy of their ancestors in every scale, in every movement, and in every breath. They embraced the contrasts of their existence, understanding that the balance between fire and frost was not just a theme but a way of life, the dance that defined the rhythm of the cosmos. The stories of the Tikar were etched in the stars, their legacy intertwining with the very fabric of reality. They had become the living embodiment of harmony, the weavers of balance in a universe of contrasts. And as they coiled around the center of harmony, their scales shimmered with the promise of a future where fire and frost could coexist in peace. In the heart of Icthala, beneath the shimmering stars, the Tikar stood resolute, guardians of a legacy that would endure for eternity, a symphony of scales woven into the great tapestry of existence, an everlasting reminder of the contrasts that bind us all. As the Tikar stood vigil, the tides of the cosmos ebbed and flowed around them, like the heartbeat of a living entity. These tides represented the cycles of creation and destruction, the ebbing energy that swept across the realms, impacting the very core of existence. With each wave, the Tikar felt the push and pull of cosmic forces, the primal energies that defined their world. Nisara, in her wisdom, understood that these tides were the embodiment of the lessons they had.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Tonight I am going to do something different. Here lately I've been coming up with discussions on topics that I have been involved with when it comes to live streaming, as well as current events like politics and things of that nature. But tonight I want to do something that I've been wanting to do the whole time that I've been doing this streaming thing, where I'm doing roundtables and interviews. I want to kind of discuss the things that I've been going through since I've started doing this whole crazy internet streaming thing. And I'm not just talking about within the last year when I started doing my podcasts and my interviews and my live streams with other people. I'm talking about going all the way back and discussing things that I did when I was getting started, all the way back to the beginning, basically. Now, before I start saying anything, I do want to let people I do want people to understand, I'm not I'm not a rich man at all. I don't make very much money, and the things that I do when it comes to the internet aren't really extravagant. They're not anything that I make money off of. I actually haven't made very much money at all off of the internet whatsoever when it comes to pretty much anything, so just understand that when I say this stuff, everything that I discuss is going to be how just an average Joe like me, got on here. Oh God, now I got the coughs. Got on the internet and decided one day that he was going to make videos, Now, for me to start all that off, I'm going to have to go all the way back to a long time ago. It's been so long ago that I forgot exactly what year it was that I started. It might have been like 2000 and 2014, 2015, maybe somewhere around in there. And it wasn't really streaming that I started out as. I started on Facebook, believe it or not. Now on Facebook, I had gotten interested in politics. I'll admit I got interested in politics, and I also got interested in the paranormal and things of that nature. I started following a friend of mine who goes by the name of Old John now, but his name's John Clark, and he came out with a Facebook group called The Wonderful World of Weirdness. And I started out following his group, and that made me want to start doing it myself. So I created my first group, which was at the time, well, to be honest, I don't know for sure if it was this group or if it was another group that I'd done. I created two Facebook groups. One was called the Praetorian, and the other one was called the Strange, the Bizarre, the Unusual, I Like It. And I don't know which one was first, to be honest with you, but I know I created them. Now, the Praetorian was all about politics at the time, and then the Wonderful World of, the Strange, the Bizarre, and the Unusual, I Like It, was everything that was strange, bizarre, and unusual, like ghosts, UFOs, strange things, like people who had freaking skin that they could stretch, things like that, kind of like Ripley's Believe It or Not. I was really into stuff like that too. And at first I didn't create my own content. I started, sharing other people's posts onto my page and my group. And I kept watching the views to find out which posts were doing the best, and then I'd focus on that kind of content, you know what I mean? First I started out with a group, and then I eventually created a page to go with that group, and I started networking with other people on Facebook and sharing their content on it. And as time went by, I started getting curious about creating my own content. Now, before I even start talking about videos and everything, I have to say, first of all, what I did is I went to blogs first. I didn't do any videos until later on. What I ended up doing was going to Google, and I created a blog spot basically, and I went in there and I started doing research on on politics for one, and then I started doing research on strange, bizarre, and unusual things, and I created blogs and I'd post them on my Facebook page. Well as that, what I'd do, I'd still freaking go and I would look at other people's content, and I would share that on my groups, and I could start noticing, like I said, which posts got more views, and with that I would actually go in and do my research on those topics according to the views that I'd gotten. And this was all back in the beginning. I didn't really know how any of this works, so I was basically just winging it, and I've got to admit, I did pretty good when it came to using other people's content and sharing it on my pages and my groups. Eventually I had 4 or 5 different Facebook groups. I had a gaming group called Gaming with Infamous. I had the Strange, the Bizarre, the Unusual, I Like It. I had the Praetorian. Then I ended up having the Storyteller, which I ended up turning into a YouTube channel as well. And then I had another one that I've been still working with, and it's called working with audio and video, but at the time it was something. It was under a different name. It was like a Hanson's Mobile or some name like that. I had a hard time trying to pin a name to it for the longest time until finally I came up with the name Working with Audio and Video, and that stuck for me. Now, it might not be the best name in the world, but for me, I do enjoy it. So that's basically how I started. And as time went by, doing blogs and stuff, I started learning things about people, and taking and learning from, what other people said the best type of blogs were to do. And one thing that I learned from them while doing these blogs is that the average person, when they read a blog, their attention span really isn't all that great. I learned that the average person, whenever they go in and they read a blog, they don't want to have to read more than 7,000 words. And that is approximately about a 15-minute read. And that's what I ended up focusing on. And I started learning how to come up with content that was about 15 minutes long. And that's one of the reasons why I continued to do that. At first, with videos, I continued to do that, but at first I didn't. I kind of got carried away with that until I finally got to the point where I remembered what I learned when I was doing blogs about people not really having that big of an attention span when it comes to wanting to look and listen and read content, you know what I mean? So I went and I started making 15-minute videos as well as making the 15-minute blogs, and eventually I just gave up on the blogs. By the time I was done, I had a blog spot, I had a WordPress blog, and then finally, in the end, when I finally quit, I actually had a blog on Medium, and right there I went by Omega Red on that one. So by the time I was done, I stopped using it. I ended up going through and quitting on the blogs, and that was when I decided that I wanted to start streaming. Learn about making my own and videos and doing content and things of that nature. So I did. I went ahead and I decided to stream, and I got involved with at the time, I'm not quite sure if Facebook had good video streaming at the time. It was before they really started catching on to the whole live stream thing and stuff of that nature. It was real touchy, you know what I mean? Back then, like, everything was just starting up whenever I started. And like I said, I was going on and hanging out with John on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and eventually what happened was he made me a moderator for his group, and that's what introduced me to his channels. And eventually he decided that he was going to go on to YouTube and start the Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube. And about a year after he did that, maybe a year and a half, that's when I decided to freaking go and do my own channel as well. So I started out with doing the Praetorian first on YouTube, I believe. I'm pretty sure it was, because during that time I was interested in politics, and I was getting more involved in what was going on in the elections and stuff. And I'd say I started getting involved more into politics about 2 years before Donald Trump got into office. It was Obama during the Obama administration. There was a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on then, and I remember getting caught up in a lot of the stuff that was happening during that time. And at the same time, I decided that I was going to start a channel for the strange, the bizarre, the unusual. I like it. So that began my adventures into streaming. Now I did try to do live stream back then, but I have to tell you one thing that I did learn when it came to live streams, and that this was back in the early days. This is one of the first things that I learned. Okay, now if you want to do any proper live streaming on the internet, you have to be working with a proper computer. Okay, don't listen to anybody who tells you that you can just grab any computer that you want and get on freaking YouTube and just start live streaming, because that is not true. Okay, if you have a really old computer set that was made like back in 2011, 2012, trust me, it will not work on YouTube when it comes to live stream. You can possibly do it, but it's not going to be the best of quality. Now, you could probably get away with what I'm doing here, like, except for my slideshow that I have in the background. I would never suggest that anybody with a weak computer use a slideshow. Just get you a picture, put it up there, and then just have a conversation like I'm doing right now. Okay, that would be your best bet when it comes to doing something like that. But if you want to stream and you want to have a quality stream, especially when it comes to gaming and video that's actually moving, you want to have a computer that's working properly. And when I first started, I didn't do that. I actually had my settings set up to work, because see, the thing about the thing about the thing about computers is like the one thing that I overlooked at, and I had a hard time convincing everybody else about it, was the fact that when you do your videos, okay, you have to worry about the frames per second, and you also have to worry about the resolution. Those are some very important things, but also one thing that you have to worry about is having a good IPN. IPN is your network provider. Okay, now if you are streaming, you're going to want a internet provider that is giving you at least 3,000. I believe it's 3,000 megabytes, okay, of upload speed. Now, when I started doing this, we had Frontier, and in this area, Frontier. Well, first of all, Frontier is just another name for AT&T. So here in this area, when AT&T was here, they actually had a or how was it? What they did is they literally just avoided setting up fiber optics in this area. So all of their wiring was copper, basically. So that was an issue that we had. 3,500 kilobytes per second is what you need just for live streaming, okay, when you go on for a bit rate, okay, and when you go onto the internet and you don't have that, it's going to cause a lot of problems with your live streams. Now, what I ended up doing is I created live streams where I set the bit rate at, I believe, 4 or 600, because that was literally how much I could do my bit rates at. And when I did that, I also used a custom buffer size, and I made the buffer size at 600, I believe, and that was able to get it to where I could freaking I could live stream. But like I said, the resolution was horrible. The resolution was horrible, and I'll be straight out with that. I got a lot of criticisms from it, and this was me trying to live stream like Minecraft and video games. I was really big on Elder Scrolls Online, and people would just constantly give me bad criticisms about the streams I'd done, and the reason for that was because I had to use those settings in my OBS in order to live stream. And what it basically comes down to is I was being rebellious. I didn't want to listen to people when they told me that I couldn't stream with a small computer. You know, I was going to prove them wrong. And as time went by, that's when I started finding out about my internet provider too. I found out that even if I had a good computer working with Frontier, I wouldn't have been able to do a good live stream anyhow, because I believe at the time I was only getting 1200 kilobytes per second or millibytes per second for upload speeds. Now, that's pretty bad, okay? If anybody who is live streaming knows what I'm talking about, they know that you do have to have a lot more than that. And eventually what ended up happening is that we had to change internet providers. We changed from Frontier to Mediacom, and don't get me wrong, I am not saying that Mediacom is a good company, because they are not a good company. They're very shady in their dealings and stuff, but in this area, they're the only ones that are able to provide what you need when it comes to live streaming and stuff, and we had to go with them. So we ended up so I ended up having to learn that I needed to have a working proper computer in order to do it, and plus I had to check my IPN, make sure that I had a good network provider. Now, though, the network provider is very important. If you're getting into this stuff and you really want to get serious about it, you have to make sure that your network provider is able to give you what you need when it comes to upload speeds. Download speeds aren't the same either, and a lot of people get that mixed up. Now, when it comes to streaming, and I'm talking about real streaming, I'm not talking about watching Netflix on Roku. I'm talking about where you get on here and you actually stream your own content like we're doing right now. When you do this right here, you need upload speeds. Well, I guess you would need upload speeds as well. I don't know. On Roku, I don't know about all that. I try not to focus on all that stuff, but like right here doing what I'm doing, I need upload speeds. So when you're streaming like this, it's upload speeds that you have to worry about, you know. So that's the one thing that I had to figure out, and I had to learn about and try to get things sorted out in my head, you know. This is all stuff that I had to do on my own. Okay, I had to learn how to stream and edit videos, all on my own. Now, the thing that really annoyed me the most back then, and they have changed. They've become more friendly about it with YouTube, but I made comments on their studio whenever this was becoming an issue with me, but they said that they had these classes that you could take and learn about how to live stream and create your own content and stuff. And I got on there and I started paying attention to what they were saying, and all I kept seeing was like these pretty much advertisements of, you know, you should go out and you should get this kind of lighting, and you should make sure that that the area is got an ambiance to it. Make sure that all the lighting is pretty and that your hair looks good, and you know, just stupid garbage like that. And that's all they were pushing out, you know, buy this, and buy this. And all the time that I was going through the process of learning how to stream and edit videos, I didn't come across problems dealing with any of that. What I had problems with was frames per second, how to adjust your OBS to where you can create a good stream on a freaking on your OBS. Learning how to use encoders, period. You know what I mean? Because when I first started out, I didn't know anything about OBS. I actually tried to start out with XSplit, which in my opinion was a horrible mistake. XSplit was just horrible to the freaking core. But I got on YouTube, and again, you know, YouTube's endorsing freaking XSplit. You know, oh, if you want good quality videos, you need to use XSplit, and they were putting it up there on the streaming options. And in order for you to see anything that even mentioned OBS, it was like you had to click on it, and then a drop down menu would pop up, and you would have to manually freaking put the stream key and everything in, which now you still have to do that, but they don't emphasize using XSplit, you know what I mean? It was very, very much aimed at using XSplit is what I'm saying. So they were more into the whole area of trying to sell products, and that really pissed me off. I really think that if they would have come out with some serious editing videos back in the day, whenever I first started, I could have actually gotten off to a better start. That really slowed me down on a lot of things, but I did learn on my own. I learned mostly on my own on a lot of the stuff that I've had to learn today. I didn't learn it from doing OBS. Now I do have to tell you that I did go into LinkedIn, and I did their LinkedIn learning when I started getting familiar with a lot of things. I did figure out how to do stuff when it comes to creating videos, editing them, you know, SEO, things of that nature, and that's stuff that I do want to get into later on in the discussion. But you know, I also want to be able to get into some more important stuff before I get to that, because you know, don't get me wrong, learning how to stream and edit videos is very important. You know, I had to go and find good editing tools, which is something that I think that everybody needs to do. You know what I mean? You have two different kinds of people. Okay, you have people who are live streamers, and then you have people who are they have a passion for making videos and live streaming and and they love doing it, and it's an obsession, and that is where I fall into. I just enjoy the process of making videos, and I'm not just talking about editing them, and I'm not talking about streaming them. I'm talking about even the post-processing, when I go on YouTube and all these platforms and I upload them and I organize them and I schedule them. I love all of it. And there's tons of people on the internet who don't like doing it, but they still get on the internet and they stream, and that's all they do. That's all they want to do. They want to get on there and they want to make some streams. They don't want to edit nothing. Easy peasy, once a week, kind of setup. So that's the one thing you got to realize too. Like, I'm that kind of person who I do this because I enjoy doing it. I thoroughly do enjoy doing it. Now, starting on YouTube, that was one of the big things that I had to do. So I had to finally, grasp the idea that I had to have a good computer to work with. I couldn't work off of a toaster / potato, whatever terminology you want to call it. I had to make sure that I had a good internet provider. That was an obstacle that I had to overcome as well. And then there was the process of learning how to actually stream and edit videos. Now, that was where things started getting really weird, because I had eventually learned how to edit directly off of my OBS without having to use Blender or use any other kind of editing software. Now, I do want to get into the editing software and things of that nature. But first, before I get started there, I want to kind of discuss like my first attempts at streaming. Now, when I first started out, Google Live was still out, and if anybody can remember Google Live, that was the worst freaking streaming program on the face of this planet, in my opinion. I didn't have the best of computers, don't get me wrong, okay? But Google Live was horrible. It was real choppy, and when you tried to talk on it, if you didn't have a strong enough signal, you wouldn't come out very good. Your voice would just be popping in and out and everything. And that is what finally, I think, did me in when it came to doing live streams, because I just could not cope with it. On top of the fact that I ended up losing the computer that I had back then because of a power surge that came through the house, and it just completely fried the computer I had. Now, the one thing that I do have to tell everybody too, and I know everybody thinks it's nonsense when I say this, but surge protectors are very, very important. You need to protect your computers, okay? When it comes to taking care of your equipment, you need to think of your computer as your equipment, okay? It's a tool. If you're getting into this and you're wanting to get serious about it, you're going to have to protect your computer like you would your tools if you were out on a work site for a construction company. You know what I mean? You'd never leave your freaking hammer laying around overnight while you go home. You know what I mean? You'd have it in your toolbox. The same thing goes with your computer. You need to make sure that it is safe, and one way of doing that is getting yourself a surge protector that will protect it from any kind of power surges or whatever's going on in your house. It will knock a computer out quick as shit if it is not protected, so always remember to do that. Now, that computer that I had the thing about it is I was having all these problems, and the reason, now that one was a quad core CPU and it didn't have a GPU to go with it. And quad core CPU is a central processing unit, and it has 4 cores inside of the CPU. And even with a quad core, I was still having problems. And this is where the network provider comes in handy, because like my nephew Jacob, he had a hard time believing me when I told him about your internet provider. Okay, at the time Blender worked pretty good with quad cores. Now today they've made so many changes and they've upgraded Blender so much that you couldn't do that today. But back in the day, you could actually get on Blender and you could edit your videos with a quad core and everything. But when it came to trying to stream, I just still could not do a proper stream. And I finally, after checking it out and figuring out what my upload speeds were, figured out that it was my network provider. It was Frontier that was causing me problems with being able to live stream. So that's when I figured it out, and I started telling my nephew this, and he didn't believe me until just recently, when he actually took time and built his own computer like I have. You know, he built his own computer, and it's a great computer. It has 8 cores in its CPU. It's got a GPU to go with it. You know, top of it's quality. You know, I mean, he had it set up pretty good. You know, and after he did that, he went on, he wanted to game. Now, my nephew's not a streamer like me. He doesn't get on the internet and make streams or any of that nature. All he does is he plays video games. And he likes to play Baldur's Gate and things of that nature. And, you know, Monster Hunter and things, you know, games like that. And because he had that computer with 8 cores in its CPU and that GPU, he was able to see for himself that what I was saying was true. That it doesn't matter how nice your computer is and how buffed up it is, if you have a crappy network provider, it doesn't matter. Okay? So that's the one thing that I learned, and eventually my nephew was able to learn it, and he had to learn that the hard way, just like I had to learn it the hard way out of experience. And I just wanted to share that with everybody, because that's something that was very valuable to me. These are all the basics. These are things that I had to learn in the beginning when I first started out on YouTube, and that's some of the stuff that I had to mention. Now, another thing that I ended up having issues with when it came with YouTube was the monetization. Now, when I first started my channels up on YouTube, they didn't have this freaking watch hours bullshit, and I started my my channels out just very, very shortly before they started all that. And as a matter of fact, by the time they did start implementing watch hours and monetization like that, they had me on monetization and I'd made like 31 cents. And to this day, I still say they owe me 31 cents because they're a bunch of bastards and they ripped me off. You know, but still, you know, that's how I started out with it. And then when they first came out with their monetization programs, what really pissed me off about it was the fact that they came out with this thing of saying that you had to have 10,000 watch hours. Okay, now 10,000 is a lot. Okay, now it's even smaller. They did reduce it, but 10,000 watch hours is a huge amount of people watching it. And that really pissed me off, and I got fired up about it. I really did. I think I went sour on YouTube because of that. That was the beginning of my road to hating YouTube, I guess you could say. And even though I hated them, I kept on using them, and I still use them today, But the thing of it is this watch hour stuff. You know what I mean? It's really insane, even today, compared to what I was expecting it to be. I didn't think that it was going to end up being the way that it has turned out. And I know that they lowered the amounts of people that need to watch your videos and everything, but they had to do that because they were forced to. I personally still believe that they are phasing out people who are on YouTube that are creating their own content, because I've mentioned the fact that they have YouTube television now, and then they have all these other programs that are going on. Eventually, what I see YouTube doing is becoming another Roku or another freaking Netflix. You know what I mean? Eventually, they're not going to want people to come on and create content for themselves. And they're trying to push people away. I've never heard of any kind of business model where they're encouraging people to leave. That's just so insane. And today I still don't agree with pretty much anything that YouTube has come out with when it comes to their monetization program. As a matter of fact, I've refused to do any type of monetization when it comes to YouTube, and to this day I've held true to it, but I'll get on with that later on as I go on with what I'm talking about, because I think that there's other things that I need to discuss before I get to that part, because there are new things that's happened in my time on streaming, so these are basically the things that I had learned earlier on, and the monetization had come around, and that kind of soured me on YouTube. So what happened is I started getting into live streaming video games, and I started doing my interviews and my round tables and stuff of that nature. Okay, now when I first started out, it was all, like I said, about editing videos. My computers were so bad off that eventually I stopped trying to live stream altogether, and I started focusing on editing my videos and putting them up on uploads. And through that whole process, I learned how to edit. And like I said, I was editing on OBS at sometimes, because I've had about 3 or 4 situations where my computers just crashed and I had to start over from scratch. I actually had this old laptop where the battery, I had taken it out and I had plugged in the laptop and had it hooked into the wall. The fan was gone out, so I went and got one of those fans that you set up underneath it, so where you could pull the heat out from underneath it. And I had that plugged in too, so that was all I had when it came to doing anything on the internet. And whenever the fan was running, it was real loud. You could hear, and so I'd have to smack the freaking keyboard to get the noise to stop, stuff like that. But I did it. I as a matter of fact, I did my D&D stuff on that same computer for quite a while, and this was not when my big computer crashed, but when my somewhat decent toaster computer that I was using ended up crashing. I had to go down to my laptop. So that made 3 computers that had literally just gotten fried. And during this whole time, I had to learn how to adapt, and I had to learn how to think quick on my feet on how to get my audio and video set up and be able to edit and be able to do things. So in the process, what I had learned to do is I had learned to use my memory in order to frickin' be able to do these things when it comes to setting up my streams. Okay, now I really don't have to have templates, and I really don't have to have a certain way that everything, it's in my head. Like I can literally wipe everything off my OBS, and within a half an hour I can set up my OBS exactly the way I want it to be set up for any particular video. After I'm done with that, I can wipe it again and do it for another video that's completely different than the one I just did. And the reason why I did that was because I wanted to learn how to set up these videos individually the way I wanted them. And I have it in my mind that this is the way I want it. Okay, now a lot of people like to create a routine, and they like to make everything as normal as possible, and I'm okay with that. I have no problem with that. But for me personally, I had to learn that I've got to be able to adapt. There's things that are going to happen when it comes to videos that I'm not going to expect, and that is something that's actually helped me out, because I've seen situations where people that I've been working with here lately had bad situations that popped up, and me and a couple of my friends were able to snap to it and take care of it. A friend of mine, Jaffe Ryder, had an issue with that, with a VoIP that he had been using, or he used that night. And this VoIP just literally cut him off right in the middle of frickin' stream. And at a moment's notice, me, Mark Edworthy, and Tanhai Tran pulled together. We got frickin' Jitsi up and going, and got Jaffe on Jitsi, and his show went on as regularly scheduled, you know. And that was because we were able to adapt quickly. Most people can't do that. Most people who stream are just completely unable to be able to do that whatsoever, and it's because they've gotten themselves set in a routine that this is how they need to do it, and that's it. And that's one thing, if I can ever suggest to anybody, is you need to learn how to adapt to situations. You know, if your computer gives out on you, it's not the end of the world. Just figure out how to get your content out and work around it. If you have a telephone, you know, start recording on that telephone. Post that stuff straight up on YouTube or wherever it is that you're doing your content at. Get it out. You know, make it a routine to do the stuff, and also tell yourself that no matter what, you're still going to work through your issues until you get through it. You know what I mean? And if you work hard enough, you'll get through that situation, and you'll be able to freaking come out of it smelling like roses on the other side. It might not be easy, but you'll appreciate it later on. You'll learn from it. And for me, I know that I learned a lot of good stuff, not only from the stuff that I did right, but also from the mistakes I made. You know what I mean? So everything was a learning lesson for me when it came to doing this stuff. So even though I have like bad videos from way back when, with bad audio and everything, that's my content. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get rid of it because somebody who has a negative attitude wants to make a negative comment about it on YouTube or any other platform, because that's me. That's where I came from. You're looking at what I had to go through to get where I am now, and that's just how I feel about it, you know. So, like I said, I started out on Facebook, and then I went on to YouTube. From there, I did get into live streaming. Now, when I started live streaming, I did video games for the longest time. I'm not gonna lie about it. I did do quite a bit of video games, and I will say one thing too, that video games taught me a lot. Now there are a lot of video gamers who don't really give a damn about the art of creating videos, and they don't care about editing. They don't like it. They would rather have somebody else do it than themselves. But there are a lot of smart people who do video games, and that do edit their videos, and they do care about their live streams, you know. There's my buddy Rapid. He likes to go in and create templates for his retro gaming. And I also know the Drew Gamer. He's the same way. He has excellent videos of templates that he uses with his retro games for Pokemon. He's done some cool videos with Citra. It's an emulator that he used for a couple of his games, where it shows him playing and the map showing where he's at on the map, you know. And these are all templates that he set up. Rapid is good on templates too, and he enjoys using sprites in his videos and stuff of that nature, you know. So I got to go through and learn how to do all that. Here recently, I did a project with Elder Scrolls Arena, which, to be honest, the editing is a pain in the ass. It is really a pain in the ass, but it's worth it in the end, because it helps me develop my skills, you know what I mean? This stuff gets so annoying that after a while you don't want to do it, but at the same time you don't want to stop doing it, you know. And that is basically what happens. It becomes an obsession. You don't know for sure if it's a passion or if it's just a flat out obsession. And that is basically what video gaming has done for me, or to me. I don't know if it's a positive or a negative, but it's something. It has literally just completely corrupted my mind. I used to enjoy playing video games too, you know. Now it just seems like it's just such a responsibility. I mean, and I hate saying that, but it's true. I had video games that I wanted to do on YouTube that me and my nephews and my nieces and my son were all playing together, you know, and I ended up getting the majority of them done, but by the time I was done doing those games, I was sick of them. It starts feeling like a responsibility when you start doing this, and I've heard a lot of people talk, you know, smack, saying, well, you know, you're getting burned out and everything, and it really has nothing to do with being burned out. It's just the fact that at one time these were fun games that you enjoyed doing, and now they've turned into a responsibility, and it just does something to your mindset, you know. And maybe I can get that back. Here lately I've been playing some pretty cool games. I've played Doom, which is actually a game that has absolutely nothing to do with my nephews or nieces or anybody. It's a game that I enjoyed, you know. I played that, and I played Assassin's Creed Unity, and I've really enjoyed those quite a bit. I also have finally got to play a game that I've been wanting to play for a while called For Honor, and I thought that would be a lot better than what it ended up being. Don't get me wrong, there are parts of the game that I did like, but I did have a certain level of disappointment on that one. It wasn't what I expected it to be. Just put it to you that way. I did enjoy it. I'm not going to say that it was a complete disaster and that it was just a horrible game, because it wasn't. It was an okay game, and I do say give it a try, because it's a matter of if you want to watch it or play it or not. You know what I'm saying? It's an acquired taste, is how I would say it. And the sword play in this game is just completely amazing. It's very precise. The reason why I originally wanted to play that game was because it reminded me of Tenchu, and this is an older game that I used to play with a friend of mine in Kansas City. His name was Caleb, and Tenchu was a ninja assassin game, of course, back in the old days, back in like the 1990s, back when people played Mortal Kombat 2 and Mortal Kombat 3. Oh my goodness, how horrible, So I played Tenchu, and Tenchu had a pretty good sword system for that time period. And whenever I saw For Honor, that's what it reminded me of. It reminded me of that kind of sword play where you went toe-to-toe with people and you had to frickin' have your controller aimed at a certain direction for the sword to frickin' actually block. So if somebody swung from the left, you had to block to the left and then block to the right and things of that nature. And that's what caught my attention with it. So in that aspect, yeah, I love the game. It's pretty good. Now, before I go off onto that, I want to come back to the idea of, when it comes to live streaming, I did do a lot, or I have done a lot of video games. That's where I really stuck to after I figured out that my live streaming wasn't really working out the way it was. And I still, even while I was doing that, I still gave it my all on live streaming video games. I eventually got into learning how to fix computers and repair them. From that point on, I finally started building my own computers. And the reason for that was, for me, it seemed like common sense. Okay, you take a look at these computers and you see how shitty they are coming off of the freaking store, the storefront, right off the floor. These people in Walmart and freaking all these other tech stores that are selling computers, they are selling you computers that have already been outdated with old tech before they even freaking hit the freaking display counters. And I started catching on to that from a lot of people that I paid attention to on the internet who were talking about it. And it's true, the majority of people go out and they buy their own computers are buying outdated shit before they even get their hands on it. And that is completely amazing to me, because it was amazing to me is what I should say. Now it's not really amazing to me, because I've learned that these companies are just they're milking the system, basically. You know what I mean? They know what they've already released, and they know what they're capable of selling as parts. You know what I mean? So they can make more money by breaking it up for the better quality stuff, and then selling that to you so that you can build it yourself. So in that aspect, I understand it, but there's also other things too that I ended up learning because of live streaming. Now, I learned how to build my own computers, and the reason why I wanted to do that was because I wanted to build a computer that would allow me to do my video games, be able to try to get quality stuff. And you know, some of the stuff that I do have on my videos, they're not all that great, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they are, but they're a lot better than what they were. And it's still a work in progress, you know. I do use Blender again, and when I came back on and I started using Blender for computer graphics, I found out how much stronger that program has gotten, and I'm glad that I did upgrade to what I've got now, because if I would have done it to the original specs that I had on my first computer, I wouldn't have been able to do this stuff. And the reason for that was because I had tried to use Blender previously on my son's computer, and it was a horrible mess. And he even told me before I did it, he's like, it's not going to work very well, you know. But I figured that out. So whenever I sat down and I figured out what the specs were going to be for this computer, I anticipated that, and I created this computer so that I could do some computer graphics. I could do some games streams, and then I wanted to get back into streaming, well, like this, just getting on here and having a discussion. At the time, I didn't want anything to do with interviews or roundtables or anything like that. That came later, and that came within the last year. As a matter of fact, I believe it started between now and September. Would make September the 3rd, I'm pretty sure. Somewhere between this time, it would make a year that I actually started doing it. And this is the time period where I actually have done live streams that involved interviews and roundtables and things of that nature. But before that, I was creating my own videos, creating my own content, uploading them. I got to where I was scheduling my uploads and everything to where they would they were scheduled out on a regular basis. I learned things like it's not proper to data dump when it comes to videos. So whenever I do make videos, I try to schedule them out on a regular basis. For like, if I'm going to have a video come out on Sunday at 5 o'clock, every Sunday at 5 o'clock a video should be there. You see what I mean? And I should do that on a regular basis. Now, I should never dump tons and tons of videos one right after the other. People don't like that, and as a matter of fact, platforms don't like that either. They don't like it one bit. And if you really want to see what that does, then like if you're on Discord, go to Discord after you data dump and see how those videos freaking were transferred to Discord. It's ugly. They don't even show the display of your video, like the thumbnails or anything. It's just little squared boxes with the name of your video on it. That's what happens when you data dump. So that's another suggestion I'd have, is schedule out your videos and make it to where they don't just download or upload, post at the same time. Another thing that's important for me is when it does come to scheduling is very important. Time management, I always talk to people about this all the time, and I don't even have these in my PowerPoints, and this is something that should be mentioned. Time management is very, very important when it comes to this stuff. I think that I couldn't do even a third of the stuff that I do right now if I did it off the cuff, you know what I mean? So managing your time, and when I say managing your time, I'm talking about determining when you want your videos to be released and things of that nature, and creating a schedule. Those are the things that are important. Those are the things that matter to me, because without doing that, I wouldn't be able to do some of the things I've been doing. And if you're on YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, I know there's a few other ones, I just can't remember what they are. But if you're on those platforms, you know that I release a lot of stuff, okay? Or X, I'm on X too. And I make sure that there's at least one video that's being posted a day on most of them. Okay, at least one video. I know there's more of them on Rumble right now that's coming out, but like on X, I've got a video a day coming out on there. I've got one video a day on YouTube for my gaming. I don't have it for the Wonderful World of Weirdness and on Strange Stories and the Victorian. I'm taking a break with them. I've had to back off and kind of relax a little bit. Now all of this I do want to go over to kind of go through it a little bit more thoroughly, but I'm not at that moment in this conversation. Where I was at was like these interviews, you know, setting up these interviews. Now, when I first started doing these interviews, it was last year. What happened is I decided that I wanted to celebrate, because Minds had started a live stream. They started allowing people to live stream on Minds, and for anybody who's been on Minds.com, that was a pretty big deal. At least it was for me, you know. It's been mentioned that Minds should live stream for quite a while, but they did, you know, and I thought it was a big deal. So we all got together in Minds chat and came up with the idea of live streaming for the chat, you know, everybody that was a part of it. And it started out with me, Mark Edworthy, Tan High Train, and Karma Love. Then Pecos Dave, he was with us, but he didn't stick it out. He kind of vanished after about 2 or 3 videos that he did with us. And Mr. Robot was around too. We call him Mr. Robot. You can find him on there all the time. He's just a nut. But we were all there, you know, and doing this thing together. And what happened was I ended up doing a lot of streaming, a lot of interviews, a lot of shows, and I had to learn my lesson about that, especially when it comes to the roundtables and the shows that I have been putting out. I know that I overdid it, basically, is what the deal was. And I have a tendency when it comes to this stuff of doing a lot more than what most people are used to. And it caused a lot of wear and tear on the people around me as well, because they had it in their mind that they had to keep up with me. And at first I neglected to tell people, you know, don't try to keep up with me. But after a bad experience that happened with Karma Love, I told other people, like Bob Dub, I told her, please don't try to keep up with me. If you don't want to do this, tell me and we can, you can stop. And it got to the point with her where she started thinking I was treating her like an employee. And, first of all, I don't ever want people to think that way whenever it comes to this stuff. I was hoping that she understood when I told her at the time that I don't want you to do it if it's too much for you, you know what I mean? And I definitely didn't want to leave the impression that I was treating anybody like they were an employee. It's just I have been doing this stuff so much that it just becomes routine, and it's not easy for a lot of people to do. It really isn't easy at all. But that was one of the things that ended up getting me to where I decided that I'm just going to do these live streams right now with Live with Roger Hanson. I'll go on to a few other people's shows. I've been showing up for the new Cafe Enigma. I just did 2 streams with Naroki off of Skype. He did one last night and then the night before. I've been showing up on WPRNP, Pirate Network, something like that, with Jeffy Ryder, hanging out with him. But other than that, this is it. I'm doing Live with Roger Hanson, and I think I'm going to do it for a while. I want to at least get 12 episodes of it, because this is something that I've been wanting to do, because in these interviews and with these roundtables that we've had, I'd come up with these topics and everybody had their opinions on it, and then I'd do shows for Bob Dub where she was talking about the masculine and the feminine, and then she was talking about duality and all that, and I was on her shows for her, and she was putting them on the channel that I'm a part of. And it seemed like when we were doing that the message for me was getting mixed up. You know what I mean? People were starting to think that just because I was a part of it, that was the way I felt. And I was never getting on these interviews or getting into these roundtables and telling people my points of views, because for me it seemed like people were getting angry because they didn't agree with the way I thought about things. So coming back to that's the reason why I wanted to do at least 12 of these episodes, was so that I could kind of talk about what I felt about some of these things and the things that I had to go through when it came to creating content and things of that nature, because to be honest with you, there's a lot of things that I did have to deal with when it comes to stuff, and it's just like with video editing and OBS. OBS, I had to learn so much from it. I've gotten more experience off of using OBS than any other tool that I have when it comes to video and streaming and everything. And I've still got a lot more to learn about it as well. For me, to be honest, I know just the basics. I can, if anybody needs help with that, I can help them out with the basics. I can show you how to set it up. I can show you how to do freaking media sources. I can show you how to do freaking put images on your stream, do slideshows, window capturing, display capture, all that stuff. I can teach you how to do that. I've learned how to do multiple outputs to where you can stream on multiple platforms for free. Right now I'm doing Odyssey, YouTube, X, doing Rumble, and I'm doing Twitch all at the same time. and I'm doing it for free. And there's people right now who are going out and paying for services to people to do that, And I've told them point blank. These are people I've known. I told them point blank. I was like, dude, I can show you how to do it for free, and they're not even interested. You can't give this stuff away for free, all right? And that's really what it comes down to. And that's the kind of stuff that I learned from OBS. I've learned how to work with that. Now, when it comes to audio, I do have to say I'm not very good with audio when it comes to OBS. I've really started focusing more on it to where my voice actually sounds better with VoIPs, because in this last year I've actually it's actually the first time I've actually had to deal with VoIPs and being able to talk to people and have conversations over these VoIPs. And when I say VoIPs, if you don't know what that means, it's like Discord to me is a VoIP, Skype is a VoIP, Jitsi, and there's other ones as well. So I've had to learn how to properly work my audio on OBS using these VoIPs. And then there's also things that I do want to mention as well, and it has to do with video editing. I've already mentioned how I actually had learned how to edit with OBS, but I want to talk about editing tools like Blender and After Effects and DaVinci and editing tools like that. Okay, now you will get into this stuff and eventually you'll figure out what your editing tool is going to be. Alright, and that's what I did. Eventually what I did is I started using a combination of OBS with Blender. Okay, I've had other editing tools before, some of them when I was on Linux and some of them on different, on Windows. But Wondershare was one of them too. But eventually I settled with Blender, and the reason for that was because I started on Blender and I focused on learning about computer graphics, and I was always wanting to figure out how to use the video editing on Blender as well. So I started getting into all this stuff and I learned it. And the one thing that I learned is that working with Blender takes a really, really long time. You know what I'm saying? For me, it didn't happen overnight. It was a slow process, and it wasn't only just learning how to do this stuff. It was a matter of all of this learning sinking into my brain to where it became natural, to where I could actually get on Blender and do this editing and not have to look at a tutorial. You know what I mean? And the one thing that I want to say is, like, that's not just for me in Blender. That goes for people who use After Effects, or people that use DaVinci, which are two other editing programs. Now, you don't just learn these things overnight. Okay, it takes time. So if you ever get into the point where you want to edit videos with somebody else and they use a different program, don't be picky about the program that they use. Okay, just because you're using Blender and they're using After Effects, don't say, well, I don't want you using After Effects, you need to learn Blender. Because what you're asking that person to do is to take and invest at least 6 months of going in and learning how to edit with Blender. Okay, and it's the same thing with a person who's using After Effects or DaVinci. Okay, if they want you to switch from Blender to After Effects or DaVinci. They're asking you to invest at least 6 to 8 months on just figuring out how to work After Effects and DaVinci properly. So if you're collaborating with people and they're using a different editing tool, you know, the easiest thing to do is to not try to force them to use the same editing tools that you're using, because all of these programs are set up differently and they would literally have to relearn how to use that program. So if you want any type of useful, if you want them to be useful at all in any way, then you're going to literally have to wait 6 to 8 months before they can freaking actually do anything to help you out. Now, another thing that I have noticed too that I had a problem with in the beginning, but I've since learned, was on my video streaming and my video editing. When I set the resolution and the frames per second on a video with OBS, and then I take that video recording and I put it on Blender, the resolution and the frames per second need to match up. Now, a lot of people say, oh, you don't have to do that, you can do this, you can do that, but I've noticed that the quality of the video isn't the same when you switch the resolution around and you start using stuff in there to adjust them. Always make sure that your OBS's resolution and frames per second match the editing tools frames per second resolution as well, and it'll make it a lot easier on you. Now, after that, what I do want to get into as well is about taking suggestions for me. Okay, now, that's a very touchy area for me when it comes to video and streaming and all of that, because they try to influence you to do certain things on YouTube and even on LinkedIn, you know, LinkedIn Learning, all of that. They talk about, you know, taking suggestions from people and using editing tools to edit videos. They'll give you tons of suggestions on that as well. Now that's all fine and dandy. Now what they also start mentioning is niches and finding a focus group. Now, for me, I learned that this isn't really as complicated as what they're making it out on the internet. Okay, I guess this is a suggestion, but when it comes to these suggestions that you're hearing from people, just kind of keep it simple. Okay, finding a niche is nothing more than finding a focus group. Now, I get on Discord and I interact with people on Nostalgia Gaming Retro. I interact with Old John. I interact with Homeboy from YouTube, and these are my focus groups, and I know what they're interested in. Okay, so they're all mostly game oriented, so I know kind of what games that they're interested in and what works for them and what doesn't work for them, you know. So I go off of that. You don't have to go out and find your favorite YouTuber and start following them and watching what they do and then do what they do. What you're doing there is you're mimicking what they're doing. Okay, finding a niche is basically finding a focus group, finding out some of the stuff that they're interested in, and then getting into that niche. They also talk about selling yourself. Okay, now selling yourself doesn't mean that you go on the internet and you try to pretend to be somebody that you're not. All right, selling yourself means that when you go on the internet, you have to let people know that this is you. This is you, and this is who you are, and this is what you're about. You know, basically that kind of thing. You have to sell yourself to the people who you're talking to. Like I'm talking to you guys. I'm not trying to pretend to be Joe Blow. I'm trying to be me. You know what I mean? This is who I am. I'm selling myself. If you like what you're hearing, then you're more than welcome to come back and listen to me again. I'm not going to pretend to be somebody else, you know. At the same time, I can't just sit and talk about ridiculous stuff like editing videos and shit like that, you know, because nobody wants to hear about After Effects and DaVinci. So with that being said, I'll get back to the good stuff like the Illuminati and cool shit like that, you know. But basically that's what it is when it comes to finding, you know, a niche. It's finding a focus group, figuring out what it is that they're into, and kind of contributing to that focus group, you know. Because like with me on my video games, I'm not really the best video gamer in the world. I'm one of the best, but I'm not the best, you know. And the reason why I'm one of the best is because I love killing shit, dude. On video games, I don't want to like go according to the way the game is supposed to be played. Like I want to get in there and I want to see if I can kill as much shit as I possibly can, you know. And I love it. There's nothing better than to do that, you know what I mean? And then talking dirty to women, like, man, I am a dirty talking fool, you know. And the reason why is because I got this sexy voice that women just can't resist, so I talk smooth to them, you know. So, and believe it or not, that's not really me pretending to be anybody. I talk that way to regular people. I mean, and that's my niche, you know what I mean? All of that is my niche. That's who I am. I'm not trying to pretend to be some prim and proper dude that's going to sit there and talk to you politically correct or anything like that. This is me. This is what you get. And that's a niche. So I had to learn that. At first, I tried to do things the proper way and act right and things of that nature. But in the end, it just did not work out. People catch on to that stuff, and they don't like it, you know. Now, also, when it comes to taking suggestions, I have another issue that a lot of people have a misconception of, and they think that, and YouTube is notorious for this. They like to make it out that WLCs harm your channels, okay? And I want to say 100% that is not true. And I actually did a little experiment here within the last year about WLCs and live streaming to find out for sure if it actually does harm your views or if it doesn't harm your views. Now, people that I've known who's actually gotten to the 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, they've gotten kind of scared because they've started hearing these stories about, oh, WLC is going to ruin your channel, you need to walk away from that or you won't be monetized for very long, or some shit like that. I don't even know if that's true, but that's, to me, that's what it seems like because of the way they act. I've seen my buddy Rockstar actually go on and get involved with WLCs using an alternative channel so that he can freaking comment on it because he's so worried that it's going to affect his channel that he will not use his actual channel to do it. Now, for me personally, I got curious about it. I keep hearing people talking about this. So what I did is I spent the first 6 months of this year on editing my videos and scheduling them in and avoiding doing WLCs, which, by the way, that's watch, like, and comments. What I do is I usually go on Discord, and Home Away from YouTube has WLC, which is watch, like, and comment. I post a video, and somebody freaking else posts a video, and they say, well, my gamer name's Infamous, so they'd say WLC in progress at Infamous, you know, so they would watch my video, they would like it, and then they'd make a comment, and in return I would do the same thing for them, you know. That's what WLCs are. Now, I've heard people say that this was something that would harm your video, so in the last 6 months I stayed away from it, and all I did was edited videos and I uploaded them, and I stayed away from live stream. I did that all the way up until June, and in June I started back up with live stream and WLCs. Now, all I ever use on my WLCs are my live streams. So when I started doing that, all of a sudden I started getting better views and everything. So for me, that showed me that WLCs don't affect my channel, you know. It actually helps it out. So that was one thing that I had I've had an issue with when it comes to these YouTube folklores, is what I like to call them. It's literally a folklore around YouTube. You'll hear a lot of them, so you got to be careful when you hear them. Now, don't get me wrong, platforms, they don't like WLCs at all. And the reason why they don't like WLCs has absolutely nothing to do with algorithms or anything of that nature. What it is they endorse promoting videos, okay? Instead of getting other people to watch your videos, like them, and make a comment on them, they want you to go in and they want you to hit that promote button and put money towards views. So whenever people do WLCs, what they're doing is they're interfering with the process of YouTube making money, okay? So that's what you need to understand when it comes to all of that. That's what that's about. And it's pretty shady, but they really do it. And I've had an issue about that for quite some time now, you know. I think that it's wrong. I think it's unethical. And it comes back to a lot of the issues that I've had with the internet and doing this live streaming for quite a long time. I really don't like the atmosphere that YouTube creates. To be honest, it's not anything that's actually healthy for anybody. I think that there's a lot of room for improvement when it comes to community. They're real big on talking about community, but the truth of the matter is like these YouTubers don't really care about one another. It's all for themselves, you know, and that's really what it's about. I couldn't tell you how many people that I've seen get monetization and they literally freaking just turned on the people who supported them that didn't have 1,000 subscribers, you know. And don't get me wrong, there's are occasions where that hasn't happened. As a matter of fact, here recently I was able to watch a video from Malika Gaming, and she was talking about what she made for her first 3 or 6 months, I think it was. And one of the content creators who have more subscribers than what she does came on and actually freaking donated money to her, and it was so big that freaking she literally cried, you know. I thought that was cool. So it does happen. I'm not saying that about everybody, but I'm just saying for the majority of the people who make it over 1,000 subscribers, they just literally abandon the people who supported them, other content creators on YouTube. And it's sad that they do that. It's basically, it comes down to survival of the fittest. They're gonna do what YouTube tells them to do. They're going to toe the line, and they're just going to forget about all these other people that helped them out in the past. And you can see that a lot when it comes to what's going on there. And I just don't agree with that. I think that it's wrong. And these are some of the issues that I've had when it comes to streaming. Another thing that I have noticed too was channel activity. A lot of people who live stream are so focused on the algorithm, and that's all they focus on is the algorithm. All right. And they don't understand that channel activity is just as important. When people go onto your videos and they make comments, you need to respond to their comments. Take time out to say thank you for watching. That's very important. It doesn't have to be anything elaborate. I've got this one guy, Tommy Spot. There's some times where he doesn't even watch the video. He just makes a comment. And I don't know what the deal is with that. He could be just trying to be nice, stuff like that. But I still make the effort to say thank you for watching, that's very important. Actually try to have conversations with the people who are involved in your videos. In the comment section, that shows activity with the platform that you're on. And it helps boost your views because it shows that you're active. Now, if YouTube thinks that you're an inactive channel, they're not going to support you as much as what they do if they see that there's activity going on your channel. And posting videos and stuff like that doesn't necessarily mean that you're an active channel. Okay, because you could be doing, like I said, you could be scheduling your channel videos out and not actually going on there and keeping tabs on it and things of that nature. Now, when it comes to channel activity as well, this has to kind of do with niches and this is something that I've mentioned, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who don't do it, but it's the category section in the video details. And it's just suggestion. You don't have to do this on your videos. YouTube doesn't make it mandatory, but I can tell you that using the category sections in the video details is really, really, really a good thing. All right, when you go in there and you're doing your videos and you're getting everything set up, go down to the category section and classify what that freaking video is about. If it's video games, they have a section they have all the video games that are available that you can freaking put in there to say that this is Assassin's Creed Unity, you know what I mean? So that every time those videos are posted, people who are in the Assassin's Creed Unity section will see that video. And it's just like if it's not a video game and you're doing like paranormal or UFOs or things of that nature, or just entertainment, put it in the entertainment section. Now be careful about putting paranormal and UFO sightings and all that in other categories, because they don't have a category for paranormal or anything like that. It can get you in trouble. So and a lot of people in that genre, they have an issue with you some people have an issue with you classifying it as entertainment, but there's a reason for that. It helps prevent you from getting into trouble. So just a note to people who are into that, the best thing to do is just classify it as entertainment, you know what I mean, and things of that nature. Now Another thing with channel activity is SEO. Now, SEO is important, okay? Start learning how to use it. I've had conversations with Mark Edworthy, and I'm amazed by how this man thinks when it comes to SEO, because, like, and there's a lot of people, I guess, who think this way too, but like they think that you just put SEO in and you just leave it and that's the way it is, and that's not the way it is. Not when it comes to content creation and creating videos and things of that nature, because like on YouTube and on Rumble, even all of them that use SEO, the content that you're putting on those channels are constantly changing from one subject to another, okay? So you can't have SEO that says freaking that you're playing freaking Assassin's Creed when you've stopped playing Assassin's Creed a year ago and now you're playing Modern Warfare. You know what I'm saying? So you have to go in there and you have to update your SEO. Now this also applies to other topics, like if you're talking about ghosts and you're talking about UFOs, your SEO needs to say that you're into paranormal, you're into UFOs, you're into aliens, things of that nature. Now, once you start shifting to other focuses like spirituality or being a spiritual healer or things of that nature, you need to switch your SEO from UFOs and aliens to spiritual content, you know what I mean? Like spirituality and healing and spiritual healing and things of that nature. And that's just an example. Wellness for anybody who's into mental wellness, things like that. You know, you've constantly got to be on top of your SEO and you have to update it. It's like a resume, and this goes for websites too. You know, you have to update your SEO according to what you're putting on your website. You just can't put it down once and just leave it alone. It has to be updated. It's just like updating your resume. You wouldn't put the same stuff on your resume today that you put down back when you was 18 years old, would you? Well, you have to think about SEO kind of like that, you know. So that is something that I really emphasize on that. And you know, your channel activity is so much important. And don't get me wrong, algorithms are very, very important, and that's what SEO is about. But there's more to it, you know. Take care of the category sections on your videos. It might be time consuming and monotonous, but for each video that you're uploading, go into that freaking category section and put the name of the game in. Now, one thing that I learned that made that a lot easier is copy and paste. Alright, you take the game, or for gamers, you take the game, you copy it in the name. And then what you do is you go down to the playlist, if you got a playlist, and you paste it in there, and then you freaking choose the playlist that you have there. And then after that, you scroll down to the category and you paste it there, and then the freaking name of the game pops up. And that's all you do. You move on. Copy and paste will save you a lot of time, and it'll save you a lot of heartache. So that is basically the best I can do when it comes to that. Now, I've gotten into a huge freaking spill on the stuff that I've learned from video editing, live streaming, starting out on YouTube and Facebook, you know, and all of this has to do with my networking on the internet. And all of this started because I started out on freaking Facebook making blogs. Not even making blogs, okay? I started a group, I started a page, and I started watching or sharing other people's stuff off of their groups and pages and watching their views, you know what I mean, and how many people watched their videos and what the topic was about, and I focused on that. And come to find out, that's what I needed to do in the first place, because that's what they're talking about now when they're talking about genres and niches and things of that nature, and finding focus groups and focusing in on what they're interested in and things of that nature. That's what I was doing back then and didn't even know it. And as time went by, I started catching on to it, you know. Now, I do have to say that I did get frustrated, and I mentioned it earlier, and I'll come back to that now. I got pretty frustrated with YouTube because of the monetization thing that they did. It got insane. Like, even today, I still think that when they first came out with it and they set their monetization at 10,000 watch hours, that was just ludicrous. It was insane. There was it made my blood boil. And today I've just gotten so used to the idea that they did that it doesn't even annoy me no more. But it could easily make my blood boil. I could go into a tantrum right now over what they did back then and how it affected me. It made me mad. Now, because of that, me and my buddy John, mostly me and John, but there were others that did it who aren't around anymore, to be honest. But we both went this route where we went out looking at alt platforms, and I'm pretty sure that I first started out with Odyssey, but at the same time I know that I ended up getting involved with a website called Fruit Lab. And Fruit Lab ended up being a disaster. And well, actually, I believe that I got involved with Minds.com before I got involved with Fruit Lab. I'm pretty sure I did. And Fruit Lab ended up being a disaster. And the reason why it ended up being a disaster was for the same reason that Minds.com lost their freaking their luster. Like, when I first started Minds.com, they say it was like in 2017. I'm not for sure on that, because like I said, I don't remember much when it comes to time periods. It could have been 2017. But when I first started out on there, it was hopping. There was people on Minds.com like you wouldn't believe. People were sharing stuff. There was conversations going on in the comment sections. And there was comments going on in the comment sections. Everything, you know what I mean? It lost its luster because they decided that they were going to do what John refers to as changing the goalposts. You know what I mean? They had a system that I thought was pretty cool back in the day when I first started on there, but then they decided they were going to get into cryptocurrency, and I didn't know anything really about cryptocurrency during that time period, and I just didn't like the changes they made. Then they after they went to cryptocurrency, they started up Minds Plus, and they started really backing off on a lot of the things that they started out with. Like at one time, they had a help and support right there in the group section for Minds.com, and they got rid of it and they created Minds Chat, which I do use now, but for the longest time I wouldn't use it because I got upset with them and I just refused to use Minds Chat. Since that time, I've actually started using Minds Chat and I have no problems with it. But at the time, I didn't want to do it, and I sat and I watched the way things had happened or what had happened with Minds, and during that time period I backed away from Minds and I went and I started getting more involved in Fruit Lab. This is more of a video game platform, and it had a pretty decent setup when I first started that, but I started seeing them do the same kind of stuff that Minds.com had done, you know, and for me, that turned out bad. They actually had even a chat room where if you needed help, you could go in and talk, just like they did with Minds, and then they shut it down. They didn't want anybody to communicate with them and tell them, look, I'm having problems here, I'm having problems there. They just shut it down. So that was when I started seeing stuff happen there. Now, another thing that they started doing that really messed with me was that they started getting into this thing where they wanted to do the cryptocurrency, and the difference between them and Minds is Minds had been going for quite a long time, so they had just gotten out of beta, don't get me wrong, but they had been around since like 5 years after Facebook started, so they had been around the block for a while. Fruit Lab had just started their platform like a year before, and all of a sudden they wanted to start switching over to having a wallet and doing cryptocurrency, and I knew from what I'd seen on Minds that was a bad decision, and I sat there and I watched the whole time while they were doing it just go to shit because they had chosen to go that path, and I believe that they were a little too immature to be able to jump into that. Now later, here in the last year, I was able to talk to Minds Gaming, and he came up with something else that I never really took a look at either. And he said the first mistake that a lot of these platforms that are gaming platforms do is they want to switch over from a regular platform into a cryptocurrency platform, where in reality they should have started out as a cryptocurrency website in the first place. So it makes it harder on them, and I can see that as being an issue. So those were the issues that I had with Fruit Lab and Minds.com. Now, I did eventually go back to Minds.com, and I ended up still having issues with the regular platform, like just regular Minds. The first bit of time that I was on there, it was horrible. The analytics were crap. You don't get any views whatsoever. There's nobody really having conversations with you on the main platform. You get notifications from other people, and usually it's just whenever they post. They don't actually like communicate with one another anymore. It's kind of depressing. It's really a depressing atmosphere from what it was when I first started there. And what ended up happening is I eventually got hooked up with Minds Plus, and the reason why I did that was for the monetization. I wanted to make money off of it, and I had to pay $65 at the time. Now it's $85, but at the time I only had to pay $65 for a year, and I did it for 2 years. This is coming to the end of the second year that I've done it, And what happened is last year in August, after I had in September, it was after September when I finally decided that I was going to go for the second year of monetization on Minds Plus. They decided they were just going to shut down the monetization program altogether. Now they have like a Ponzi scheme where they use referral systems to where you have to refer people to Minds.com in order to get any kind of monetization. And I've even said that before, that people don't really freaking, well, besides the the referral system that they have it to where people can give you donations and stuff for the content and everything. But it's like I said, even with that, okay, people don't do that. Like, they don't sit and watch your video and say, you know what, I'm gonna give this person money because he did such a great job. It just doesn't happen, so that really caused a lot of frustration with me. Now, in the process of being involved with with Minds.com and doing the live streaming and monetization happening the way that it did happen, I ended up meeting a lot of cool people. I'm not gonna lie about it. I was able to meet interesting people, hang out with them, learn stuff from them, and I'm just not going to say that it was a bad experience doing it, because it wasn't. It was something that I've been wanting to do for quite a long time. But I'm not going to tell you that my experience with Rumble with Minds has been all that great since I came back from Fruit Lab and started doing Minds again. Now, after I started doing Minds again, I went in and I started also with Fruit Lab. When I was doing Fruit Lab, I was also doing some stuff with BitChute as well. And all this time I was still doing stuff with YouTube at the same time. And BitChute, there was one thing that I did want to mention about them that was kind of freaky to me. They actually had a monetization program, and I went in and I checked it out, and the weird part about this monetization thing through cryptocurrency that they had was it wasn't eligible for anybody in the United States, and that kind of freaked me out a little bit, you know what I mean? Because I was like, what the hell is that all about, So I kind of shied away from that. Now they have finally came out with live stream, which I've been waiting for them to do that for a while, but since the situation with Minds happened, I'm not too eager about trying to live stream on BitChute. I really don't want the upset no more. I learned my lesson, you know what I'm saying about it. Don't get too excited about these platforms, because I agree with what John says now about, they changed the goalposts. They promise something, and then later on they change their minds and they change the goalposts. You know what I mean? They make it to where it's not what they agreed to originally. But I do find it positive that BitChute did start live streaming. It's just I don't want to do that. Like, now Minds has actually gotten to the point where they started their live stream and then they had to stop doing their live stream for some reason. So, and the people that they got hooked in with are pretty shady. Just that's the best way I can say it. Their streaming the people they go through their streaming with is pretty shady. That's about all I can say. it's not something that I would suggest anybody get involved with. So, hold on a minute. I have got to go see what is going on. I will be right back. Okay, so I'm back. But that's the thing with mines that I had an issue with when it comes to live stream, and now they've discontinued their live stream, and they've given no explanation for why they've done it or not. I'm pretty sure that what I heard last time had to do with the metadata or some shit like that. So with these alt platforms, what I'm kind of getting at is they aren't really what they're made out to be either. I have found positive results from Rumble. Rumble started me out on my channels, and from day one until now, they've been giving me, well, supposedly I'm supposed to be making money off of it. It's not much. Within the last year, I made $2, but at least that's $2 that my videos did earn, and I don't know, it could end up being like it was with YouTube, where I get up to like maybe $3 or $4, and all of a sudden I have to have like 10,000 views, hours of view time or some shit, I don't know. So I'm still doing my stuff on Rumble. I have no problems with that. Here recently with Odyssey, I've seen some pretty cool things. I've done a video previously talking about Arweave, and that might actually pay off to be something good. I do hope that good things come out of that. The stuff that's happened with Library is pretty sad. They ended up having to go through a lot of changes, and hopefully out of all of it, good things will come out of it. But right now, all I can say is hopefully don't mess it up, and they come out with a good monetization program. I don't know 100% what that program's going to be. I haven't seen any changes take place on Odyssey at the moment. The ads free. There's no more ads on Odyssey, which I think that's cool. Like, they've literally walked away from advertising altogether. So if anybody's sick and tired of going onto YouTube or Rumble and seeing all these ads, just be aware the BitChute got rid of ads. They're not there anymore, so you can go on there and watch their stuff and not have to worry about advertisement. Now, earlier I had discussed with you guys about VoIPs, and the one thing that I have had to go through with these VoIPs is people, man. Like, I've had to go on Discord, I've had to go on Jitsi, I've had to go on Skype, I've even gone on Microsoft Teams and sessions, and I've done all of this stuff because of people, you know. There's some people who don't want to go on Discord. They will give you every excuse from, you know, them stealing your data to the CIA freaking snooping on you and taking your information and shit, you know what I mean? They do the same thing with Skype. Then there's people who just want to go on Jitsi, you know, and they don't want to have anything to do with Discord or Skype. And then there's people on Discord that they don't want to switch over to any other type of thing as well. Rapid Glitch, the guy I do my retro shit with, he's 100% gung-ho Discord, nothing else, you know. So it causes frustration for somebody like me, because like I'm willing to try anything to get content, you know what I mean? If I have to go on Discord, I'll go on Discord. If I have to go on Jitsi, I'll go on Jitsi. I'll go to any type of VoIP that I have to go to get an interview or a show or any kind of content from another person. But with Discord, the one thing that I do have to say is they do have good quality on their video. But the downfall to Skype is the fact that freaking when you go on to Skype, if you are wanting somebody else to come on as a guest, which they do allow now for your channels and stuff, they have to have an account on Skype with or not Skype, I'm sorry, Discord. With Discord, they have to have an account with Discord. Now, with Skype, the cool part of it is they don't have to have an account. They can be a guest, and you can give them a link, and they can come on and put their name in, which is kind of what Jitsi does. You know, Jitsi, you can go on there and you can actually make a name for yourself, and you can go into the discussion, or you can just leave it blank and be guest, and it'll say that you're a fellow Jitster. You know, you can do either or. That's the one thing that I noticed about Discord that is not really cool. You know what I mean? Like, they insist that they know who you are. I do like the quality of it, but here lately, even when it comes to, you know, video sharing and people networking together in videos, I've noticed that Twitch has come out with a pretty good system. Now, I haven't been able to use it yet, but the reason for that mostly is because of this issue that I've had, that I've been discussing. They've come up with something called Stream Together, and from what I've seen, it looks pretty cool. It does look pretty cool, but the only problem is getting people from other VoIPs and other networks to use it with me. Most people who are on YouTube don't really use Twitch very much, and I don't really network very much with people on Twitch. It's very hard networking with people on Twitch because they delete your content after like 7 days, and then like they claim that more people watch your content when it's highlighted, but from the analytics and what I've seen, on Twitch, nobody ever watches your highlights. I've gotten views off of the actual content, but I've never gotten views on any of the highlights that I've made on Twitch whatsoever. I don't know if people have actually watched it or not. You know what I mean? They could have watched it, and maybe they don't record the views that you get on them. But I, to this date, have never found any of my highlights that's ever gotten any views. So that is one issue that I've had with using this stream together that they've got on Twitch. I think that it could possibly be a better quality setup altogether than what Discord has, but I've yet been able to test it out because I haven't been able to find anybody who's willing to do it with me. You know what I mean? So it gets really crazy when it comes to all that. Now, I don't really have much to say about like these VoIPs other than I do, you know, the quality that's involved is really what bugs me. Microsoft Teams and Jitsi, for example. Now Jitsi, you get on there and every time, or not every time, but most of the time, people start getting bounced off, you know what I mean, and things of that nature, and it just gets really annoying. So I find it hard to really enjoy using Jitsi sometimes, not all the time. The Skype has also had its issues when it comes to audio. I've had to actually go through and work on my audio and set up my OBS with Skype because it seems to have an issue with working with other programs, you know what I mean, like OBS and Skype. I have to adjust the audio on my Skype in order to be able to listen and have people hear me properly on Skype and my headphones, you know what I mean? There should be no issues with me using my headphones on Skype whatsoever. Even on Jitsi, I seldomly ever get any issues with my audio, but I always had problems with it on Skype until finally I just buckled down and started trying to figure out what I needed to do there. Now, with Microsoft Teams, I believe that was the one that Mark Edworthy wanted to set up for the shows that I had, and he's been having tons of problems with it, you know. He's been wanting to try to get something going on there since at least January that I know of when he first mentioned it, and the last time we tried to put something together on there, it just turned out to be a horrible disaster. So I'm kind of discouraging myself on the voice myself after talking about it, you know. I'm like sitting here talking about how this person doesn't like this and this person doesn't like that and this, you know, and it just, the more I keep talking about it, the more discouraged I get about them. Like, there really isn't no good VoIP, to be honest with you. I have an issue with Discord when it comes to this always forcing, what is that called? It's where whenever, like, I've got my OBS on now, and if I go on to, oh, here it is, it's streamer mode. You know, every time I go on to Discord, they always turn streamer mode on when I put in the settings that I don't want streamer mode activated. Okay, they just automatically do it, and they've always done it since I've started. And it drives me nuts because I'm trying to figure out what the name of a person is in my Discord channel, and the name is shrunk down so that you can't see it, so that if I'm accidentally, or even if I am showing the page, they won't be able to see who that person's name is on there. You know, for me personally, I think that's ridiculous that they force that to pop up every single time you go on Discord. When I go into my settings and I say that I don't want that to freaking happen, it shouldn't happen anymore. You know, and that also reminds me of like my default settings in YouTube. You know, I've been streaming For Honor, and I've also been streaming Assassin's Creed Unity. Well, they determined that For Honor, the storyline at least, is adult content. So they turn around, and after me in my default settings saying that none of my videos are made for minors, okay, they turn around and they put age restriction on it. Now, I was under the understanding that when I went into my default upload settings and I made it to where it was not made for kids, that would have covered all that, you know what I mean? So why do they think that it's necessary that, even though I specifically said these videos weren't made for kids, why do they still have to make it to where it's age restricted on top of not made for children? You know, are they like just saying that not made for children is 16 or under, or 13 or under? Is that what they're talking about? Maybe that's it, because like the age restriction is 18 and above. You have to be 18 or older to watch it. So that could be the equivalent of R-rated, you know. I don't know. It seems to be annoying to me, to be honest with you. I find that a bit unnecessary, is what I'm saying, you know. With Discord, whenever you go on Discord and they do all that shit with the frickin' streamer mode, I think streamer mode, once I put it into the settings that I don't want them to use streamer mode, it shouldn't be used, you know what I mean? Now, if I choose to turn that back on, then I should have the right to do it, but I don't think that's necessary. Now, these VoIPs, like I said, if you ever do get into the point where you're wanting to live stream and interview people and doing roundtables, the best suggestion I can say to you is don't limit yourself by saying that you're only going to use this VoIP or that VoIP. You're going to have to adapt with, like I said previously in other parts of this. If people want to use Discord, then you're going to have to use Discord, you know what I mean? If they want to use Jitsi, you're going to have to use Jitsi, Skype, all of them. I mean, that's the way I do things, where I want the interview, I want the content, so I'm willing to go on those different VoIPs in order to get that content. And that's just the way it is. I mean, there's no picking and choosing and saying that I don't want to use this or I don't want to use that. The only thing that I don't want to do, that I'm going to stand by, is I don't want to have Linux again. You know, that's just not going to happen. I enjoy the lazy life, hanging out and being cool with Windows 11. Not necessarily Windows 11. If it was Windows, you know, XP, I'd be cool. Maybe Windows 7 or 8, but 10 and 11 just sucked. They were horrible programs. So with audio, now before I stop talking about all this stuff, I do want to cover like audio, and because that's always been a really touchy subject when it comes to me and doing any kind of streaming or recording or editing or whatever. Audio has always been the hardest part of this project. Now, testing audio is something that I suggest that every single person makes a habit of practicing. And when I say habit of practicing, that's where the repetition and more repetition comes from. Okay? I've mentioned that. Time management, everything. Repetition is important, and testing your audio is a part of that. It doesn't matter if it's been working perfect for the last 6 months, okay? You still test your audio. Anything could happen at any time to where your audio gets screwed up, and if you don't stay on top of that every single time you record or you stream, it's going to happen to you and you're not even going to be aware of it. Okay? You're going to record an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours of video, and you're going to have to throw it all away because you have shitty audio. Okay? Also, adjusting your audio. Now, this is something that a lot of people who are into streaming, and especially video gamers, they have no content, or they have no concept of how to adjust audio. When you're using your editing tools, okay, there's ways that you can adjust audio. Now, that is something that a lot of people who, like I say, especially in gaming, they just don't know about. And the reason for that is because they don't really take the time to learn how to properly edit their videos and get familiar with the programs that they're using. And the one thing that I also have to say too is, and you'll hear me say it quite a bit when it comes to stuff like this, is stop trying to reinvent the map. Okay, there's ways that people have been dealing with audio and video and setting their resolutions in their audio and the way that they've been editing audio and video. They've been doing it for years and it works. So don't be one of those guys that goes in and tries to reinvent the map and do something unique, okay? There's solid formulas on how to make good audio and make good videos, good content. All you have to do is learn how to follow the directions. That's it. Okay? Now, that's very important, because I've had dealings with Rapid about this here recently. We did a video where we went through and we played a game with multiple people, and he decided that he wanted to alter the audio. He wanted to take out the background video. He wanted to just have us talking, and we were all going to do this, and he was going to put in his own music in the background with our voices. He didn't take into consideration that there's 4 different people doing the same freaking game, and instead of him just going ahead and letting everybody freaking do the audio without altering the audio and by turning it down or anything, he could take and have all of that video in his editor. He could sync up the audio, and he could choose which one had the best audio and delete the rest of the audios and just use that one. So what he ended up getting was freaking me with a video that had background noise or background sounds like the gunshots and stuff like that, and my voice, and then the audio was real loud. Then he had freaking somebody else who had background music, but the audio was lower, and it wasn't all that great. And then he had two other people who had no audio in the background and everything like that. So you've got that whole line of mess, that whole freaking plate of spaghetti that you have to work through. You know what I'm saying? And it's just not worth the crap when you can just go ahead and use the freaking formula that's been used over and over again for years and years and years and has worked every single time. You know what I mean? Just let people make their freaking recordings. Don't alter the freaking audio. Sync all of the audio together. Choose which one has the best audio out of the four and delete the other three. That's all you have to do. It's that simple. Now, the reason why I say that is because you have a workflow, okay? And I'll get to the workflow when I start discussing, you know, this whole thing that people have about quality versus quantity, all right? And there I'll discuss, you know, creating a workflow for yourself and stuff of that nature. So, what I do want to talk about first is meeting people, you know, and the one thing that I mentioned already was people's issues with preferences, you know. You've got to kind of you've got to be watchful when it comes to issues that people have with preferences. Like I've had issues with people who don't want to be on anything that's not open source, okay? And you know, for me, I've gotten to the point where I'm sick of hearing people preach about open source. The truth of the matter is they're spying on people with open source just as much as they are with people with Windows or with stuff that isn't open source. It's gotten to the point where people who promote open source are just as bad, if not worse, than people who talk about conspiracy theories all the time. And you know, don't get me wrong, I love a good conspiracy theory, but when you take something like open source to the level that most of these people take it, it's really insane. So you have to understand that when you meet people, you're going to meet people who have issues with preferences like that. There's people who are only going to want to deal with open source stuff, and that's where I really have the issue when it comes to using Jitsi and, you know, Microsoft Teams and sessions and all that, is because these people believe in like open source and they would rather use Jitsi than use anything like Discord or Skype or anything of that nature. So you've got to deal with these people. Not only are you dealing with people who want to reinvent the map or reinvent the wheel, whichever way you want to say it, that you have people who have issues with their own personal preferences, you know. You got people who freaking don't want to use anything but Discord. Then there's people who don't want to use anything but freaking Skype. There's people who freaking only want to be on Facebook and they don't want to go over to Discord because it's something new, you know. So you've got to you've got to deal with issues like that. Now, with meeting people in streaming and stuff like that, besides issues with their preferences and stuff, you have to be careful with their suggestions for interviews. And when I say that, like, you have to be careful with them referring you to somebody else to do an interview, because we had that issue, me and Bob Dub did, with somebody here recently who we had interviewed, And he behaved pretty well, don't get me wrong. He didn't act out of the way in any way with us. But he suggested that we contact these other people and have them on for an interview. And when we contacted these people, they just gave the horriblest freaking comments whatsoever that you could imagine about this guy. Okay, so this guy ends up suggesting that we bring these people on for an interview, and these people don't even like him, you know. And for the channel that I've been doing this stuff for, that threw a dilemma for me. I had to really think that through, you know, on how that's going to reflect on our channel. And what I finally decided was that I really didn't know this guy very much. I mean, I had contacted him, we had set up the interview, and I didn't know him very well. It's just like these people that he suggested that we contacted. I didn't know them at all. You know, all they're doing is mudslinging. And me or the channel that I'm involved with had to have anything to do with him whatsoever. And we just said, you know, we met him, we did an interview with him. Because we sent him a message back and we said, we're not affiliated with him in any way, but, you know, we don't know what's going on here or anything like that. We just offered an invitation to you to come on for an interview. Sorry for, you know, the inconvenience, and that was it. Now, if that affects our channel, I don't know. I don't really care. You know, I didn't know him a week before then, just like I don't know him today. You know what I mean? It was just me offering an invitation to him to come on to our show for an interview. And what this is all coming about with is, like, with these interviews, when people make suggestions to you, be careful. You know, be very watchful about the people that you do invite to come on to your shows for interviews. And we've had great people on our show for an interview for the Wonderful World of Weirdness. It's an amazing channel. So I just that was one instance that I had, and it was interesting is all I can say about it. Now, the one other thing too that I do want to get more involved in later on is this thing about mental illness. Now, when it comes to streaming on the internet, you know, I have ran across a lot of people who deal with mental disorders. I've actually heard from Bob Dub where somebody had suggested to her that she never talk about mental health or mental disorders or anything like that when it comes to her brand. And I find that really horrible that somebody actually said that to her, you know, because first of all, I've met more people doing gaming that has had mental illnesses, okay? And the thing that's really amazing about that is that people who are into gaming are more likely capable of discussing their mental illnesses. They don't hide it in shame like it's something that's bad, you know what I mean? They're very open about it, and I commend them on that, because more people need to say that, you know? I've even heard gamers say that they use gaming as a way to escape from a lot of reality, and it was a way for them to cope with their mental disorders and stuff of that nature, which really isn't a positive thing, but at least they were honest enough to admit it. Whereas other people who also stream that don't stream gaming stuff, you know, they have a hard time discussing it. They don't want to openly have a conversation about it. I find that to be the most amazing part of it all, you know what I mean? That these gamers the same people that a lot of other streamers that do interviews and roundtables kind of look down on, are more capable of talking about their mental issues than what these other people are. You know, I find it pretty amazing. So with that, I also want to move on to something else that after I've discussed that, I want to move on to this thing that we had a conversation about here recently, and it concerns quality versus quality when it comes to videos and streaming and everything. Now, when I heard this, I first heard it on Minds. Bill Altman had talked about he didn't like the quality of content that was being put on Minds.com, and that really ruffled my feathers. You know, I had a conversation with Mark Edworthy about this before too, and we both came to the same conclusion. You know, whose place is it to determine if content is quality or if it's not quality? You know, if it's standard or substandard. You know, what's quality content to one person isn't quality to another person. So for me, that kind of ruffles my feathers. You know, with that comment. And then I also have a problem with people saying, you know, that there's supposed to be like a difference between quality and quantity. Like, people who make a lot of videos don't spend time on making quality videos. It's just manufacturing these videos, which I find to be absurd, because I've seen a lot of people make videos that are just shit, completely made out of AI, that has no quality whatsoever. You know what I mean? And I sit there and I watch that, and I hear these same people talking about, you know, all of these extra videos that are being made are just bad quality. Now, don't get me wrong, there are people who stream on the internet just for views, okay? And they're all over the place. The majority of people who do gaming videos, that's all they care about. They stream just for views. They don't care about quality content, okay? Then you have other people who are streaming in video editing, and they do it with a passion. Now, these people are kind of the class that I get into. Now, I do a lot of videos, don't get me wrong. I do a lot of videos. There's a lot of quantity in my videos, but I have a passion for it. Not only do I stream, but I also edit videos. I enjoy making the audio for it. My whole goal is to eventually make content that is 100% mine, created by me, nobody else, and that's music included, okay? And that's always been a passion of mine, okay? Now, the thing of it is I also know, like, what's needed for views when it comes to, or post, basically, how many posts that you need for Facebook and how many posts you need for YouTube and X, formerly Twitter, you know, in order for people to, for you to get decent views on their channels, you know. And I don't think a lot of people have heard about that, or they don't understand it, you know, like for you to get decent views, and I disagree with this, I think it's actually more now, but they say that you need to have at least 3 videos a week posted on Facebook and YouTube in order for your channel to get decent views, just period. That's what you need. And I think that it's actually more. I think you probably would need about 5 videos at least each week on your channel so that you can get decent views. Now, that isn't the bad part, believe it or not. Now, X and Instagram And for you to have decent views on their channel, you have to have at least 10 videos posted every day. Okay, every day. So you need, or not videos, but posts. You have to have 10 posts a day, every day, on X or Instagram. That's just so you can get decent views. So when it comes to this whole thing about quantity versus quality, you have to take that into consideration too. Now, this comes also with the topic I was talking about earlier about creating a workflow. Now, what a lot of people don't understand about creating a workflow is you're going to get quantity, because with creating a workflow, you are learning how to with your workflow, you're reducing steps that are involved in creating content. You're eliminating extra steps that don't need to be there in your workflow. So each part of creating a video or creating a stream that is unnecessary, you just take that out and you allow yourself to freaking skip that step so that you can create that content faster. Okay, because speed, believe it or not, is the most important thing when it comes to creating content. Now, like with CGI, even, okay, when people create CGI, they have entire teams set up to where they create specific parts of that computer generated imagery. Okay, now these people have to be able to have a workflow that allows them to work fast and precise, and they need to do it very, very well. Okay, there's no room for error in it. So not only are they working fast, but they're also working efficient, and they're creating content that is quality. Okay, and they're creating a lot of quantity, a lot of it. So you have both quality and quantity taking place there. So you don't compare quality versus quantity. Alright, just because there's a lot of quantity doesn't mean that there's not quality there, because workflow, eliminating extra steps that are unnecessary, things of that nature, and repetition and more repetition. You have to create a habit. In other words, you have to be able to develop repetition and good habits when you're doing this editing and stuff like that, to where it becomes second nature to you, where bam, automatically you know this is what you need to do. Okay, and that doesn't come overnight. You have to use repetition, work by with steps. There's steps in each part of the process of your workflow. You have to learn how to eliminate the unnecessary steps, and that is what's going to make it to where you work faster. Like for me, I've gotten to the point where I can actually edit my videos, I can live stream, I'm able to go through and create a schedule on when all my videos are going to be posted. I go through and I check my posts after I schedule them to make sure they're scheduled according to their time. I'm also able to check each post to make sure there's no problems with copyright or anything of that nature. I'm not as good as my buddy Rockstar. Now Rockstar Pool, he's got it put together. He actually has got it set up to where he can schedule his videos out. And not only that, but when he goes to make the videos, he can tell you it's Monday, or it's Tuesday, or it's Friday, and he's made the video like maybe a month in advance, you know what I mean? But he's got it on his schedule to where he knows when he makes that video, he has to say, good morning everybody, you know what time it is, you know, and then he says it's Monday morning, you know, or it's Tuesday morning, and that's quality. That is putting together good video content, you know. And I'm not as good as he is, but that's the kind of stuff that you have to understand that's taking place. So this stuff, when it comes to the whole quality versus quantity thing, that's just complete nonsense. Don't sell it into that stuff. Don't buy into it, because it's not real. There, and like I said, there are people on the internet that stream just for the views, and that's all they care about. You know what I mean? And I think that's actually a product of what platforms like YouTube and X and all these other platforms have created. You know what I mean? They've created this environment where people feel like they're stressed out and they have to freaking do this stuff, or they're gonna lose views and stuff. Now, repetition and more repetition, creating a positive habit, that's one thing that's important to me. Now, this whole thing about taking a break, I'm not really bought out on that one. I've seen some things here in the last year that really blew my mind. I was always unsure about that until finally here, since January, John from the Wonderful World of Weirdness was getting ready to just give up on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. He was just going to get rid of the entire channel. And I stepped up and I said, look, man, you know, instead of you getting rid of that channel, let me have it and I'll take over and try to get it, you know, going and straightened up again. And he agreed to let me do it. But he stayed on with the channel and has been there with me. And while I've been there and I've been paying attention to the analytics, I noticed that, like, he would put content up for 6 months and he would take a break, and then he would come back and he would put content back up on it again. And each time he took those breaks, his views would drop drastically. Like, there was a point where he was making over 100,000 views, and I'm not kidding you. I mean, this is a big channel. He was making over 100,000 views within the time that he was posting, and then when he took a break, he'd come back and it would drop from 100,000 to like 20 or 30 or 40,000, to the point now where we're lucky to get 200 views off of one video, you know. And this channel had over 140,000, I believe, subscribers, and now since we've been doing changeovers, we've lost quite a bit of subscribers. Not as much. We've lost 4,000 of them, but the reason for that was because I went in and I found out that we had content that was short videos of UFO sightings and ghost sightings and things of that nature, and YouTube ended up flagging the channel and making it to where they weren't available for monetization, because those videos, even though they were short and they could be used for Creative Commons or fair use, they weren't altered. So in order for those videos to frickin' be able to be monetized, we had to go through and we had to literally alter them in some way with a voice or some shit like that. Now, John had done this to crap loads of videos. I mean, huge amounts of videos, and there's just no way that we could have gone through and done that, because even though we altered it and made new videos, the old videos that had all those views would have still been there. So that means they would have had to be deleted. So basically, in the end, what I had to do is make a decision on keeping them on there and taking a chance of issues with copyright infringement or some other bullshit popping up, which, by the way, it had no copyright infringement involved with it when I was done with it. But I had a choice of keeping them on there and dealing with that, or just deleting them off. And I've been around this channel since the time I remember John starting it up. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't into streaming and everything, but it was like a year before I got involved in doing all this crap, and I had to sit and I had to delete every single one of these videos, and I've watched pretty much almost all of them, you know what I mean, and I had to sit there and personally delete it, and it made me sick at my stomach for doing that, and all of that was the result of, you know, YouTube, basically. I mean, it was disgusting. It was literally disgusting. I know that didn't have really anything to do with what I was talking about with taking a break, but that was the reason why we only get like 200 videos or views per video now, is because we had gone from short videos that showed sightings of UFOs and aliens to interviews with people about UFOs and aliens and documentaries and scary stories and things of that nature. So there's been a drastic change on the channel. So because of that, we've lost like 4,000 subscribers. That's still good considering freaking we had, it's a pretty big channel. So if you still want to see those old video footages, though, let me point it out too that most of them are still available on Odyssey for anybody who wishes to check them out. It's the Wonderful World of Weirdness. It's an excellent channel. That's all I gotta say. If you want to check out the old videos, they still are on Odyssey, so go check them out. I went through and I covered everything that I wanted to discuss tonight. We're at 2 hours and 49 minutes. I think I did a pretty decent job. But like I said, I did PowerPoints. I didn't want to get too elaborate on them. I just put what the things were that I wanted to discuss, and I just had a conversation with it, you know what I mean? I didn't like give an explanation on what I need to talk about before. I've done that in a couple of ones that I've had, and I'm pretty sure you guys noticed that. But the reason why I did it was because me, Tan Hai Tran, and Mark did a lot of good, solid research on some of the topics that we're talking about, especially with Odyssey and Arweave. We did a lot of good stuff when it came to AI as well. Now, also besides that, the stuff that concerns politics, historical politics especially, me and Mark did a lot of stuff with that when it came to Roger's Real-Time Talk Show. So I was really happy with the notes that I had taken whenever we had done those things, and we got pretty serious on it, and we had a pretty good 12 episode season with both Tech Talk and with Roger's Real-Time Talk Show. So I just wanted to do the best summary of what I could of them, and I appreciate Mark for complimenting me on that. I wanted to do my best on making a good show concerning those topics. And I also want to do a shout out again to Auto X as well as Bob Dub, and Within the Vacuum came in for one episode as well in the conversation when it came to Roger's Real-Time Talk Show, talking about politics. So I thought that was pretty cool. I think we all did a real good job on that show. But tonight, I just wanted to focus on what's going on, or what's happened, where I came from when it comes to all of this craziness, you know. At the moment, I really don't know what it is that I'm going to be doing in the future. I do know that I'm just going to wing it like I've been doing on a lot of this stuff. I've had a lot of people suggest a lot of things to me, and then I turn around and watch them, and they're going through shitloads of problems. You know what I mean? When it comes to video and everything, and I've pretty much determined that even though they have a lot of good suggestions, like my way of doing things seems to work better for me. It seems to work a lot better than what their ways are, you know. So I don't have to complicate things, you know. I mean, it still comes down to what it was in the first place. Like right now, I'm staring at my OBS. I've got my freaking notepad open with talking points, PowerPoints, you know. I have tabs open up to the platforms that I'm streaming on. There's nothing elaborate to it. It's very simple, and that's the way I've been doing it since I first started. It's more of the workflow that I talked about towards the end, about the workflow, about creating positive habits. Think about it like this, okay? When I was a truck driver, and when I was learning to be a truck driver, I learned about having to relearn how to drive, okay? And that's a hard concept for people to understand, because to them driving is natural, okay? But when you get in a big rig and you get behind freaking the steering wheel of a big rig, you start learning that you develop bad habits during your driving career that you need to unlearn, okay? So the majority of learning how to drive semi-trucks is unlearning bad habits, alright? So all the time that I've been doing a lot of this stuff, I've been developing habits and getting rid of bad habits that I've been doing, and it's about time management. I need to learn that there's a certain time for video editing, there's a certain time for live streaming, there's a certain time for eating dinner, hanging out with the family, going outside and freaking watching the sun go down. There's a time and a place for everything, and I need to learn how to properly schedule my day, okay, to where there's a certain time for doing a certain thing. And people don't want to hear that. That's the hardest thing about streamers. They do not want to hear that they need to get serious with their lives. They need to come up with a schedule. They need to set goals for themselves. Where do they want to be a year from now? Where do they want to be 5 years from now? Where do they want to be 20 years from now? Those are the things that you need to be doing in everyday life, okay? This doesn't just have to do with streaming and trying to do that. This has to do with everyday life. These are things that people were taught to do back in the 1960s. You know what I mean? When people were more responsible and actually acted like adults, you know. Today it seems like we've lost that connection with our elders. We don't understand that these are important things. Stop trying to promote videos, you know, create good content, and maybe people will give you real views. That's organic, you know what I mean? That means something, instead of views that you have to pay for by hitting the promote button. There's a lot of people with a lot of big views, but you know what? Their content's just shit, and the only reason why they have all those views is because they hit that promote button. So don't be fooled by all that stuff, and understand, man, if you enjoy what you've done after you've done your after it's all said and done and your content's created, then you did a good job, you know what I mean? You're happy with what you've created, and don't worry what everybody else says, because there's a whole lot of trolls out there, and they're just sitting there waiting to freaking pounce. And don't feel bad if you have to freaking block them off your channel, because you don't need that. Once you start allowing trolls to freaking come on and make one bad comment after another, it becomes an epidemic, and it can affect your channel. So don't have any shame in freaking muting somebody from your channel. I have no problem with it whatsoever. You get a lot of these guys on here talking about shadow banning. They don't realize that the people who are doing the shadow banning are the ones who's tired of you fucking trolling their channels. You know what I mean? It's not YouTube. It's actual content creators who's tired of you and your smart ass mouth. So, just kind of be aware of all that stuff, you know. This is all about growing up and taking responsibility and being able to freaking put out stuff that you love to put out, you know. I've said it before, there's no reason why an artist shouldn't be able to come on the internet and make money off of creating art, rather than going to a warehouse and working 40 hours a week so that they can come home and freaking shove all their freaking money onto the internet for free, you know. It's really a shame that they have to put up with that kind of stuff. So with all of that being said, I think I'm done now. I was able to finish this with a good rant, and I hope you guys did enjoy. If you did, just feel free to give me a comment, give me some feedback. If you're a troll, just shut up. Don't just say nothing. Because it's like I said, I'll shut you down the moment you do start acting up like that. I don't put up with it, and I don't expect anybody to put up with it with me. So I love each and every one of you. If nobody's told you they love you today, I love you from the bottom of my heart. Just keep coming back and keep talking to me, you know. Don't shut down on me, because we're all here together, you know, trying to make it one day at a time, and hopefully we'll all make it through this and end up being able to enjoy our lives at the end of the day, you know. So with that, I will shut up and I'll be done with it. I hope you guys enjoyed. Talk to you later.
Gastrointestinal system drugs. GI tract, mouth, pharynx, esophagus, cardiac sphincter, stomach, pyloric sphincter, duodenum, jejunum, ileum, ascending, transverse, descending, sigmoid, rectum. Peptic ulcer disease, PUD, acid irritates lining of the stomach or small intestine. Stomach produces mucus, small intestine produces bicarb. This protects the lining from acid. 85% of cases of PUD are due to H. pylori irritates epithelial cells and is toxic. Lining becomes less able to protect itself. If irritation is severe enough, bleeding occurs. Manifested as blood and vomit or as coffee ground appearance. Anti-ulcer drugs. Used to eradicate H. pylori or restore balance between acid and pepsin secretions in GI mucosa. Patient teaching elevate HOB. Don't lie down 1 to 2 hours after eating. Decrease intake of fat, chocolate, citrus, coffee, and alcohol. Avoid smoking. Take medications with water to avoid stomach irritation. Exercise regularly.
Systemic antibiotics. H. pylori is a Gram-VE bacteria. Eradicate bacteria equals promote ulcer healing and decrease recurrence. Usually combined with proton pump inhibitor or H2 antagonist. Side effects: mild GI disturbance, abnormal taste, diarrhea. Antacids. Used for PUD and GERD. Alkalines, calcium, magnesium, aluminum, sodium carbonates, and hydroxides that neutralize pH of stomach. MOA, neutralize acid in GI tract. Allows peptic ulcers time to heal. Pepsin, digestive enzyme, acts more effectively when acidity in stomach is higher. By reducing acidity, pepsin is reduced. Side effects: constipation, diarrhea, bloating, electrolyte imbalance, aluminum accumulation. H2 receptor antagonist. Used for PUD and GERD. In stomach, Histamine binds to H2 receptors on parietal cells, stimulates acid secretion. MOA blocks H2 receptors prevents stimulation for acid secretion. Side effects: headaches, decreased liver function, loss of vitamin B12 absorption.
So there were certain animals which had no sensation, and out of them grew intelligent animals, and were called Zophosemen, that is, observers of heaven, and they were formed like the shape of an egg. Also Mo burst forth into light, and sun, and moon, and stars, and the great constellations. Such was their cosmogony, introducing downright atheism. But let us see next how he states the generation of animals to have arisen. He says then, "And when the air burst into light, both the sea and the land became heated, and thence arose winds and clouds, and very great downpours and floods of the waters of heaven. So after they were separated, and removed from their proper place because of the sun's heat, and all met together again in the air dashing together one against another, thunderings and lightnings were produced, and at the rattle of the thunder the intelligent animals already described woke up, and were scared at the sound, and began to move both on land and sea, male and female." Such is their theory of the generation of animals. Next after this the same writer adds and says, "These things were found written in the cosmogony of Taurus, and in his commentaries, both from conjectures, and from evidence which his intellect discerned, and discovered, and made clear to us." Next to this, after mentioning the names of the winds Notos and Boreas and the rest, he continues, "But these were the first who consecrated the productions of the earth, and regarded them as gods, and worshipped them as being the support of life both to themselves, and to those who were to come after them, and to all before them, and they offered to them drink offerings and libations." He adds also, "These were their notions of worship, corresponding to their own weakness and timidity of soul." Then he says that from the wind Calpias and his wife Bo, which he translates, "Night," were born Aeon and Protagonus, mortal men, so called, and that Aeon discovered the food obtained from trees. That their offspring were called Genos and Genea, and inhabited Phoenicia, and that when droughts occurred, they stretched out their hands to heaven towards the sun. For him alone, he says, they regarded as God the Lord of heaven, calling him Beelsemen, which is in the Phoenician language, Lord of heaven, and in Greek, Zeus. And after this he charges the Greeks with error, saying, "For it is not without cause that we have explained these things in many ways, but in view of the later misinterpretations of the names in the history, which the Greeks in ignorance took in a wrong sense, being deceived by the ambiguity of the translation." Afterwards he says, "From Genos, son of Aeon and Protagonus, were begotten again mortal children, whose names are Light, and Fire, and Flame. These, says he, discovered fire from rubbing pieces of wood together, and taught the use of it. And they begot sons of surpassing size and stature, whose names were applied to the mountains which they occupied, so that from them were named Mount Cassius, and Libanus, and Antilibanus, and Brathi. From these, he says, were begotten Memormus and Hypsiranius, and they got their names, he says, from their mothers, as the women in those days had free intercourse with any whom they met. Then he says, Hypsiranius inhabited Tyre, and contrived huts out of reeds and rushes and papyrus, and he quarreled with his brother Usus, who first invented a covering for the body from skins of wild beasts, which he was strong enough to capture. And when furious rains and winds occurred, the trees in Tyre were rubbed against each other and caught fire, and burnt down the wood that was there. And Usus took a tree, and having stripped off the branches, was the first who ventured to embark on the sea, and consecrated 2 pillars to fire and wind, and worshipped them, and poured libations of blood upon them from the wild beasts which he took in hunting. But when Hypsiranius and Usus were dead, those who were left, he says, consecrated staves to them, and year by year worshipped their pillars and kept festivals in their honor. But many years afterwards from the race of Hypsiranius were born Agrius and Hulyars, the inventors of hunting and fishing, from whom were named huntsmen and fishermen, and from them were born 2 brethren, discoverers of iron and the mode of working it, the one of whom, Chryser, practiced oratory, and incantations, and divinations, and that he was Hephaestus, and invented the hook, and bait, and line, and raft, and was the first of all men to make a voyage, wherefore they reverenced him also, as a god after his death. And he was also called Zeus Mylikios. And some say that his brothers invented walls of brick.
Each cycle, the people of Protean measure the rotation of the stars around their planets. They coordinate with one another in order to create a structured method of time among each planet. Interstellar travel depends on this, in order to regulate what time frames travelers would encounter as they reach each galaxy and solar system they venture to. Mathematics and mapping out known regions of space is important to those within the Trade Federation. In order to negotiate and navigate, areas of each quadrant must be explored and mapped properly. Vast areas of space within Protean are occupied by the Draconians, and the Trade Federation has found a healthy bit of wealth through trading with them. According to regulation though, the Federation condemns the practice of trading with the Draco, but members of this trade consortium have done shady dealings with the Draconians in secret for some time. Most of the members within the Federation look the other way, turning a blind eye to what is going on in the black market and by their fellow merchants.
Slavers and space pirates are known throughout the quadrants. Most illegal drug trades are done by warlords and pirates from the outer regions of these quadrants, distanced from the more civilized societies within. These outer regions are commonly referred to as the wastelands. Buying and selling slaves is a normal practice in Protean, though not all of the civilizations in this realm believe in it. Draconian buy human slaves in order to conduct experiments on them. They also consider humans as food, so eating the slaves after they use them up is also a regular practice among the Draconian. When using humans for experimentation though, they implant slaves deemed exceptionally fit with cybernetic implants. Some slaves are used in experiments where their minds are transferred into cyborgs, entirely separated from their bodies, which are then placed within a stasis chamber until the slave is again revived. Some humans are also a part of experiments that deal in time travel. These slaves are snatched from their families at early ages, then forced into a life of slavery. When they have lived out their life in servitude, they are then sent back in time to the exact moment when they were abducted. Placed exactly where they were the moment before they were taken, their minds are erased from that moment and forward on with the life they had previously lived. They are then changed physically so that their bodies are transformed into that of the child they once were. These abductions, though, are usually carried out by humans and not the Draconian. These cyborgs, though, are used by the Draconians in order to do their dirty work. Instead of attacking human outposts and out-of-the-way planets themselves, cyborgs are sent to do it for them. Draconians have also extended the services of these human cyborgs to their warlord, slaver, and space pirate allies. In order to demoralize the Trade Federation's influence, the Draconians supply their enemies with resources, and they fight the Federation instead of the Draco. Most planets within Protean consist of civilizations that don't even venture into space. They know nothing of what is taking place outside of their world until these overlords, slavers, and criminals invade, taking all the resources they can and leaving the planet barren. This is usually the way of life for most in the far outer reach of the realm, and most don't even dare venture there.
It all started with a thought. Someone had to think of those things, and then it was the facilitation of that thought. The thing is, now because we have so many interceptors, we're not able to facilitate our own thoughts. Instead, these interceptors come in and they look at your thoughts and they quote unquote steal your ideas, but it's because you have no idea that your idea is actually the creation of an event, a place, or a thing. Like, you feel as though it's just a thought, no big deal. You're unsure that you can do this. You're unaware that you can do this. And then you, like you said, it seems spiritual, but it's not. It's biological. It is our ability to create and manifest is not a spiritual mindset, but it has been taught to be a spiritual mindset in order for it to seem to be less renowned and less utilized. So we have people that we get upset with, that we call the powers that be, and they practice this type of energy manipulation. But the truth of the matter is they're just using the energy that people are freely repelling and just just disregarding. They're saying, you know what, I don't even believe in that. That's no big deal. I don't believe in God, but it's not God. You are God. You know what I mean? And you're God because you're a creator. It's not, I heard in a chat before, you guys, not you guys, because it might not necessarily be you, but they were speaking of someone who used to call themselves God. And they were like, oh, that's like having a God complex, blah, 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 blah. But the truth of the matter is, each and every one of us are a creator. And by definition, God's a creator. God, you are a God. You are God. Like, that's who you are. But I'll tell you that that type of thought process, if I'm a power that be, is unacceptable, because I believe I'm God, but I'm going to tell you, no, we're not allowed to believe that. We're not allowed to stand on that, so that I can control you. Now I've divided and I've conquered you from your power. So I've separated you from it, and now I'm using it. And now you're wondering how I just thought about that, and it's right there. Because, oh, I've been watching you for a while now. I've been draining your energy and recepting every single thing you could possibly consider for about 5, 6, 7, 8, 10,000 years.
Yeah, no, like right there.
We're afraid of
When
this.
oh, like, is there somebody else there?
I'm unsure. I see two up here.
Okay, it could have been just bleed back, but when you were saying receptors and some of the stuff you were discussing, the thing that really stuck out to me is like you were talking about what you were talking about, and receptors in the brain started clicking. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the word receptor just popped out in my mind, and I'm like, your brain has these receptors that receives information
And sends it.
and sends it, right. So
Yeah.
and also, the whole thing, I just wanted to hear about the physical thing because of what you were talking about, but I wasn't saying anything referring to spiritual, you know what I mean?
No
So,
idea what I did. I literally pressed the button. The next thing I knew, you were gone, and I was just like,
oh,
okay.
okay. I just
Yeah, I had
figured
no
you were
idea.
I thought there was somebody else in here. So,
Maybe there is. You know how the
oh, it's
computer
fine.
systems work. I think you should have tagged Robot. He said yesterday he said that he didn't have internet or something. I don't know. But yeah, no. With we're message signals. We're message centers, and that's the thing, that like we're computers. That's why they're able to design computers, because we are the computer system in which these mimic. Our brain looks. If you look at the universe in regards to like the Milky Way and how the galaxies are formed, our fingerprints parallel it. And even within your pupils, it's like that's why your eye, and you have your oh gosh, I'm gonna say the wrong thing, but Sirius, have you heard of Sirius Planet B or whatever, like the Sirius B? Like all of this is within your genetic makeup. But if you get too powerful, you'll realize that you're living in a simulation, being completely submissive to people that have not at all your well-being at hand. Like I said, I'm now finishing the Ring of Power, and they talk about how the United States separation, and how the United States isn't even able to control the United States. That London, actually, England, actually controls the United States, and it's crazy because we fought for our independence. Allegedly, we have it. Blah 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 blah. But then there's a 13th Amendment that actually gets omitted and just disappears, and that says that England has English settlers have the right to come into our country, and not only come into our country, like basically make money off of us. Like they have that right, and it's continuously, indefinitely. Nothing to have been changed, and it's all. And I don't like to say all, but it started people, and that's why yesterday we were talking about like people come from different places. It all started with recognizing, hey, what are you doing here? What are you creating? And how are you able to do that? And people saying, I'm just talking to the universe. That sounds kind of bizarre to do, but like even with the moon, that's why the women's menstrual cycle go with like full moon phases, and there's different phases of the moon that our menstrual cycle relates to, and it's in regards to our connection to the universe. It is spiritual, fact that we have no other way to define this energy, so we call it the spirit, but it really is a vibration. It's a vibrational frequency that we're emitting and we're operating on. So based on your frequency, based on my frequency, it'll either connect or it'll repel. And like proton neutron type of relationship. You're going to have your negative, excuse me, electrons, and you're going to have your negatives and you're going to have your positives. Now, of course, if you have a negative and a positive, we've all done math. Negative times a positive makes a negative. Positive and positive make positive. Negative and negative make positive. So that's why really, really nasty, gross people, bad, mean people, they can all get in a group huddle and all be happy. But if you because they're all negative, it's no big deal. We're all disgusting, so it's no big deal. But if you throw something positive into it, and this is from experience, especially my marriage, like my last marriage, my ex-husband's family, and I don't like to, like, when I say you just watch some things and you learn some things, and this is how I learned. But you throw that positive into it, it causes a disruption to the system. What do you mean we should not say this? What do you mean we should not do this? What do you mean? Like, now there's a disruption. But if I'm in a group of positive people who see things from a positive point of perspective, and it's a bunch of positive energy, it's not going to be really negative until someone negative comes in and says, what y'all talk about stupid? Well, hold on, you might not agree with it. You don't have to agree with it. We're not forcing anyone to agree with our way of thinking. We know the power of our way of thinking. We recognize it, and all we're doing is giving you the opportunity to be free in your thoughts, so that way you as well can understand the power in free thinking. But people think that you're attempting to impose some type of like standard or some type of belief. But how can you be against having your complete control of who you are, what you create? If you say, like what happens if Monday morning, everybody that goes to work, every single person that has to get up and go to work just says, I'm not going today. I'm not going. I'm not going. Every single one, though, in this country. What happens? Do you feel like your boss is calling every single one of you guys and saying, you're all fired? Like, no, that's not a good business move at all. Like, they're tweaking. Like, what's happening? My money, what's going on? And the reason being is because you work for them, but we tell you that this is for you. But you're in a world that nothing you do is able to be for you because your mind is not being excelled. You're not exalting your highest power. You're not even attempting to exercise it because it sounds so bizarre, the way to achieve it. The way to achieve it is literally connecting with nature. That sounds so lame. That sounds like, you're right, that's not going to make me powerful and walk through walls because you've tried it, right? No, but you, before you went to work, I told you you can be a millionaire and move up in this building and move up in this company if you do this and you try that. And it's like, yeah, because you can see what? The money? You can't see the money. You see what I show you. I never said that I worked my way from the bottom to the top in this business and became a millionaire. I said you can. I'm not even saying that I have a direct example of this. I'm just saying that it's possible. Most CEOs did not start at the bottom. Most CEOs started owning a business. They started with a thought and they manifested it. They facilitated it. And
yeah. Now, a lot of the stuff that you're discussing too, I noticed like it's really, really close to the physical in reality. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not that hard to jump off from to a spiritual level when you think about it like that. You know what I mean? It's pretty close to just the physical realm, you know, because I don't really mention it too much, but like I sobered up from drugs and alcohol in 2003. I haven't had a touch of it. You know what I mean?
Congratulations.
And
that's a discipline.
The thing that I have issues with when it comes to a lot of things I hear is like you know how you were talking about the pineal gland.
Yes.
There's a group of followers that are out there, and I've had the conversation with Robot. He falls into this category too, where they think that, you know, using this drug, which is a mind-altering drug, okay, is going to like enhance your being and make you a better person. And for me, I first of all, I had to suffer with drugs and alcohol for the earlier part of my life, all the way up from about 13 until I was 30. you know. So I understand what the pain and suffering is of actually going through that is, you know, first of all. And second of all, it's kind of like what we were talking about here, you know. You're introducing a poison into your body that your body it rejects. It doesn't matter if you are an alcoholic or just a alcohol abuser. What you're doing is you're taking this foreign drink and you're introducing it into your body, which is a poison to your body naturally. And over time, it becomes natural. It becomes acceptable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you reconstruct your DNA, you reconstruct who you are. So
Well,
you adapt to it.
even in society, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have a party if there isn't drinks. You see what I mean? If there, I mean, who wants to go to a party where there's no drinking? You know what I'm saying? Who wants to go to a bar if they can't drink? You know what I mean? Who
If
goes
there
to
were
a
bars
bar?
for different stuff, though, imagine, like, you know what I mean? Because I'm sure that if we could promote something, because I'm not a big drinker, like I'll have me a pina colada, but alcohol makes my stomach hurt. Like alcohol really makes my stomach hurt. I can't drink, and I used to drink. You know, when I went to college, turned up, and like I said, I will have a pina colada. I like pina coladas. Pina colada is good, but I'm not a drinker. You know what I mean? And I used to smoke weed, like the best of them. Like you couldn't pay me to not have at least like an eighth a day. But I don't even smoke weed anymore. Like this is just real, and this is still the thought process. So when we experience like certain type of trans mind states, I like different trans, like when in your, I say call them transes, like you're in a trance, but you're not really in a trance. But when you're in a different form of mindsets, a lot of the times we see stuff differently. Alcohol is one of the only quote unquote drugs that does not, and that's because it was created in order for you to oppress these feelings even more so. Like people feel like, well, I got super emotional, but the emotions will fluctuate. They could go angry, it can be really sad. But when you are high, and we especially, I know that there's usually a more mental to where you're in your mind and you're actually considering all possibilities. This is why they made weed illegal. And back when they did make it and they labeled it, they did this whole like conspiracy thing with Gorilla Glue, and it was like this whole like they had a guy, like that's how they found out what we could do. And when they found out what we could do, they used Gorilla Glue when they did it. And when they found out what we could do, they were like, no, we got to keep this under wraps. And that way we can monetize off of it. They don't tell us that part, but that was the reason for keeping it under wraps, because everything makes us money. And then we tell you that the money is important, you chase the money, but you get so wrapped up in that. And when we are high, we're told that, oh, they're just high, don't listen to them. That becomes the stigma. You're just high. You know, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not condoning the use of drugs, absolutely not. But I also know that people that use drugs, especially for a mind opening effect, usually have control over that usage, and what they say and the knowledge that they bring back is very much accurate. So when, and this is going to sound crazy, I was engaging with MDMA, and this was years ago. And when I did, I had a direct conversation with the Most High, which happens to be my face on fire that looks like the nighttime sky and stars in it. And I know that sounds insane, but it's the truth. So I'm told, I hear in my mind, we have to talk. Like, I have to tell you something. And I go into the bathroom at my house at this time, and I'm looking in the mirror. And while I'm looking in the mirror, it's my face at first, but then God starts to speak, quote unquote, the universe. Because I always call God source, universe, God, because there's definitely misconceptions where it's like gold, oil, and diamonds. I know that story. So that's why I always make sure I'm saying the Most High. But
And when I moved here, I was thinking about buying new furniture, and I was like, well, I really don't want to spend that much on it. And it's all cheap stuff. So I just painted it. I painted it black, and it looks great. But like I said, then I had this water leak last year or this summer, over the summer, and it ruined the one bottom part of the dresser. So now I need to get a one. But I was like, yeah, I didn't have any problem going to get a dresser, an old one. But then another thing is you got to wonder, like on Facebook Marketplace, you got to watch because with a dresser, I would have to go look at it. I have to go into somebody's house, and you don't know who you're going to see. And that's kind of scary too. So I'm like, maybe I won't do that.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
Something, and where I could just, I don't know, but yeah. And actually, I got an end table that my neighbor put out. It was this old varnished looking wood, and I painted it black, and it really looks expensive. But I kind of knew her, and she said, "Hey, you can have it if you want. It's nice. It's a nice piece." But yeah, I just feel like sometimes, because yeah, that's
Yeah.
another thing. And then didn't I tell you about the thing I brought home from work one time? It was like an artifact. Because like I said, I worked in a student center, so we had all kinds of stuff, art and stuff like that. But there was this one, she was made out of this really special wood. She was like a native, wasn't she, Austin? I can't really describe what she was. You saw
She was made out of African teak, and I think she was like a wood carving of a native from Africa, from some African country, but I forget where that came from. I want to say Zambia, maybe.
We don't even know, because
I
like
forget.
I said, when we all started there, like my boss Gerald had started there, and it was there when he was there, and then so it ended up in this other older lady's office. She worked there for a while, and then she gave it to somebody else, and then it was in the center for a while, and nobody wanted it. It was just like, it was kind of, I thought, well, it's kind of a pretty piece, so I brought it home. But after I brought it home, all kinds of horrible things started happening. As soon as she hadn't been there, like, even 6 months, had she, Austin? And then your dad got sick. He passed away. Same.
Yeah.
Your nephew, me and my nephew got sick and passed away. And it was just, and she was I don't know. So I just took her back. I took her back to the center, and I set her, I didn't want her in the center where I work. So I put her downstairs in this room. It's a student center, in this big room that people walked in. There's a fireplace. So I put her over there. But then the building manager, he was walking around, and he knew, he was like, where did this come from? And he looked at it, and so he's thinking, oh, this got to come from Diversity Affairs. It looks African art. So he brings it back up to our center, and I put it over like on like one of the shelves or something. And I was like, I don't like her. So there was a lady that worked upstairs, and I asked her, I was telling her I didn't like the thing, and she's like, oh, I'll take it. And she put it in her office for a while. And then I think eventually she took it home, and I don't know if she's had bad luck or not, but yeah, I know she's still alive. It's Rhonda, Austin, that has the bar. She has a bar, her and her husband now, but yeah.
Yeah, and they haven't really had the best of luck, seemingly, but some of that was their own doing.
Yeah, I don't know if she still has it. Maybe if she does, she should get rid of it.
I'm not gonna get into some stuff they've done to themselves.
No, but I would told her, I don't know if I would. I told her, I said, I don't know if I would take it home. I said, because of all the stuff, and she's like, I'm not worried about it. So she had.
Didn't one of the students tell you that thing could be cursed or something?
Yeah, I think so. And that they didn't even want it in the center. And she was, I don't know. And it was like nobody really wanted her. Like, they'd keep her in her office for a while, and then she'd be somewhere else. So, like I said, and I like some of that kind of art. I was going to keep her, and then I was like, and I put her picture, I think I put on Facebook one time, and some people were like, you need to get rid of that. You really do. I forget what somebody said to me. They thought it was some kind of ancient art or some kind of tribal thing. Yeah, that's what it was.
It was a tribal. It was like a tribal sculpture.
Yeah. So I was like, okay. So I didn't do that anymore. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When we were in New Orleans, we got some of the masks and some of they have those tribal masks and things like that. But Austin really didn't have any issues with them. But I think maybe your sister did. She did have.
I had a tribal mask with like horns on it.
Yeah. Oh, and your wife, you have it. You still have it, don't you?
I still have it. It's hanging upstairs in a room, but my wife's afraid of it.
Yeah, he has to keep it in a room away from her. It's black.
It's like it's a dark brown mask with that appears to have like carvings like a Pacific Islander kind of carvings on it, and it has horns.
Yeah,
She just gets really creepy vibes from it. No, I don't blame her.
Like that in the center, and it was pretty scary. But then they moved us from the building we were at, and we put it in a closet, and I think it ended up in an auction or something. But I never liked that one either, and it was similar to that, like it was on this thing with this dry grass around it, and it was kind of. But
now my grandfather brought home. He was a Seabee in the Navy during World War II, and he was stationed in Borneo, New Guinea. He brought home an old wooden cup and a wooden comb that the natives over there used, and he brought another pole-looking object, but none of those appear to have been cursed.
But I thought your sister.
And she had some of them, and she got creeped out by them, and then just let me have them. That's why I've got them today. But I mean, as far as them being cursed, I don't know. But they did scare her.
You dirty dog!
I was just sitting here in silence. How was I echoing?
I am Satan.
I don't know if you guys have had anything personal happen. I think that's probably the only thing I've had happen with an object that I thought was kind of cursed or something. Maybe it was that whatever it was, like that piece from the African art piece. Yeah.
I was talking about those artifacts my grandfather brought back from World War II. The tribal looking wooden cup and then the tribal looking totem pole thing, and then there was another comb that like the natives had brought back from Borneo, New Guinea, but I don't know if those were cursed or anything. My sister used to have them, and then she just got really creeped out by them. But I don't know for sure if they were cursed. And then of course I had that mask I brought back from New Orleans years ago that looks kind of like a Pacific Islander mask. And then my wife got creeped out by that. And we did hear like weird noises over in the room I hung it up in, but I don't know if that mask has anything to do with it or not. Oh, when I lived at the old house, yeah. And so I didn't experience, I don't remember experiencing anything then. So it may have been the room itself in this house and maybe not the mask itself.
Right.
I'll have to take some pictures of that and some of those things and put them up on Discord for Roger and Mark to see. It's too bad you can't share pictures and stuff of things on YouTube, but
you can share them here.
Yeah.
I'd have to get out of this conversation. I'm just gonna stay put. Yeah. Yeah, I will share the pictures of them, but just not right this moment because if I make one false move, the dominoes is this call is going to come crumbling down on me again.
Yeah, I don't know if you bring it on yourself, if you know about it. I didn't think anything of the artifact I had. I didn't know that she had any kind of history, and I don't know for sure. but I just didn't feel comfortable with her. So
I don't know. I would just say it's just coincidence. Me being quite skeptical as I am.
I mean, I know other people didn't want her around either, like the students, they're like, oh, why is she hip here? And then, they, like I said, my coworker finally took her, put her in her office, but.
I mean, scientifically speaking, I guess something could, since everything's energy, I guess that something could get enough bad energy associated with it to where it could cause energy in its surrounding area to maybe create bad things.
Yeah, I was just saying, is there such thing as good and bad energy, or is energy just a neutral thing?
Yeah. No, I mean, have you ever seen houses that never have it? They don't seem to have it, everybody that lives in them has bad luck, and you wonder, like, it's the house? It's not really the people. They go on to live somewhere else. So you wonder. I don't know. And what does the Chinese say, that the way you build a house and the way everything is
feng shui.
Yeah, the way it's makes it so a home has either bad energy or good energy. So I don't know if it's neutral. I don't know.
I mean, maybe it's neutral from its own standpoint, but from our standpoint, it creates bad things or positive things from our understanding. But in reality, it's just energy is energy, and it creates whatever it's exposed to.
I always feel like buildings have energy, homes and buildings. You can kind of go in and it has a certain, it's good or bad, or, sometimes. I've always felt that way.
Or like the I Ching. I read that. That's a form of divination.
Yeah. And then it's weird to me though, like I said, I lived in the old farmhouse for 30 years, and I always felt real comfortable there. And there was one room in particular I loved, but my daughter would have friends over. There was a couple of her friends that hated that room. There was one, he said he was never coming back because of that room. It was like a parlor. I used it as a garden room. But it's funny how different people feel about a place.
Well, that parlor was used. There was funerals held in that parlor.
Yeah.
So that could have had something to do with it. They were held there back in probably the late 1800s, very early 1900s.
Right. But I loved that room. I always thought it had good energy. So I think you did too, Austin, didn't you?
I was going to say there is a idea of sick building syndrome. I remember being in working in an office back in the late 1990s that was suffering from that, and the number of staff that just became ill and took off just because of so-called sick building syndrome.
Okay. So you think, was it like something that was going on in the building? Was like there was some toxic stuff, or?
two qualitative aspects of documenting effect in medicine, often called subjective, that is from the perspective and experience of the patient, and objective, that is from the perspective of the therapist or researcher. To document effect of an intervention using both perspectives, the patient must be interviewed before and after the intervention. Semi-structured interviews with interview rating of the state immediately before and after the intervention can be used to give the objective perspective on the effect of the intervention. Interviewing the patient after the intervention can give the patient's subjective experience of the effect. Most importantly, these perspectives often leads to two different results, but confronting the patient with the observed improvement, after the patient has given his own experience of the effect, can be very enlightening. The consensus paradigm states that only to the degree that there is consensus between patient and therapist observer, the treatment has an effect. If the patient experiences an effect that cannot be observed, something else is likely to have happened. A pleasant experience with the therapy is not the same as the effect of a treatment. If the patient does not experience an observed effect, this effect is most likely to be happening only in the observer's mind. Very often a therapist is convinced that a cure or intervention gave a positive result, but the fact that the patient did not experience that is then often neglected. So if the patient did not experience any improvement, such an improvement is most likely not to have happened. Interestingly, one single patient is enough to document effect with the consensus paradigm. If both the physician and his patient, after careful investigation before and after the treatment, find that the treatment has helped, this is most likely the case. The more precise the target group and the treatment are defined, the more valuable the documentation. We recommend for securing the validity that the presented method is used with 5 highly comparable patients receiving 5 highly comparable treatments. As always, we recommend for the observer rating a 5-point symmetrical Likert scale with neutral middle point and equidistance 143. A clinically significant improvement must be half a step on this scale or more. The patient needs to express the gain as a significant improvement. There are lots of possible advantages with the scientific holistic medicine that must be closely examined in future research. How can it be maker affordable, efficient medicine for the future? The possibility to prevent disease. The possibility to cure cancer and coronary heart disease. The possibility to seroconvert HIV-positive patients to HIV-negative. The possibility to relieve pain and discomfort. The possibility of rehabilitating working ability. The possibility of improving people's competency as parents. The possibility of improving working efficiency through development of talent. The possibility of helping people to be happy in spite of difficult circumstances and challenges.
Holistic education encompasses a wide range of philosophical orientations and pedagogical practices. Its focus is on wholeness, and it attempts to avoid excluding any significant aspects of the human experience. It is an eclectic and inclusive movement whose main characteristic is the idea that educational experiences foster a less materialistic and a more spiritual worldview along with more dynamic and holistic views of reality. It also proposes that educational experience promote a more balanced development of and cultivate the relationship among the different aspects of the individual, intellectual, physical, spiritual, emotional, social and aesthetic, as well as the relationships between the individual and other people, the individual and natural environment, the inner self of students and external world, emotion and reason, different discipline of knowledge and different form of knowing. Holistic education is concerned with life experience, not with narrowly defined, basic skills. And holistic education is a fairly new movement, which began to take form as a recognizable field of study and practice in North America. It emerged as a response to the dominant worldview of mainstream education, often referred to the mechanistic worldview. Rather than attempting to provide a model of education, holistic education seeks to challenge the fragmented, reductionistic assumptions of mainstream culture and education. In other words, holistic education is concerned with underlying worldviews or paradigms in an attempt to transform the foundations of education. Holistic education is not to be defined as a particular method or technique. It must be seen as a paradigm, a set of basic assumptions and principles that can be applied in diverse ways. Holistic education addresses the broadest development of the whole person. It aims for the fullest possible human development, enabling a person to become the very best or finest that they can be and develop fully those capacities that together make up a human being. A main element of holistic education is its focus on the interconnectedness of experience and reality. Holistic education attempts to develop a pedagogy that is interconnected and dynamic, and thus is in harmony with the cosmos. In contrast, much of traditional education tends to be static and fragmented, ultimately promoting alienation and suffering in others. Holistic education focuses on the relationship between the whole and the part and suggests that teaching and learning approaches need to be rooted in a larger vision. Within this holistic perspective, the student is positioned as an active, participatory. The holistic vision includes a sense of the whole person and environment. Holistic education frequently claims that it wants to educate the whole child, all parts of the child, educate the student as a whole and not an assemblage of parts. See the child as part of a whole society, humanity, the environment, some spiritual whole, from which it is not meaningful to extract the student. Holistic education challenges the present approach to education and its obsessive focus on standards and testing. Holistic educators see this approach as reflecting a materialist and consumerist culture that has reduced schooling to the training of individuals to compete and consume in the global marketplace. The present thrust can be seen as abandoning any attempt to educate the whole human being. It reduces schooling to training for the workplace that can be easily assessed through standardized tests. Holistic educators are convinced that the further evolution of civilization and human consciousness requires a renewed measure of respect and reverence for the inner life of the growing person. Holistic education provides students with a sense of meaning and order to things. By introducing students to a holistic view of the planet, life on Earth, holistic strategies enable students to perceive and understand the various contexts which shape and give meaning to life. Holistic education is a journey for both the educator and the student. For both, the nature of holistic education can change as they each progress through the program and draw different experiences from it. The process of holistic education must therefore be flexible and dynamic to accommodate these personal differences and influences. Differences in the rate of personal progression. A holistic ideal can be traced back to indigenous cultures. In general, the Aboriginal or indigenous person sees the earth and the universe as infused with meaning, and holistic educators try to recover this sense of meaning and purpose in education. The concept of holism comes from the Greek concept of holon, that sees the universe as made up of integrated wholes that cannot be reduced in parts. The Greeks argued for a holistic approach in learning. Socrates can be seen as a holistic educator because he encouraged each person to examine his or her own life. Know thyself. The holistic paradigm emerged as a vibrant and coherent intellectual movement in the 1980s and has been expressed by thinkers. It has deep roots in ancient spiritual traditions and cosmologies, which Aldous Huxley described as the perennial philosophy. When the so-called Enlightenment of the 18th century elevated analytical, scientific reasoned dominance in the West, this perennial wisdom, and the recognition of humanity's intimate connection to the evolving cosmos, was relegated to a dissident movement labeled Romanticism. Holistic education thus has its roots in the Romantic educational theories of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Pestalozzi, and Froebel. Rousseau, Pestalozzi, and Froebel, along with other holistic educators of 19th and 20th centuries such as transcendentalists William Ellery, Channing, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, Bronson Alcott, and Francis Parker, as well as Montessori and Rudolf Steiner, all emphasized the spiritual nature of the human being. Rousseau, although more humanistic than holistic in his approach to education, did provide some underpinnings for holistic education. Rousseau viewed the child as essentially good and believed that the soul of the child should be allowed to unfold according to its own natural pattern. This view of the child as good is a basic assumption of holistic education, which rejects the fundamentalist view that children are born in original sin. Pestalozzi, a Swiss educator influenced by Rousseau, put his ideas into practice. He believed that the classroom should be a place for meaningful activity, and he encouraged teachers to use their intuition. In the past century, two of the most important holistic educators have been Rudolf Steiner and Maria Montessori. Steiner was the founder of the Waldorf school movement, which began shortly after World War I, and has grown since its inception. Steiner distinctly referred to the soul life of children and how it could be nurtured in a school setting. Maria Montessori, the founder of the Montessori school movement, also believed in the importance of nurturing the spiritual development of children. She believed that mental, physical, and spiritual qualities of the human being are supported by a divine life source. With regard to the spiritual aspect, it was her belief that within each person there is a spiritual embryo that is developing according to a divine plan, and the most urgent duty of a teacher to a child was to eliminate as many obstacles to this development as possible. Montessori believed that if children were provided with a nurturing environment, home would direct the natural unfolding of the child's personality and powers so that he or she would become an independent adult.
The ancient Sumerian civilization, one of the earliest urban cultures in human history, flourished in the southern part of Mesopotamia, now modern-day Iraq, around 4500 BC. Renowned for their advancements in writing, agriculture, and governance, the Sumerians also left behind a rich tapestry of mythology that speaks to their understanding of the cosmos and their place within it. Among the pantheon of Sumerian deities, Enlil stands out as one of the most powerful gods, often associated with wind, air, and storms. This article explores the intricate myth of Enlil and Sud, a narrative that encapsulates themes of power, love, and the balance of divine and earthly realms. Enlil, one of the principal deities of the Sumerian pantheon, held a central role in their mythology and religion. He was the son of the sky god Anu and the earth goddess Ki, which placed him in a unique position as a mediator between the heavens and the earth. Enlil was often depicted as a bearded man wearing a horned cap, a symbol of divinity and power. He ruled over the cosmic forces, wielding immense authority, and was believed to have the ability to create and destroy. Enlil's domain included the elements, particularly the wind and storms, and he was associated with the fertile plains of Sumer. His influence was so profound that he was often regarded as the creator of mankind, having formed humans from clay to serve the gods. Enlil's character embodies the complexities of divine power. While he was a protector and provider, he could also unleash devastating forces upon humanity when angered. The worship of Enlil was widespread, with his primary temple located in Nippur, a significant religious center in ancient Sumer. The Ika, or mountain house, served as a focal point for rituals and offerings to Enlil. The priests of Enlil, known as Entus, performed various ceremonies to appease the god and ensure his favor for agricultural fertility and protection from disasters. The importance of Enlil in Sumerian society cannot be overstated. His festivals attracted large gatherings, and his myths were recited and celebrated in various forms. Through these practices, the Sumerians reinforced their understanding of the divine and the essential balance between humanity and the gods. In Sumerian mythology, Sud is often described as a goddess of fertility and love, associated with the abundance of nature and the nurturing aspects of the earth. While not as widely worshipped or as prominent in the mythology as Enlil, Sud's character represents essential qualities that complement Enlil's often harsh nature. Sud embodies the gentler aspects of life, focusing on growth, nourishment, and the cyclical nature of existence. Sud is sometimes depicted alongside symbols of fertility, such as grain or plants, emphasizing her role as a nurturer. She represents the life-giving forces of the earth and the cyclical patterns of agriculture, essential for the survival of the Sumerian people. In some accounts, Sud is linked to other fertility goddesses, further highlighting her importance in the pantheon of deities. The myth of Enlil and Sud is characterized by a complex relationship between the two deities. Their narratives often intertwine, with Sud serving as a counterpart to Enlil's more aggressive nature. Their dynamic reflects the balance of opposites in Sumerian mythology. While Enlil embodies the forces of nature that can be destructive, Sud represents the nurturing aspects that restore and sustain life. The story of Enlil and Sud is a rich tapestry woven with themes of love, power, and the intricate dance between destruction and creation. In this myth, Enlil falls in love with Sud, captivated by her beauty and the nurturing qualities she embodies. However, the path to their union is fraught with challenges and obstacles, reflecting the complexities of relationships and the balance of divine forces. The myth begins with Enlil observing Sud from his lofty abode in the heavens. Enamored by her grace and the life she brings to the earth, he descends to the mortal realm to seek her hand in marriage. Enlil approaches Sud with the grandiosity befitting a god, offering her riches and power in exchange for her love. However, Sud, wise and aware of Enlil's nature, does not rush into the union. She recognizes the power dynamics at play and the potential consequences of aligning herself with a god known for his tempests. Sud expresses her desire for a partnership based on mutual respect and understanding rather than mere dominance. Enlil, taken aback by Sud's rejection of his initial overtures, realizes that winning her love will require more than mere power. He embarks on a journey to demonstrate his worthiness, undertaking a series of trials designed to prove his devotion. These trials include protecting the earth from destructive forces, ensuring the fertility of the land, and showing compassion toward humanity. Throughout these trials, Enlil faces challenges that test his character. He must confront the storms he commands and learn to harness them in ways that support life rather than destroy it. As he navigates these challenges, Enlil begins to understand the delicate balance between power and responsibility, reflecting a deeper understanding of the world around him. Meanwhile, Sud observes Enlil's transformation from a distant god to one who understands the intricacies of life on Earth. She recognizes the sincerity in his efforts and begins to appreciate the depth of his character. In a moment of profound connection, Sud shares her own trials and tribulations, explaining how she nurtures the Earth and its inhabitants through patience and resilience. This exchange fosters a deep bond between the two deities, allowing Enlil to see the world through Sud's eyes. He learns that true strength lies not only in power but also in vulnerability and compassion. As Enlil proves himself through his trials, Sud gradually opens her heart to him. Their relationship evolves from one of power dynamics to a partnership grounded in mutual respect and understanding. The climax of their story culminates in a celestial wedding, celebrated by the other gods and the people of Sumer. During the wedding ceremony, the heavens and earth align, symbolizing the harmony achieved between Enlil's tempestuous nature and Sud's nurturing spirit. This union results in a balance of power, fostering a new era of prosperity and abundance for the Sumerian people. The earth flourishes under their combined influence, reflecting the essence of life and the cyclical nature of existence. The myth of Enlil and Sud carries profound lessons about love, responsibility, and the necessity of balance in all aspects of life. Their relationship serves as a reminder that true power lies in understanding and respecting the interconnectedness of all beings, both divine and mortal. Their union gives rise to a new generation of deities, embodying the qualities of both Enlil and Sud. These offspring represent the duality of existence, the interplay between creation and destruction, nurture and tempest. The legacy of Enlil and Sud reverberates throughout Sumerian mythology, influencing the stories and beliefs of future generations. The myth of Enlil and Sud encapsulates the rich tapestry of Sumerian mythology, showcasing the complexities of divine relationships and the fundamental principles of balance and harmony. Through their story, we gain insights into the values and beliefs of the Sumerian people, who understood the importance of both power and compassion in navigating the challenges of existence. As we explore the depths of ancient mythologies, we discover that these narratives serve as reflections of human experiences and relationships, transcending time and culture. The story of Enlil and Sud reminds us of the enduring power of love, the significance of understanding, and the need for balance in our lives. In delving into the ancient lore of Sumer, we not only pay homage to the wisdom of those who came before us but also enrich our understanding of the universal themes that continue to resonate in our contemporary world. This article delves into the intersections between evolutionary biology, genetic science, and cosmic myth. By analyzing the unique evolutionary adaptations of armadillos and turtles, two distinct animals with fascinatingly different protective shells, we uncover how science and myth align in humankind's understanding of resilience and transformation. Additionally, we explore the concept of genetic hybridization as it appears in both scientific advancements and ancient narratives, reflecting humanity's drive to transcend natural boundaries. Finally, we examine the symbolic alchemy of harmony within the cosmos, merging physical adaptation with the metaphysical, to offer a holistic view that embraces both scientific fact and mystical possibility. Humanity's quest to understand the world encompasses both the measurable facts of science and the transcendent narratives of myth. Our explorations of nature, from the hard shells of armadillos and turtles to advanced genetic manipulation, reveal a consistent theme of resilience and transformation. In myth and science alike, we encounter stories and discoveries that echo universal archetypes, serving as a bridge between tangible phenomena and abstract, cosmic ideas. The connection between these disparate fields, biology, genetics, and mythology, has long been a subject of intrigue. While science offers factual understanding and theory, myths provide a metaphorical lens through which we can explore deeper truths about the human experience. In the case of animals like the armadillo and the turtle, their natural adaptations hold symbolic significance that goes beyond their biological function. Their shells, which provide both defense and survival, symbolize the human need for protection, transformation, and, ultimately, harmony. This article synthesizes the worlds of natural science and mythological storytelling, beginning with a comparison of armadillo and turtle shell adaptations. These creatures, with their differing evolutionary responses to environmental threats, embody nature's diverse methods of defense. From there, we explore genetic hybridization, both as a tool for scientific progress and a mythological symbol, alongside cosmic alchemical concepts that interpret the tides of existence as interconnected and transformative forces. The armadillo and the turtle serve as prime examples of evolution's capacity to create specialized protective structures. Each animal's shell provides defense, but their compositions and functionality illustrate different evolutionary approaches. The armadillo, native to the Americas, is easily recognized by its segmented, flexible armor. This protective covering is formed from dermal bone plates called osteoderms, which are covered in keratin, a tough protein that also composes human nails and hair. The armadillo's shell is an evolutionary response to the animal's environment, which requires both defense and agility to navigate varying terrain and evade predators. The segments of an armadillo's armor offer a unique balance between rigidity and mobility. Unlike the turtle's solid shell, the armadillo's segmented armor allows it to curl into a defensive ball when threatened. This ability, known as rolling, helps the armadillo protect its underbelly and escape threats with surprising speed. The flexible nature of its armor ensures that it does not become immobilized, providing the armadillo with the option to remain agile while still being protected from predators. This adaptability is an evolutionary response to the animal's environment, where it faces a variety of threats. The armadillo's unique armor is both a defense mechanism and a survival strategy, allowing it to thrive in habitats ranging from forests to grasslands and deserts. Unlike other animals with fixed shells, the armadillo's ability to roll into a ball is an example of how evolution favors flexibility. Its segments enable a defense strategy that combines protection with mobility, offering a glimpse into the evolutionary process of diversification and specialization that characterizes the animal kingdom. The turtle's shell, in contrast, is a solid, fused structure composed of modified ribs, vertebrae, and specialized bones covered in a layer of scuts made from keratin. This rigid, dome-like shell is fully integrated into the turtle's skeleton, providing robust protection that far surpasses that of the armadillo but limits its agility. The turtle's design favors longevity and defense over speed, offering a stable refuge against predators. This evolutionary strategy, which developed millions of years ago, has allowed turtles to survive in a variety of ecosystems, from oceans to deserts. Their shell structure emphasizes durability and serves as a biological fortress, protecting them from predators and environmental dangers. Unlike the armadillo, which can move quickly when threatened, the turtle's defense lies in its ability to withdraw into its shell, hiding from threats and relying on its immovable protection. Turtle species, such as the Galapagos tortoise, have become symbolic of longevity, with some individuals living over a century. Their shells provide a form of resilience that transcends individual lifespans, serving as both literal and symbolic representations of durability and endurance. The turtle's adaptation illustrates an evolutionary strategy that emphasizes defense over mobility, allowing it to survive in a variety of environments. The turtle's evolutionary success, through a robust shell structure, contrasts with the armadillo's segmented, flexible armor. Both animals have adapted to their environments in different ways, providing unique examples of how species respond to survival challenges in diverse ecosystems. The advent of genetic science has opened doors to understanding and potentially altering the very building blocks of life. Genetic hybridization, a concept historically relegated to mythology, now holds a place in scientific discourse. Myths across cultures have imagined beings with mixed traits from various species, embodying humanity's ancient curiosity about manipulating life itself. This section explores how modern genetics brings mythological hybridization into reality and discusses the ethical considerations that arise from such endeavors. In mythological narratives, the concept of merging human traits with those of other species reveals humanity's desire to transcend natural boundaries. One such story describes the Draco, a race of reptilian beings with genetic knowledge far beyond human capability. In this myth, the Draco spliced their own genes with those of humans, creating hybrids with traits from both species. This act symbolizes both the creative and destructive potentials of genetic science. Mythical characters like Ubtu, a Draco figure involved in these hybridization experiments, embody themes of scientific overreach. Ubtu's unrestrained use of genetic manipulation to create Draco-human hybrids illustrates the ethical dilemma of genetic engineering without moral consideration. This narrative resonates with contemporary discussions surrounding CRISPR technology, which allows scientists to edit genes with precision once deemed mythical. By reflecting on these stories, we are reminded of the profound responsibility that accompanies the power to alter life. Genetic engineering, once the domain of myth, is now a tangible science. Through advances in gene editing, scientists are beginning to explore hybridization within controlled boundaries. Techniques like CRISPR, Cas9 have made it possible to splice genes and create organisms with combined traits, echoing ancient myths. For instance, scientists have successfully introduced genes from one species into another to enhance disease resistance, growth, or adaptability. While we are far from creating complex hybrids like those in myth, genetic engineering has made it possible to blend traits in ways previously unimaginable. The ethical considerations of such work highlight the importance of mythology as a cautionary framework. Myths often explore the consequences of overreaching or manipulating nature, providing valuable insights for modern science as we explore the potential and limits of genetic technology. In the realm of medicine, hybridization is already a part of the human experience. From genetically modified crops to gene therapy for diseases like sickle cell anemia, the boundaries of genetic modification are expanding rapidly. These advancements hold the promise of curing genetic diseases, but they also raise ethical concerns about designer babies and the potential for unintended consequences. The intersection of mythology and modern science provides a useful context for understanding these complex issues. Moving beyond genetics, we find that alchemy and cosmic harmony serve as potent symbols for transformation and balance in the universe. Ancient alchemical texts describe a cosmic order where all elements interact harmoniously, embodying a principle of equilibrium that is crucial for both biological and metaphysical realms. Alchemy, often seen as the pursuit of turning base metals into gold, symbolizes a larger quest for transformation. In myth, alchemical processes represent an unfolding of cosmic order, where each element and life form contributes to a balanced whole. This transformative energy reflects the essence of biological processes, where each adaptation, such as the armadillo's or turtle's shell, serves a role within a broader ecosystem. Alchemical themes of transformation and harmony have parallels in scientific processes, such as natural selection and adaptation. Just as an alchemist seeks to refine substances, evolution refines species, shaping them to fit ecological roles. Through alchemy, we see the ancient understanding of balance, a balance science now recognizes as essential to both life and cosmic stability. The concept of cosmic harmony, akin to the idea of equilibrium, in scientific terms, speaks to the balance that sustains all existence. Within myths, the cosmos operates like an intricate clock, governed by the tides of celestial forces. This vision of harmony emphasizes interdependence, much as ecosystems rely on balanced interactions among species. The tides of the cosmos are a metaphor for the cyclical nature of life and transformation. Just as tides shape shores, cosmic forces shape life, guiding evolutionary processes. These forces are not merely external, they influence every aspect of existence, from the genetic codes of organisms to the collective experiences of humanity. The harmony of these cosmic tides is a reflection of the larger interconnectedness that binds all life. In examining the shells of the armadillo and turtle, the ethics of genetic manipulation, and the cosmic alchemy of balance, we see that science and myth are not opposing forces but complementary perspectives. The armadillo and turtle represent nature's ability to adapt to its environment, while genetic engineering offers new possibilities for human intervention in the natural world. Alchemical concepts of transformation and harmony remind us of the cosmic context in which these biological and scientific forces play out.
He relates how, after his return from the Shades, he was sent by Circe on his voyage, by the coast of the Sirens, and by the Strait of Scylla and Charybdis, the manner in which he escaped those dangers, how, being cast on the island Trinacria, his companions destroyed the oxen of the sun, the vengeance that followed, how all perished by shipwreck except himself, who, swimming on the mast of the ship, arrived on the island of Calypso. With which his narration concludes. Thus o'er the rolling surge the vessel flies, till from the waves the Aeolian hills arise. Here the gay morn resides in radiant bowers, here keeps, here revels with the dancing hours, here Phoebus, rising in the ethereal way, through heaven's bright portals pours the beamy day. At once we fix our houses on the land. At once descend, and press the desert sand, there, worn and wasted, lose our cares and sleep, to the hoarse murmurs of the rolling deep. Soon as the morn restored the day, we paid sepulchral honors to Elpena's shade. Now by the axe the rushing forest bends, and the huge pile along the shore ascends. Around we stand, a melancholy train, and a loud groan re-echoes from the main. Fierce o'er the pyre, by fanning breezes spread, the hungry flames devour the silent dead. A rising tomb, the silent dead to grace, fast by the roarings of the main we place. The rising tomb a lofty column bore, and high above it rose the tapering oar. Meantime the goddess our return surveyed from the pale ghosts and hell's tremendous shade. Swift she descends, a train of nymphs divine bear the rich viands and the generous wine, in act to speak the power of magic stands, and graceful thus accosts the listening bands, O sons of woe! Decreed by adverse fates alive to pass through hell's eternal gates. All, soon or late, are doomed that path to tread, more wretched you, twice numbered with the dead. This day adjourn your cares, exalt your souls, indulge the taste, and drain the sparkling bowls, and when the morn unveils her saffron ray, spread your broad sails, and plough the liquid way. Lo, I this night, your faithful guide, explain your woes by land, your dangers on the main. The goddess spoke. In feasts we waste the day, till Phoebus downward plunged his burning ray. Then sable night ascends, and balmy rest seals every eye, and calms the troubled breast. Then curious she commands me to relate the dreadful scenes of Pluto's dreary state. She sat in silence while the tale I tell, the wondrous visions and the laws of hell. Then thus, the lot of man the gods dispose, these ills are past, now hear thy future woes, O prince, attend. Some favoring power be kind, and print the important story on thy mind. Next, where the sirens dwells, you plough the seas, their song is death, and makes destruction please. Unblessed the man, whom music wins to stay nigh the cursed shore and listen to the lay. No more that wretch shall view the joys of life his blooming offspring, or his beauteous wife. In verdant meads they sport, and wide around lie human bones that whiten all the ground. The ground polluted floats with human gore, and human carnage taints the dreadful shore. Fly swift the dangerous coast, let every ear be stopped against the song. 'Tis death to hear. Firm to the mast with chains thyself be bound, nor trust thy virtue to the enchanting sound. If, mad with transport, freedom thou demand, be every fetter strained, and added band to band. These seas o'erpast, be wise. But I refrain to mark distinct thy voyage o'er the main, new horrors rise. Let prudence be thy guide, and guard thy various passage through the tide. High o'er the main 2 rocks exalt their brow, the boiling billows thundering roll below, through the vast waves the dreadful wonders move, hence named erratic by the gods above. No bird of air, no dove of swiftest wing, that bears ambrosia to the ethereal king, shuns the dire rocks, in vain she cuts the skies, the dire rocks meet, and crush her as she flies. Not the fleet bark, when prosperous breezes play, ploughs o'er that roaring surge its desperate way. O'erwhelmed it sinks, while round a smoke expires, and the waves flashing seem to burn with fires. Scarce the famed Argo passed these raging floods, the sacred Argo, filled with demigods. E'en she had sunk, but Jove's imperial bride winged her fleet sail, and pushed her o'er the tide. High in the air the rock its summit shrouds in brooding tempests, and in rolling clouds, loud storms around, and mists eternal rise, beat its bleak brow, and intercept the skies. When all the broad expansion, bright with day, glows with the autumnal, or the summer ray, the summer and the autumn glow in vain, the sky forever lowers, forever clouds remain. Impervious to the step of man it stands, though borne by 20 feet, though armed with 20 hands, smooth as the polish of the mirror rise the slippery sides, and shoot into the skies. Full in the center of this rock displayed, a yawning cavern casts a dreadful shade, nor the fleet arrow from the twanging bow, sent with full force, could reach the depth below. Wide to the west the horrid gulf extends, and the dire passage down to hell descends. O fly the dreadful sight! Expand thy sails, ply the strong oar, and catch the nimble gales. Hear Scylla bellows from the dire abodes, tremendous pest, abhorred by man and gods. Hideous her voice, and with less terrors roar the whelps of lions in the midnight hour. 12 feet, deformed and foul, the fiend dispreads, 6 horrid necks she rears, and 6 terrific heads. Her jaws grin dreadful with 3 rows of teeth, jaggy they stand, the gaping den of death. Her parts obscene the raging billows hide, her bosom terribly o'erlooks the tide. When stung with hunger she embroils the flood, the sea dog and the dolphin are her food. She makes the huge leviathan her prey, and all the monsters of the watery way. The swiftest racer of the azure plain here fills her sails, and spreads her oars in vain. Fell Scylla rises, in her fury roars, at once 6 mouths expands, at once 6 men devours. Close by, a rock of less enormous height breaks the wild waves, and forms a dangerous strait. Full on its crown of figs green branches rise, and shoot a leafy forest to the skies. Beneath, Charybdis holds her boisterous reign midst roaring whirlpools, and absorbs the main. Thrice in her gulfs the boiling seas subside, thrice in dire thunders she refunds the tide. Oh, if thy vessel plough the direful waves, when seas retreating roar within her caves, ye perish all. Though he who rules the main lends his strong aid, his aid he lends in vain. Ah, shun the horrid gulf. By Scylla fly. 'Tis better 6 to lose, than all to die. I then, O nymph propitious to my prayer, goddess divine, my guardian power, declare, is the foul fiend from human vengeance freed? Or, if I rise in arms, can Scylla bleed? Then she, O worn by toils, O broken fight, still are new toils and war thy dire delight. Will martial flames for ever fire thy mind, and never, never be to heaven resigned? How vain thy efforts to avenge the wrong! Deathless the pest, impenetrably strong, furious and fell, tremendous to behold. E'en with a look she withers all the bold. She mocks the weak attempts of human might. Oh, fly her rage! Thy conquest is thy flight. If but to seize thy arms thou make delay, again thy fury vindicates her prey. Her 6 mouths yawn, and 6 are snatched away. From her foul wound Critias gave to air this dreadful pest. To her direct thy prayer, to curb the monster in her dire abodes, and guard thee through the tumult of the floods. Thence to Trinacria's shore you bend your way, where graze thy herds, illustrious source of day. 7 herds, 7 flocks enrich the sacred plains, each herd, each flock full 50 heads contains. The wondrous kind a length of age survey, by breed increase not, nor by death decay. 2 sister goddesses possess the plain, the constant guardian of the woolly train, Lampeter fair, and Phaethusa young, from Phoebus and the bright Near sprung. Here, watchful o'er the flocks, in shady bowers and flowery meads, they waste the joyous hours. Rob not the gods. And so propitious gales attend thy voyage, and impel thy sails, but if thy impious hands the flocks destroy, the gods avenge it, and ye die. 'Tis thine alone, thy friends and navy lost, through tedious toils to view thy native coast. She ceased, and now arose the morning ray, swift to her dome the goddess held her way. Then to my mates I measured back the plain, climbed the tall bark, and rushed into the main, then, bending to the stroke, their oars they drew to their broad breasts, and swift the galley flew. Up sprung a brisker breeze, with freshening gales the friendly goddess stretched the swelling sails, we drop our oars, at ease the pilot guides, the vessel light along the level glides. When, rising sad and slow, with pensive look, thus to the melancholy train I spoke, O friends, O ever partners of my woes, attend while I what heaven foredooms disclose. Hear all. Fate hangs o'er all, on you it lies to live or perish. To be safe, be wise. In flowery meads the sportive sirens play, touch the soft lyre, and tune the vocal lay, me alone, with fetters firmly bound, the gods allow to hear the dangerous sound. Hear and obey, if freedom I demand, be every fetter strained, be added band to band. While yet I speak the winged galley flies, and lo! The siren shores like mists arise. Sunk were at once the winds, the air above, and waves below, at once forgot to move. Some demon calmed the air and smoothed the deep, hushed the loud winds, and charmed the waves to sleep. Now every sail we furl, each oar we ply, lashed by the stroke, the frothy waters fly. The ductile wax with busy hands I mold, and cleft in fragments, and the fragments rolled. The aerial region now grew warm with day, the wax dissolved beneath the burning ray. Then every ear I barred against the strain, and from access of frenzy locked the brain. Now round the masts my mates the fetters rolled, and bound me limb by limb with fold on fold. Then bending to the stroke, the active train plunge all at once their oars, and cleave the main. While to the shore the rapid vessel flies, our swift approach the siren choir descries. Celestial music warbles from their tongue, and thus the sweet deluders tune the song, O stay, O pride of Greece. Ulysses, stay. O cease thy course, and listen to our lay. Blessed is the man ordained our voice to hear, the song instructs the soul, and charms the ear. Approach. Thy soul shall into raptures rise. Approach. And learn new wisdom from the wise. We know whate'er the kings of mighty name achieved at Ilion in the field of fame, whate'er beneath the sun's bright journey lies. O stay, and learn new wisdom from the wise. Thus the sweet charmers warbled o'er the main, my soul takes wing to meet the heavenly strain. I give the sign, and struggle to be free, swift row my mates, and shoot along the sea, new chains they add, and rapid urge the way, till, dying off, the distant sounds decay. Then scudding swiftly from the dangerous ground, the deafened ear unlocked, the chains unbound. Now all at once tremendous scenes unfold, thundered the deeps, the smoky billows rolled. Tumultuous waves embroil the bellowing flood, all trembling, deafened, and aghast we stood. No more the vessel ploughed the dreadful wave, fear seized the mighty, and unnerved the brave, each dropped his oar, but swift from man to man with looks serene I turned and thus began, O friends. O often tried in adverse storms, with ills familiar in more dreadful forms. Deep in the dire Cyclopean den you lay, yet safe returned Ulysses led the way. Learn courage hence, and in my care confide, lo! Still the same Ulysses is your guide. Attend my words. Your oars incessant ply, strain every nerve, and bid the vessel fly. If from yon jostling rocks and wavy ward Jove safety grants, he grants it to your care. And thou, whose guiding hand directs our way, pilot, attentive listen and obey. Bear white thy course, nor plough those angry waves where rolls yon smoke, yon tumbling ocean raves. Steer by the higher rock, lest world around we sink, beneath the circling eddy drowned. While yet I speak, at once their oars they seize, stretch to the stroke, and brush the working seas. Cautious the name of Scylla I suppressed, that dreadful sound had chilled the boldest breast. Meantime, forgetful of the voice divine, all dreadful bright my limbs in armor shine. High on the deck I take my dangerous stand, two glittering javelins lighten in my hand. Prepared to whirl the whizzing spear I stay, till the fell fiend arise to seize her prey. Around the dungeon, studious to behold the hideous pest, my laboring eyes I rolled, in vain. The dismal dungeon, dark as night, veils the dire monster, and confounds the sight. Now through the rocks, appalled with deep dismay, we bend our course, and stem the desperate way. Dire Scylla there a scene of horror forms, and here Charybdis fills the deep with storms. When the tide rushes from her rumbling caves, the rough rock roars, tumultuous boil the waves. They toss, they foam, a wild confusion raise, like waters bubbling o'er the fiery blaze. Eternal mists obscure the aerial plain, and high above the rock she spouts the main. When in her gulfs the rushing sea subsides, she drains the ocean with the refluent tides. The rock rebellows with a thundering sound, deep, wondrous deep, below appears the ground. Struck with despair, with trembling hearts we viewed the yawning dungeon, and the tumbling flood, when lo! Fierce Scylla stooped to seize her prey, stretched her dire jaws, and swept 6 men away. Chiefs of renown! Loud echoing shrieks arise. I turn, and view them quivering in the skies. They call, and aid with outstretched arms implore, in vain they call. Those arms are stretched no more. As from some rock that overhangs the flood the silent fisher casts the insidious food, with fraudful care he waits the finny prize, and sudden lifts it quivering to the skies. So the foul monster lifts her prey on high. So pant the wretches struggling in the sky. In the wide dungeon she devours her food, and the flesh trembles while she churns the blood. Worn as I am with griefs, with care decayed, I never seen so dire surveyed. My shivering blood, congealed, forgot to flow, aghast I stood, a monument of woe. Now from the rocks the rapid vessel flies, and the hoarse din like distant thunder dies. To Sol's bright isle our voyage we pursue, and now the glittering mountains rise to view. There, sacred to the radiant god of day, graze the fair herds, the flocks promiscuous stray. Then suddenly was heard along the main to low the ox, to bless the woolly train. Straight to my anxious thoughts the sound conveyed the words of Circe and the band shade. Warned by their awful voice these shores to shun, with cautious fears oppressed I thus begun, O friends! O ever exorcised in care! Hear heaven's commands, and reverence what ye hear. To fly these shores the prescient the band shade and Circe warn. O be their voice obeyed some mighty woe relentless heaven forebodes. Fly these dire regions, and revere the gods. While yet I spoke, a sudden sorrow ran through every breast, and spread from man to man, till wrathful thus Eurylochus began, O cruel thou! Some fury sure has steeled that stubborn soul, by toil untaught to yield. From sleep debarred, we sink from woes to woes, and cruel envious thou a short repose. Still must we restless rove, new seas explore, the sun descending, and so near the shore. And lo! The night begins her grimy reign, and doubles all the terrors of the main. Oft in the dead of night loud winds rise, lash the wild surge, and bluster in the skies. Oh, should the fierce southwest his rage display, and toss with rising storms the watery way, though gods descend from heaven's aerial plain to lend us aid, the gods descend in vain. Then while the night displays her awful shade, sweet time of slumber, be the night obey, haste ye to land. And when the morning ray sheds her bright beam, pursue the destined way. A sudden joy in every bosom rose, so willed some demon, minister of woes. To whom with grief, O swift to be undone, constrained I act what wisdom bids me shun. But yonder herbs and yonder flocks forbear, attest the heavens, and call the gods to hear, content, an innocent repast display, by Circe given, and fly the dangerous prey. Thus I, and while to shore the vessel flies, with hands uplifted they attest the skies. Then, where a fountain's gurgling waters play, they rush to land, and end in feast the day. They feed, they quaff, and now their hunger fled, sigh for their friends devoured, and mourn the dead, nor cease the tears till each in slumber shares a sweet forgetfulness of human cares. Now far the night advanced her gloomy reign, and setting stars rolled down the azure plain, when at the voice of Jove wild whirlwinds rise, and clouds and double darkness veil the skies. The moon, the stars, the bright ethereal host seem as extinct, and all their splendors lost. The furious tempest roars with dreadful sound, ere thunders, rolls the ocean, groans the ground. All night it raged. When morning rose to land we hauled our bark, and moored it on the strand, where in a beauteous grotto's cool recess danced the green nereids of the neighboring seas. There while the wild winds whistled o'er the main, thus careful I addressed the listening train, O friends, be wise. Nor dare the flocks destroy of these fair pastures, if ye touch, ye die. Warned by the high command of heaven, be awed, holy the flocks, and dreadful is the God. That God who spreads the radiant beams of light, and views wide earth and heaven's unmeasured height. And now the moon had run her monthly round, the southeast blustering with a dreadful sound, unhurt the beeves, untouched the woolly train, low through the grove, or touched the flowery plain. Then failed our food, then fish we make our prey, or fowl that screaming haunt the watery way. Till now from sea or flood no succor found, famine and meagre want besieged us round. Pensive and pale from grove to grove I strayed, from the loud storms to find a sylvan shade. There o'er my hands the living wave I pour, and heaven's immortal thrones implore, to calm the roarings of the stormy main, and guide me peaceful to my realms again. Then o'er my eyes the gods soft slumbers shed, while thus Eurylochus arising said, O friends, 1,000 ways frail mortals lead to the cold tomb, and dreadful all to tread, but dreadful most, when by a slow decay pale hunger wastes the manly strength away. Why cease ye then to implore the powers above, and offer hecatombs to thundering Jove? Why seize ye not yon beeves, and fleecy prey? Arise unanimous, arise and slay. And if the gods ordain a safe return, to Phoebus shrines shall rise, and altars burn. But should the powers that o'er mankind preside decree to plunge us in the whelming tide, better to rush at once to shades below than linger life away, and nourish woe. Thus the bees around securely stray, when swift to ruin they invade the prey, they seize, they kill, but for the right divine. The barley failed, and for libations wine. Swift from the oak they strip the shady pride, and verdant leaves the flowery cake supplied. With prayer they now address the ethereal train, slay the selected beeves, and flay the slain, the thighs, with fat involved, divide with art, strewed o'er with morsels cut from every part. Water, instead of wine, is brought in urns, and poured profanely as the victim burns. The thighs thus offered, and the entrails dressed, they roast the fragments, and prepare the feast. 'Twas then soft slumber fled my troubled brain, back to the bark I speed along the main. When lo! An odor from the feast exhales, spreads o'er the coast and scents the tainted gales. A chilly fear congealed my vital blood, and thus, uptesting heaven, I mourned aloud, O sire of men and gods, immortal Jove. O all ye blissful powers that reign above! Why were my cares beguiled in short repose? O fatal slumber, paid with lasting woes! A deed so dreadful all the gods alarms, vengeance is on the wing, and heaven in arms. Meantime Lampeter mounts the aerial way, and kindles into rage the god of day. Vengeance, ye powers, he cries, and then whose hand aims the red bolt, and hurls the writ hen brand. Slain are those herds, which I with pride survey, when through the ports of heaven I pour the day. or deep in ocean plunge the burning ray? Vengeance, ye gods! Or I the skies forego, and bear the lamp of heaven to shades below? To whom the thundering power, O source of day, whose radiant lamp adorns the azure way, still may thy beams through heaven's bright portal rise, the joy of earth, the glory of the skies. Lo! My red arm I bear, my thunder's guide, to dash the offenders in the whelming tide. To fair Calypso, from the bright abodes, Hermes conveyed these counsels of the gods. Meantime from man to man my tongue exclaims, my wrath is kindled, and my soul in flames. In vain I view performed the direful deed, beeves, slain in heaps, along the ocean bleed. Now heaven gave signs of wrath, along the ground crept the raw hides, and with a bellowing sound roared the dead limbs, the burning entrails groaned. 6 guilty days my wretched mates employ in impious feasting, an unhallowed joy, the 7th arose, and now the sire of gods rained the rough storms, and calmed the tossing floods, with speed the bark we climb, the spacious sails, loosed from the yards invite the impelling gales. Past sight of shore, along the surge we bound, and all above is sky, and ocean all around, when lo! A murky cloud the thunderer forms full o'er our heads, and blackens heaven with storms. Night dwells o'er all the deep, and now outflies the gloomy west, and whistles in the skies. The mountain billows roar. The furious blast howls o'er the shroud, and rends it from the mast gives way, and, crackling as it bends, tears up the deck, then all at once descends. The pilot by the tumbling ruin slain, dashed from the helm, falls headlong in the main. Then Jove in anger bids his thunders roll, and forky lightnings flash from pole to pole. Fierce at our heads his deadly bolt he aims, red with uncommon wrath, and wrapped in flames. Full on the bark it fell, now high, now low, tossed and retossed, it reeled beneath the blow. At once into the main the crew it shook, sulphurous odors rose, and smouldering smoke. Like fowl that haunt the floods, they sink, they rise, now lost, now seen, with shrieks and dreadful cries, and strive to gain the bark, but Jove denies. Firm at the helm I stand, when fierce the main rushed with dire noise, and dashed the sides in twain. Again impetuous drove the furious blast, snapped the strong helm, and bore to sea the mast. Firm to the mast with cords the helm I bind, and ride aloft, to Providence resigned, through tumbling billows and a war of wind. Now sunk the west, and now a southern breeze, more dreadful than the tempest lashed the seas, for on the rocks it bore where Scylla raves, and dire Charybdis rolls her thundering waves. All night I drove, and at the dawn of day, fast by the rocks beheld the desperate way. Just when the sea within her gulf subsides, and in the roaring whirlpools rush the tides, swift from the float I vaulted with a bound, the lofty fig tree seized, and clung around. So to the beam the bat tenacious clings, and pendant round it clasps his leather wings. High in the air the tree its boughs displayed, and o'er the dungeon cast a dreadful shade, all unsustained between the wave and sky. Beneath my feet the whirling billows fly. What time the judge forsakes the noisy bar to take repast, and stills the wordy war, Charybdis, rumbling from her inmost caves, the mast refunded on her refluent waves. Swift from the tree, the floating mast to gain, sudden I dropped amidst the flashing main, once more undaunted on the ruin road, and oared with laboring arms along the flood. Unseen I passed by Scylla's dire abodes. So Jove decreed, dread sire of men and gods. Then 9 long days I ploughed the calmer seas, heaved by the surge, and wafted by the breeze. Weary and wet the Aegean shores I gain, when the 10th sun descended to the main. There in Calypso's ever-fragrant bowers, refreshed I lay, and joy beguiled the hours. My following fates to thee, O king, are known, and the bright partner of thy royal throne. Enough, in misery can words avail. And what so tedious as a twice-told tale?
maybe there's something to what Vernon said. I have seen and heard strange things in the house, but I can't imagine anything going this far. Do you think someone could be trying to make you think something is happening in your house? Mark asked. Peter sat up straight and looked directly at Mark. He then replied, "That's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought about things that way before. I suppose some of the things I have experienced could be explained that way, if someone was really trying to fool me. But there have been things that have happened where I know I'm the only one in the house. So again, I guess I still don't know what's going on. Do you know of anybody that may be angry with you or possibly Sarah?" Mark asked. Peter paused for a moment, shook his head, and replied, "No, we have not been around here long enough to upset people that much, right? Well, it may not take long to make someone angry, but then again, unless they are visibly angry you may not know it," Mark commented. As he nodded his head in agreement, Peter said, "Yeah, that's true. I just can't imagine anyone getting upset enough to try to trick me, and could they have done anything to Sarah?" Peter said, looking down at the floor. He brought his hand to his mouth as he thought about Sarah again. Mark sighed, "We don't have any answers yet, but we'll go over this house thoroughly and then let you know if we need your input again. So you have enough from me now, I take it?" Peter asked. "Yeah, we have more to do here and we'll take it from there, okay?" Mark replied. "Okay with me. I'll let you know if I can think of anything else that will help too," Peter added. "Be sure to do that. This is a strange one so far." "Thanks, Peter," Mark said, beginning to stand up. As Peter stood up as well, then replied, "Thank to you too, Mark." Mark turned and walked toward the front door to go back inside of the house. Peter headed to the porch steps. As he walked down the steps, he noticed a few neighbors still watching Vernon's house. He avoided making eye contact. Ducking under the yellow police tape to reach the sidewalk, he continued heading back to his house on the sidewalk. As he walked, he realized he heard the faint voices of two young girls, between 7 and 8, sitting on the lawn next door to his. They were facing each other and were patting their hands together in various rhythmic patterns while signing what he recognized to be old nursery rhymes. When he reached the front walk to his house, the two girls start chanting the nursery rhyme Peter, Peter Pumpkin Eater. For some reason, he found himself listening to the words more intently than he ever done before. His feet began to feel heavy as the meaning of the words sank in. Slowly he turned his head toward the two girls, and his jaw dropped as they completed the rhyme. He stood motionless staring at the two girls. One of the girls noticed him and looked back at him. The other turned toward him as well. The one who noticed him first asked, "Are you all right, mister?" The question brought Peter back, and he replied, Yeah. I just was admiring you singing." The same girl replied, "Thanks, mister. I hope they find your wife." The other girl agreed, "Yeah." Peter managed to take a quick breath and reply, Thanks, girls." He faced his porch and continued walking toward it. He felt himself trembling as he reached the steps. Using the railing, he guided himself up to the porch. He could not look back at the two girls. At the front door, he paused for a moment and closed his eyes for a moment. After opening them up again, he reached for the door handle, pushed the door inward, and walked into the foyer. After closing the door behind him, he leaned his back up against it. His eyes stared blankly toward the stairs as his mind swirled with the lines of the nursery rhyme repeating over and over. What did it mean? Did it mean anything for him? His heart was beating strong enough to create a pulsating sound in his ears. He was not able to answer the questions racing through his mind. Was there anything meant by a pumpkin shell? Maybe it was nothing and he was getting worked up for nothing. He knew he would need some time to think about the new questions before he could determine whether they meant anything or not. Maybe looking in the office would lead to more information. He opened his eyes again, pushed himself away from the door, and began walking toward the rear of the house to the office. He paused for a moment when he noticed the office door being shut. Since he could not remember if he had shut it before, it likely was something he did himself. He tried to push the door open into the room. For some reason, it seemed very difficult to push, as if something was leaning against it. It did open after he leaned into it and forced it open. When he could see what was blocking it, he saw that the door had a clear path to swing into the room. Confused again, Peter just shook his head and continued into the room. He took a seat in the office chair. After another sigh, he picked up one of the folders from earlier. He pulled out another newspaper clipping to review. After scanning it for a moment, he realized it was another photo of Matthews. He was posing in front of the furnace store. Peter focused uneasily on Matthew's image. The almost crazed eyes appeared to pillow time again, and directly at Peter. Very unnerved with the photo, Peter set the clipping down on the desk. Looking out the window to his right, he managed to calm down again after about a minute. Looking back at the clipping, he tried to focus on other objects in the photo. The storefront was relatively small, but that was all that may have been needed for the service-based business. A partial view of Matthew's truck was parked in front of the store. It was a very old stake truck with what looked like large metal plates propped against the sides. A few large metal bottles appeared to be tied to the sides as well. Peter believed they may have been welding equipment. Still puzzled, he set the clipping aside, opened the accordion file again, and pulled out another stack of news clippings. He spent a fair amount of time reviewing the articles, but did not find anything that he felt would really help find Sarah or what happened to Vernon. His stomach growled slightly, and he decided to find some lunch before deciding what to do next. He stood up and turned around. The office door was shut. He knew that he did not shut it. As he stared at the closed door for a moment, the room seemed to darken for some reason, even with daylight coming through the window. Perhaps the sun was going behind a cloud. He could almost sense something was about to happen. It continued to darken in the room. Feeling very uneasy, he started to tremble. Or was it something else trembling? Soon he started to hear the glass globe in the wall sconce vibrating as well as other things hanging on the wall. His chest began to tighten as if something was pressing against it. The sound and vibration did a crescendo for a moment, then abruptly stopped. The pressure on his chest was no longer there either. He was unsure of what just happened. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Still wanting to leave the room, he stepped to the door. As he pulled the door open, he realizes it was much easier to open. He swung it back and forth a few times to test it. Not able to figure out what happened earlier, he just propped the door aside and walked into the hall toward the kitchen. Looking at the clock in the kitchen, he noted that it was close to lunchtime. Despite still feeling somewhat uneasy, he decided he would get something for lunch. He walked over to the refrigerator and opened it to see what was inside. After lunch, Peter first thought about returning to the office to do some more research, but he had second thoughts. As he set the dishes in the sink, he remembered the pressure on his chest and everything shaking. To him it was like someone, or something did not want him in there. His breathing started to increase when he remembered that Sarah spent a fair amount of time in the office trying to find some kind of clues before she disappeared. Maybe she found something she was not supposed to find. If there was something in the office, what was it? He could not think of anything that serious in the items he had examined. He did find out information on the previous owners, but nothing that stood out in his mind as enough to cause some type of curse. Was there actually a curse on the house like Vernon said? He just closed his eyes again as the questions went through his mind. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly in an attempt to calm down. Wanting to do something to ease his mind, he decided to watch some television for a while. He took one more deep breath. After tapping the edge of the sink 2 times, he turned and began heading toward the living room with the television. Peter was unable to gain the confidence to return to the office. It was dark as he finished a simple dinner. As he sat at the kitchen table, he stared at the few remaining sandwich pieces he made for dinner. It hit him how things had really changed for the worse since Sarah disappeared. He had been excited to move to Wharton, but since she disappeared, the excitement had disappeared as well. All the reasons for moving here now seemed so trivial. He got to live in a small town with a good job. The job, he had been so sidetracked lately, he barely thought about his job. As he thought about the returning to work, he had no idea when he would be ready to start again. The thought of being cheerful and trying to sell houses to people still seemed something too difficult for him to try. He picked up the plate and silverware, stood up from the chair, and walked to the sink. He set the plate and silverware into the sink along with the lunch dishes, which had not been washed either. Feeling very tired, he walked out of the kitchen toward the foyer. Pausing at the front door, he peered out of the window toward the street in front of Vernon's house. The police and sheriff cars were no longer parked in front of his house. They must have finished up for the day at least, he figured. He walked away from the door and headed toward the stairs. Slowly he made his way up the steps using his hand on the railing to aid his climb. The treads creaked with each step. He felt numb to the sound as he continued to the second floor. At the top of the stairs he slowly walked around the open hallway to the bedroom. He opened the bedroom door and pushed it into the darkened room. After turning on the light, he paused briefly. He shook his head, realizing he did not feel like washing his face or anything. He just wanted to go to bed. After a brief pause, he went to the dresser to find something to wear to bed. Peter stirred from a deep sleep later that evening. His head felt unbalanced and his stomach was upset. Through his clouded mind he could hear what sounded like Sarah. Trying to focus and listen closer, he could hear Sarah saying, "Peter, come down here quick." It was muffled, as if she was in the basement. He was puzzled since her voice does not seem distressed. As he rolled over and began to swing his feet off the bed, he became aware that he really felt drunk. Fighting the dizziness, he managed to stand up along the side of the bed. He headed straight to the partially open door and pushed it fully open. Feeling as if he did not have any control, he watched as he staggered into the hallway. The stairway light was on, and he made his way around to the stair landing. He supported himself by using both hands to keep his balance. Stumbling to the top of the stairs, he ran into the wall along the stairs. Stunned for a moment, he shook it off and continued down the steps. He slowly staggered down the steps. One hand was on the railing and the other on the opposite wall. He continued to feel unbalanced as he neared the bottom of the stairs. His vision was blurry. Something caused him to pause for a moment as he reached the foyer. The light in the foyer faded. Through his distorted vision, he could see a dark grey vaporous form entering the room from all around. It seemed to be surrounding him. At first he thought he was spinning, but he realized it was the grey smoke-like mass which was swirling around him. It soon closed in on him and engulfed him, blocking out the light from the rest of the room. The swirling cloud was intense. He tried to fight as he could feel it starting to spin him around and lift him off the ground. His arms flailed and his feet attempted to kick at whatever force had him in the uncontrollable spin. It had no effect on whatever was attacking him. Sharp pains could be felt in his forearms as something scratched him as he resisted. He gasped for breath as it seemed like the room did not have enough air. A loud bang filled his ears along with a vertical rectangle of grey light that he could see as he spun around. The swirling began to slow. He realized the rectangle was the open front door. At a certain point the swirling was no longer strong enough to keep him suspended in the air, and he dropped violently to the floor. The combination of being impaired and the dizziness of being spun around took its toll, and his consciousness faded. He abruptly woke up in bed in a drenching sweat and his heart pounding. It dawned on him that his mind has just relived what happened the Saturday morning Sarah disappeared. As he sat in bed breathing heavy, he tried to think what the dream meant. If it was true, it meant that he was not the one that did anything to Sarah. Unfortunately, it did not tell him what happened to Sarah, however. The only new information was that she had been downstairs and wanted him to come see something. Not knowing what to look for downstairs, he decided there was not much he could do. After a few minutes, he was able to calm himself down. He decided to go to the bathroom, splash some cold water on his face, and then try to get back to sleep. He turned the sheet to the side and slid his legs off the bed. After a sigh, he stood up and headed toward the bathroom. Peter was able to sleep again. As he slept soundly, his dreams were not nearly as intense as before. A sound startled him awake. Groggy, he opened his eyes and he tried to focus on the source of the sound he heard. As he propped himself up, he could hear a woman's voice again. His heart sunk as he recognized the voice as Sarah's. Focusing intently on the voice, he heard it again, and could tell that she was saying, "Peter." A few moments later he could hear her saying, "Help me." With his heart thumping loudly within his chest, he dropped his legs to the floor. He tried to control his breathing enough to focus on her voice. Walking toward the bedroom door, the floor squeaked loud enough to almost obscure Sarah's voice. He tried to lighten his steps. He stopped for a moment to listen to her voice saying, "Help me." To him, the voice seemed to be traveling through the large heating grate in the wall, not too far from the bedroom door. He opened the bedroom door and walked into the hallway. He turned on the hallway lights before walking further into the hall. In the hallway he could still hear Sarah's voice drifting up from the stairway below him. Recognizing that the voice was at least coming from downstairs, he quickened his pace as he made his way around the railing to the top of the stairs. Continuing to keep a hurried but cautious pace, he began to walk down the steps. Sarah's voice echoed from somewhere below. Using his ears as a guide, he walked past the stairway, down the hallway to the kitchen. At this point, he realized where he needed to go, the basement. As he circled around through the kitchen, his pace slowed. Sarah's voice continued to cry out to him, but he could also make out the sounds of other voices. At least one or two other women and maybe a man's voice as well. All were in distress as Sarah's voice was. Peter was very puzzled as he approached the basement door. Very uncertain what he would find, but wanting to do anything to help Sarah, he reached for the knob to the basement door and he began to slowly pull it open. A chill swept over him from the pitch-black basement. It seemed very cool, if not cold. The basement was usually cool, but this was more than he remembered. Not knowing what to expect below, and the unusually cold air caused Peter to tremble. His trembling hand moved toward the light switch inside of the doorway. The air past the doorway felt much cooler to him than the air in the hallway. After moving the switch, the two incandescent bulbs cast a yellowish light into the basement below. For some reason, the lights appeared restricted and the room seems only a slight improvement from pitch black. Still hearing voices below, he took a deep breath and then exhaled. He slowly started down the stairs. Gripping the railing as he carefully continued down the stairs, he stayed alert, realizing there could be someone or something down there, other than just the voices he was hearing. About halfway down the steps, he stopped as the thought occurred to him that the voices could have been in his head. He was not hearing them at the moment. What if they were not in his head, though? He felt he needed to continue, so he did. The treads creaked as his weight was transferred with each step. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he carefully listened for sounds to see if he could determine where they were coming from. Some of the voices had tapered off before he started walking down the steps. Hoping to hear more, he waited patiently at the bottom of the stairs. While waiting, the chill from the room caused him to rub his hands together for warmth. He commented, "Wow, it's so cold down here." After nearly a minute of waiting, Sarah's voice was the next voice he heard. It sounded like it was coming from his left, from somewhere near the furnace. He walked in front of the furnace slowly, then walked between it and the workbench. As he peered behind the furnace, he could not see anything strange other than a few odd shadows. Confused, he stared at the area between the furnace and the steel plate wall behind it. Another woman's voice appeared to come from behind the steel plating. Wanting to listen closer, Peter quietly walked behind the furnace and placed his right ear against one of the larger steel panels. As he leaned against the wall, it moved inward slightly. Startled, he pulled back and stared at it for a moment. He then used his hand to push against the large steel plate. It was heavy, but it swung inward to reveal a pitch black and very cold room. A spider web stretched near the top of the panel and then broke. Staring into the room for a few seconds and moving his head to the right and left, did not reveal any details of what was inside. He needed more light. Remembering the flashlight on the workbench, he stepped away from the newly found room and walked to the workbench. The flashlight was where he had left it earlier. He retrieved it and turned it on. The beam was weak and only cast a narrow yellowish-orange beam. Shining the light behind the furnace onto the rusty orange steel plates caused him to pause for a moment. As he did, he could hear the nursery rhyme, "Peter, Peter Pumpkin Eater," again in his mind. His jaw dropped slowly and his open widened when he thought about the pumpkin shell part as he stared at the pattern of the rusty orange steel plates, with the now open secret door. His heart pounded as he inched toward the pitch-black room. He had to duck slightly to enter the room. His forehead brushed up against some of the spider web that had broken near the top. Soon after clearing the path of the door, his left foot kicked something. He shined the light downward, and he could see the floor of the room was covered with lumps of coal. This must have been the old coal bin for the gravity furnace before it was converted to gas, he guessed. As he stood in the room for a moment, he realized he could almost see his breath as it passed into the cold air. He shined the light to his left. The beam passed over what appeared to be old tattered clothing covered in dust strewn atop the coal. He guided the beam along the clothing until it revealed a mummified face. Shocked but curious, he moved closer to see if he could see enough detail to recognize the body. The head appeared to be partially crushed just above and behind the left ear. From the hair coloring and features, the head appeared to him to appear like Mildred's husband Oliver. Lifting the light slightly upward, he found another body strewn alongside Oliver. He quickly recognized the second body as Mildred's. Moving the beam off to the left of Mildred's body, he saw more bodies lying prone on the coal remaining in the abandoned bin. Looking at the disfigured and decaying faces, he recognized more of the remains as Russell and Clara Hanford. Absent was the smell of decaying flesh. This could possibly be due to the frigid state of the basement and maybe the coal, he thought to himself. Trembling from the sights before him, he panned the flashlight to his right. Another body came into view in the narrow pattern of the flashlight. The sight of the newer clothes on the body caused him to shake almost uncontrollably as he recognized that it was the nightgown Sarah wore the night she disappeared. In the left hand of the body, there was a flashlight still clutched tightly, but dark. When his flashlight shined to reveal her face, his trembling hands dropped his flashlight. It landed with a thud against the coal on the floor. The light flickered briefly, but remained on in its weakened state. Overcome with grief, he dropped to his knees and stared toward Sarah's body. The uneven coal lumps pressed sharply into his knees. After a minute or so, the pain made him more aware of his surroundings. Still trembling, he slowly reached for the flashlight on the floor. After picking it up, he shined it toward Sarah's face again. Like the others, her skull was crushed as well. He shifted the flashlight beam beyond Sarah to reveal another older-appearing decayed body. This time it was a male sitting against the wall. The body has a pistol still clutched in the hands and a large concave hole in the chest where the heart was. He began to recognize the leathery face as resembling the images he had seen of Matthias. As Peter shined the light toward the face, the black sunken eye sockets gazed blankly toward him as the eyes in the one photo Peter had found of Matthias. Everything started to sink in as he panned the flashlight around to survey the scene. Several people had perished in this room. Trembling as he clutched the flashlight, he began to stand up from his knees. The metal door groaned as it swung, and the light entering from the basement faded to nothing. The loud slam stopped Peter in his tracks. The flashlight dropped from his hand and the light went out. Total darkness surrounded him as he remained motionless and stunned. From behind, it almost sounded as if one of the bodies was stirring. A stern male voice with a German accent said, "Anyone who tries to take my liquor from me shall perish." With a sharp blow to the back of the head, Peter collapsed to the ground on top of what he believed may be Sarah's body. Only a few moments later, the intense pain hit him. The warm blood from the fresh wound began to pass through his hair and partially onto his neck. As his consciousness started to fade, in the darkness he could see a grey form standing before him. It was Sarah. She motioned to him to come toward her. Somehow he was able to rise and walked toward her. As they stood together in the pitch-black room, he realized he was not seeing a light to guide them.
Continuing my weekly recorded prices for June into July, the graph was priced at 0.0993 on June 29, 2022, on or near midnight, Central Standard Time. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0971, down 0.0022 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, the recorded price the week before. On July 13, 2022, the recorded price for the graph was 0.0922, down 0.0071 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, and down 0.0049 from the price recorded on July 6, 2022, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the recorded price for the graph was 0.11, up 0.02 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, and up 0.02 from the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the week before. On June 29, 2022, AMP had a price recorded at 0.0088. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price for AMP was 0.0091, up 0.0003 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, a week before. On July 13, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0089, up 0.0001 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and down 0.0002 from the price recorded on July 6, 2022, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the recorded price for AMP was 0.0096, up 0.0008 from 0.0088, the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and up 0.0008 from the price recorded a week before. This may not be accurate, as the spreadsheet that I have been using does not get as precise as what is needed. It sums things up in smaller decimals. These were the last of the recorded prices that I did for both the graph and AMP.
I started my July and August price recording on July 24, 2022, starting with Bitcoin at 22,426.87. These prices were all taken at or around midnight Central Standard Time. Ethereum was priced at 1,564.47, and Cardano was priced at 0.52. Cosmos Atom was priced at 10.06, while Tezos was priced at 1.69. Solana's recorded price was 40.22, and Algorand was at 0.34. DFI money was 1,974.31, and TELUS recorded price on July 24, 2022 was 19.84. Later, I began to record the prices for All FM and Project Galaxy. That wasn't until August 14, 2022, but I figured I would mention it as it is a part of my monthly prices recorded during this time period. I will go through each of the separate cryptocurrencies until I am done with each, instead of going week by week, like I did previously. It seems easier to do that way, as doing it the way I was doing my notes made it more of a hassle than anything else. These are my recorded prices for the first 3 months of trading cryptocurrencies. After my 3 months are done, I will no longer be doing this. I just wanted to share my experience as I began trading in it, and what I have noticed.
Recently, I mysteriously acquired 5 USD in Bitcoin that I never purchased from Coinbase. I know that I have never purchased it because of the strange price recordings that I have concerning Bitcoin. Because of the volatility with Bitcoin's prices, I was skeptic when it came to trading it. So, all of a sudden, there it was. With that being said, I am now going to start my recorded prices for Bitcoin, starting on July 24, 2022 at 22,426.87. On July 25, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was 21,835.61, down 591.26 from the recorded price a day before on July 24, 2022. On July 26, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was 21,089.94, down 1,336.93 from the recorded price on July 24, 2022. And also down 745.67 from the price recorded on July 25, 2022, the day before. On July 27, 2022, the recorded price was 21,194.98, down 1,231.89 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, but up 105.04 from the recorded price on July 26, 2022, the day before. On July 28, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was 23,176.80, up 749.93 from the recorded price on July 24, 2022, and also up 1,981.82 from the recorded price the day before of 21,194.98 on July 27, 2022. On July 29, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was 23,920.60, up 1,493.73 from the recorded price on July 24, 2022, and also up 743.80 from the price recorded the day before. On July 30, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was 23,796.02, up 1,369.15 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, but down 154.58 from the recorded price the day before on July 29, 2022 of 23,920.60.
So far, in the month of July, Bitcoin's prices were pretty solid. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and I figured out why it seemed of more value than that of Ethereum. The amount of Bitcoin bought and sold on a daily basis is about 20 to 1 compared to Ethereum. Still, things took a turn in about the 4th week of August, which I will show the prices for in about 2 more nights. So with that said, let me begin with my recorded prices for Bitcoin. On the 31st of July 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was 23,612.91, up 1,186.04 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 183.11 from 23,796.02, the recorded price from the day before on the 30th of July 2022. On August the 1st of 2022, the price recorded was 23,393.65, up 966.78 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and again down 219.26 from the price recorded the day before of 23,612.91. On August the 2nd of 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $22,918.63, up 491.76 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 475.02 from the recorded price on August the 1st, 2022, the day before. On August the 3rd, 2022, the price recorded was $23,026.86, up 599.98 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and up 108.22 from the price recorded the day before. On August the 4th, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $22,874.36, up 447.49 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 152.49 from the recorded price from the day before on August the 3rd, 2022. On August the 5th, 2022, the price recorded was $23,213.29, up 786.42 from the price of $22,426.87, the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and also up 338.93 from the price recorded on the day before of $22,874.36. On August the 6th, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $23,179.93, up 753.06 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 33.36 from the price recorded the day before on August the 5th, 2022.
All through the second week of August, Bitcoin stayed above my recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and only went down once from the price recorded the day before. Like the week before, its prices seemed stable and gaining in price, with a few small setbacks. On August the 7th, 2022, Bitcoin had a recorded price of $22,957.69, up 530.82 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022 of $22,426.87, but down 222.24 from $23,179.93 from the recorded price from the day before on the 7th of June 2022. On August the 8th, 2022, the price recorded was $23,258.23, up 931.36 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and also up 400.54 from the price recorded the day before. On August the 9th, 2022, the recorded price taken on or around midnight Central Standard Time was $23,784.95, up 1,358.08 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022 of $22,426.87, and up 426.72 from the recorded price on August the 8th, 2022, the day before. On August the 10th, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was $22,936.55, up 509.68 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, but down 648.40 from the price recorded the day before. On August the 11th, 2022, the recorded price was $24,528.91, up 2,102.04 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, and up 1,592.36 from the recorded price from the day before on August the 10th, 2022. On August the 12th, 2022, the price recorded was $23,950.08, up 1,523.21 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and up 578.83 from the price recorded the day before. On August the 13th, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $24,864.24, up 2,737.37 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, and also up 914.16 from the recorded price of 23,950.08 from the day before on August 12, 2022. This is where the price for Bitcoin finally began to fall. The prices fell below my recorded price on the 24th of July 2022 eventually, and never regained its daily values from the day before, from this time forward. On the 14th of August 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin, on or around midnight, Central Standard Time, was 24,631.17. This was up to 204.30 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 233.07 from the recorded price of 24,864.24 from the day before on the 13th of August 2022. On the 15th of August 2022, the price recorded was 24,383.05, up 1,956.18 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, but again down 248.12 from the price recorded the day before. On the 16th of August 2022, the recorded price was 23,968.27, up 1,541.40 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 414.78 from the recorded price from the day before. On the 17th of August 2022, the price recorded was 23,849.41, up 1,422.54 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, but down 118.86 from the price recorded the day before on the 16th of August 2022. On the 18th of August 2022, the recorded price was 23,454.54, up 1,027.67 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but then again down 394.87 from the recorded price 23,849.41 from the day before on the 17th of August 2022. On the 19th of August 2022, the price recorded was 21,690.55, down 736.32 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and also down 1,763.99 from the price recorded the day before. On the 20th of August 2022, the recorded price was 21,235.14, again down from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, and down 455.99 from the recorded price from the day before. On the 21st of August 2022, the recorded price was 21,113.43, down 1,313.34 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022. From this point on, Bitcoin's prices never recovered while I was recording prices. Its prices were also down 121.71 from the price recorded the day before.
Branches off into this big cosmic drama, and at the same time also the little drama on Earth as well that we're going through right now. It's just crazy how all this stuff is like so interconnected, you know.
Now, I guess I don't really have to render the video out before I ask your take on this, and you don't have to pull up any information on this, but like a lot of the readings that we've gone through it discusses two things that I think would be good to get your feedback on and how you feel about it. Now, when it comes to Lemuria, or Lemuria, however you want to announce it. Now, what we found was the Lemurians ended up having a conflict with the Atlanteans, and it was because the Atlanteans were being manipulated by the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
And the Atlanteans eventually wanted world domination, and that ended up in conflict with the Lemurians, and there was a nuclear holocaust that took place, which caused both of the islands to sink, both Atlantis and Lemuria. What's your take on that? What do you think about that?
Well, are we recording?
Yeah.
Well, I do think this is real stuff because it checks out in the scientific literature. Like we said, we know the great floods happened. We know these islands sank.
Okay, now that part that you just said and showing the map and everything, that's going in the series, okay? So, because you did an excellent job of what you just did right there. So that's not going to be on Wow Talk. We're going to make that an actual part of it. And because you hit some pretty good things right there. Like you discussed Moo. That was really important.
Before all this.
So that was really good that you brought that up. And I'll put it to you this way: we got a lot of good content. We really do.
Yeah.
Now,
really,
the one thing I do want to ask you about, though, and this is important because of two things. I know how much you are about when it comes to the history of the Atlanteans, okay? Do you believe that the Atlanteans were manipulated by the Anunnaki and that the Anunnakis were reptilians?
It's an interesting question.
Now,
yes,
I've discussed this with Austin too, and he thinks we should have a conversation about it, like together. So
yeah, I agree. These good ETs, or these I don't know how you describe it otherwise, free will supporting ETs will give divine knowledge to humans and sort of help them become more spiritual. And then you'll see the same theme of like a disruption happening, and then you'll see a new mythology come in where it's sort of like the dark teachings where they try to suppress the spiritual knowledge and sort of guide humanity down a different path. Like same in Star Wars kind of thing, where the dark side of the Force comes to matches the light, and you have this classical battle of good and evil kind of thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
What I sort of found out also is that, like, same as in Star Wars, nothing is like completely black and white. You have elements of black in the white and elements of white in the black, and it's difficult at this point for me to say yes, 100%, that's what happened. But in Plato's writings himself, he says that Poseidon gave this divine knowledge to the humans, taught them how to build civilizations, and taught them how to be spiritual custodians. And then when he left his 10 sons to rule the 10 empires of Atlantis, or the 10 different areas of Atlantis, cities. And over time, the divine genetics that he gave to them got watered down with, I guess, the other humans that were there, and they lost that connection to the divine principles that he left behind. So you see that same theme of the suppression of the knowledge happening over time, and yeah, very commonly, when you look at the remote viewing data and stuff like that, you'll see the reptilian influences happening. At that same period in Egypt, there was the disruption that happened, and there was the intermediate periods. During the first intermediate period, all the history was wiped out at that point, and then you'll see the old gods disappeared, like Osiris and that, which came from Sirius, and the new gods came in that were the Ogdode, that was sort of the reptilian style gods, with like um, lizard and frog heads.
Now, let's hold it there, because it's like I said to Austin. I think I mentioned it to you too. I think on the aliens list that the Nagas are a separate alien species. I'm not for sure. I want to double check on that, and then we can come back and discuss the Nagas.
It's interesting. I have an Indian friend here that actually knows quite a bit about this, and we had a little bit of a debate about this because he's not convinced that the Nagas are related to the reptilians. But here it says, when you look on Wikipedia, they were a divine or semi-divine race of half-human, half-serpent beings that reside in the netherworlds and can occasionally take human or part human form. So they were shapeshifters.
Yeah.
And so they're depicted in art. A female Naga is called a Nagi or Nagini. Their descendants are known as Nagavashi and Nair. According to legend, they are the children of the sage Kashyapa. And they have all these specific rituals associated with them. They come in different forms, such as entirely human with snakes on their heads and necks, which you also see in Egyptian mythology, right? So yeah, to me, it's pretty clear that they are very closely tied to these. So they might have been the demigods that were left behind by the reptilians, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas the Asuras.
Now hold on. Let's take a break from it, and we'll come back to it, because it's like I said, I want to be able to focus on this specifically if they are on the specific list, because I think I misplaced putting the Nagas in this area, because I know that they're closely related to the Garcians, but at the same time I believe they have their own name on the list of different aliens and stuff like that. So
what I sort of gathered from looking at the remote viewing data that's recently come out is it's a complicated story, because there's time travel involved as well. And they call it these time wars, where certain alien species will go back in time to create the first race on this planet and then claim the planet, you know? So it gets a bit complicated. But what I found out is that there are different races that exist in the Earth. It's not just one ET species, there's multiple. And one of them is a ancient reptilian race that aren't the Draco reptilians from space, but they are naturally evolved ones that came from the dinosaur age. Some of them actually became like, you know, sentient beings like us, quite advanced, may have even developed like space travel capabilities at one point. And some of them seem actually friendly towards humans, or at least curious about humans, you know. And some of them have spoken to humans in the past and actually revealed quite a lot of that history as well, which we can get to on another topic. But so yeah, it seems to me like it's a complex story. There's multiple ET races on the Earth. There might be human-like beings down there, and there might be reptilian-type beings down there as well. And then there's other factions that work with them as well, because they're considered a advanced civilization down there.
Yeah.
And now we've also got the secret military people that have also made contact with them. And we have these secret society people that have their telepaths that have been in contact with them since, the Middle Ages. So, yeah, it's an interesting, Star Wars style drama playing out here on Earth.
I can already tell you're keyed up. So I can always tell when I'm talking to you if you're really hyped up about something. I can tell. So.
I can't wait to tease out more of this stuff because every day I'm finding more information out about it, and there's so many rabbit holes we could go down.
Well, we're going to end up going down it because the name of the series is Everything About Aliens. So we're going to stick to it and get it done. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Let me go ahead and end the recording, and then we'll get back to it at another time because you gave me a lot of stuff that I need to edit out and make look good.
Mm.